There we go. Ugh.
Oh, blimey.
What are you? No, darling. There's a massive firework display going on over here.
Yeah, same here.
Couldn't give a shit.
No.
None of them. But there's a good reason for that. I used to play when I first got them, when they were all little pups. I used to get fireworks display videos on YouTube, playing on the TV downstairs really loud. You just got used to it.
Yeah.
So that all this shit go. Nelly likes to go out in the back garden and watch them. That's Nelly for you, though.
Wow, yes. Indeed.
So, what be happening in the world of high finance?
Not a lot at the moment. I shouldn't have. I don't know. I stayed up late for Andy's thing last night. And I shouldn't have done. Was it? No, it wasn't last night. Was
No,
it?
night before, wasn't it?
The night before. But then I stayed up. What did we do? I was watching telly, and then the missus went to bed, and I came in here, and the next thing I know, it's like 2:30. It's all right. It's Saturday, and then Jackie Waltz is in the bedroom at 9 o'clock this morning with tea and toast, and I'm like fast asleep. And if I don't, if I don't respond, oh, don't you like it? I shall bring it to you. Oh.
I think I stayed on a couple of hours after you went.
Yeah.
I seem to remember making my leave and then not.
Yeah. Yeah. So, old age, I think it is.
Yeah, something like that, mate. So, I was expecting Neil.
Sorry.
I was expecting Neil to come around today.
Neil
Morton.
Oh, of course, yes. Didn't show up.
No, don't know why.
Was he definitely having your Oasis?
It definitely seems to want it, yes. Yeah. So, here it sits at the moment. But, yes, there you are. There you go. So, I took the Muzzy out today.
Mm-hmm.
Or as Fiona calls it, Rigby. Rigby the Mustang. Because I said to her, well, originally she goes, can we call it Eleanor? I went, no, that's a Mark 1. I said, you can call it Rigby.
Went, now I get it.
Yeah, and she went, yeah,
very
all right.
Very topical.
Very topical.
So I got my...
Oh, there he is. Didn't answer the chopping phone. No, I thought you were just coming round, dude. My phone is... Oh, my phone. Well, you know about my phone. Ty knows about my phone as well. Mm-hmm. Like if Ty phones me, he phones me, and then after 2 rings, he hangs up, and then phones again. Then I can get it. It's a weird bastard. I literally have to have the phone in my hand to be able to answer it before it goes to answer machine. And you can't change the settings. We really should get a different phone, to be honest.
Yeah.
You know, like normally they'd have number of rings before it goes to answer machine.
It should do, yeah.
Nothing
like that.
Nothing in the menu at all for that.
Dear.
So it rings twice and then goes straight to answer phone. Bastard thing.
Oh, dear.
And phoning out's been a problem. Actually, I wonder whether it might be the phone or there might be something wrong with the line.
Yeah, it could be. I had to... I'm trying to sort out my mother-in-law's telly at the moment. She kept complaining the picture was going all fuzzy and it wasn't just like poor reception. It was something that was technically wrong with the television. It was quite old. So she said, oh, well, I'll just buy a new one. So we went out and we bought her a new one. It's lovely, nice little 4K thing. And she's got a BT box. That's how she gets her she's got the BT thing, and she gets Freeview, plus she gets a few other channels. Not that she watches them, but hey. And then a little while after the new TV was installed. Oh, it's still not right. It's still doing all this weird stuff. Well, it's probably not the TV then. So we checked all the cables. They all seemed fine. Checked the DVD player. That seemed to be working fine. So we figured it's the BT box. So I phoned BT up and said, look, mother-in-law's got one of these things. Oh, well, before we think about replacing the box, have you tried? And she goes through the list of everything that I've tried. And I said, yes. I even bought a new flipping television. And it's still doing it. Yeah. Right, well, can I ask you to try one more thing and do a factory reset? And I said, a factory reset? No, you've got to go into a special maintenance menu and do it from there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so she sends me the instructions to do that, and basically it's power it off, power it on, hold a button down, maintenance menu comes up, select this thing, and it takes about 20 minutes to do this bloody factory reset.
Brilliant.
So I've had to, so I was over there doing that today, and now I've just got to wait, and we'll get a phone call tomorrow. It's still doing it.
Oh, that's your man. It's your man.
Said to the missus,
Yeah, darling.
bloody Freeview box and be done with it.
Go on.
What? You can't hear anything? What? Say something.
Makes you wonder how he gets on with his modular stuff, really, doesn't it?
I
Hey, there we go. Ah,
Hello, everyone.
guten Tag.
Guten Tag, Kent, mein Schatz.
Ah, wie
Guten
geht's?
Tag, Herr Botticelli. How are you?
Apparently, I'm quite quiet, but I have
Oh.
no idea why
Oh.
that is.
You were a bit quiet on the show yesterday as well.
Was I?
Oh, you
Yeah,
were
a
actually.
bit.
Yes. Yeah.
Not sort of like, hey, what? But
The
quiet.
cloud
you know.
filter's not doing its job. Oh, get it. Got it. Get in there, you bloody star.
There you go. How's that?
Imagine it's got air around it. Oh, I don't know. Still, there you
I
go.
have no idea what that is.
I didn't realise Neil was going to have to come from Derby, so I can understand why he wanted to phone first.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a
Neil being
hike.
round.
No,
Oh, right. Oh, right.
No.
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 Well, as they say on those YouTube videos, no.
Oh.
It's all right. It's Neil's. It's his. It's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere.
Right.
1, 2.
Oh. Can I ask a tech question?
Oh, here we go.
Right. You may be able to see here, Kent, this beautiful beastie.
Indeed,
all lit
sir.
up. Do either of you use Ableton?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I've got this plugged into my computer via USB. The computer has recognised it. It said setting up complete control S88.
Mm-hmm.
Did that. I then opened Ableton, and I can't find it anywhere in the MIDI preferences for setting input via MIDI. I'm assuming it will do MIDI via USB. I guess that's the point of it, isn't it?
Mm.
Yeah.
And I can't find it in the preferences section. It doesn't. There's a whole list of stuff, but no complete control S88 popping up.
Oh.
Oh,
It should
Hello,
be
come
there.
on.
It should be
So-
there.
So
Have you tried phoning a friend? Have you tried
That's what I'm doing
firing
now.
up? Yeah. Have you tried firing up a instance of contact?
I haven't got contact.
Good man.
Oh. Oh, okay.
So if you go into
Am I
preferences,
going to need contact to make this thing work?
No, you don't need contact to make it work as a MIDI controller. It's
No, I
just
didn't
that,
think so.
you know, all those lights change colour to do where all the key changes are and all
Yeah,
that.
yeah, I
properly.
can see. You can see it all going. Woo,
Yeah,
woo, and all the
if
light
it's in
changes.
an
It's very
instance
pretty.
of contact, but even free contact.
so if you go into preferences, and
Yeah.
on the left you select the third. I'm assuming you've got
Third one
like-
down, MIDI. Yeah,
Yeah, so you got link, tempo, and MIDI.
yeah.
And
Just
then
opening
in the-
Ableton again. One sec.
Yeah.
Now, is he definitely going to stay there?
So am I going to options,
Or just
Oh,
wait
you're
for him
on
to put his
Windows,
rabbit
aren't you?
suit on?
down
Yeah,
to
there we go.
preference.
There we go. There you go.
And third one down, link tempo MIDI.
Yeah. So if you select that tab, and then in the middle of that, you've got the MIDI section where you've got the control surfaces listed on the left, and then the inputs and the outputs.
Yes.
So if you go into your control surface,
Click
say-
the down arrow.
Yeah, and then can you find what is it you've got again?
It's Complete Control S88 Mark 1.
Complete control.
I
So
have
I have complete control.
Yeah.
well
Apparently,
exactly.
Andy doesn't.
Is it Mark
No, I
1,
don't.
Mark 2, or Mark 3?
Well, it says Complete Control A.
Yeah,
Then I've got Complete Control S Mark 2
yeah,
and
then
Complete
S Mark 3.
Control S Mark 3, but no Mark 1.
Try if you try and well, just select Complete Control A,
Right.
and then in the input next to it,
Yeah.
drop
it
the
says
menu
none.
down. So drop the menu down.
Right. At the minute, the input won't let me drop anything down from input. It's just
'Cause it's not
greyed out.
showing
It
it.
says none.
Are you on Windows or Mac?
It's on Windows.
What program are we talking about here?
Ableton.
Have you got to install Windows drivers for that thing?
I've
will
no
do.
idea. What,
That's
You will
what.
do.
Yeah, yeah.
Well-
Ableton, you probably will do. Yeah.
You
well,
need-
actually, when I switched the computer was switched on. I'd got the MIDI, the USB connected and then powered up the S88, and the computer recognised it. It said setting up, and I got the message saying setup complete. So
And so
Complete Control A.
got it on here now.
Complete Control, is it a Complete Control S Mark 1?
it is, yeah.
So there's a firmware update for it. Complete Control S Series, that's Mark 2 drivers. S Series Mark 1 driver, Windows 7 and above.
Oh right, okay. Let's have a look. Let me close that. Minimise Ableton.
Yeah,
So
that
what did he-
may enable it to communicate directly with the door.
So what was it that you just typed in, Robbie?
So if you go
so-
to nativeinstruments.com and the support section,
Native Instruments. Right.
it's
Native Instruments Mark
native-instruments.com.
1. Oh, that's manual. Wrong thing.
I've never been able to figure this out. Where people go into a cold field, they pay 10 quid to watch fireworks,
Yeah.
I
and the
know.
best view is not being there,
Yeah.
being outside.
But, yeah, the best view's out your window.
Yeah. Okay. Really?
Right. Let me Native Instruments. Right. So I'm in there.
Right. So top of the page, you've got products community support. Go to support,
Products Community Support. Clicked it. Yeah.
and then go to downloads.
Download and installation.
Yep, and then on the right
Or
hand side, you'll
is
see.
it the downloads tab on the right?
Yeah, so go to where it says downloads, quick links. Go there.
Download Windows. Native.
That's native access.
Right. Okay.
You need to scroll down a bit further,
Drivers
and then
and files.
drivers and other files. There you go. And then just click on the link underneath that, and then scroll down until you find Complete Control S Series, and the last option there in that section is Complete Control S Series Mark 1 driver 4.2.0,
Yeah. Okay. Click on that.
and then install that, and then restart Ableton,
Reboot.
restart your keyboard.
So
Yeah.
shall I'll switch that off. I'll switch that off. Oh yeah, you just
You might have to
that just
reboot
go
the
bing.
computer.
I might have to, Ian. You're right. So open. Right.
It's a while since I've done anyway.
It's a zip file. Oh, now it's in my download section. Does anybody have any recommendations as to where I should put it?
No, it doesn't matter where you put the
No,
the
just
download.
open
Just
it and-
run it,
Just run it.
and then
It's
it'll
it's a
install.
zip. It's a zip file. So
Yeah, so-
Yeah,
Unzip it.
extract.
Yeah, all the
it.
various sys files and everything will go where
Just-
they're supposed to be
Extract it to your
themselves.
desktop, then you'll be fine.
I think it goes into program files, actually thinking about it.
Right. Just one thing.
Yeah.
7-zip.
yeah, that's probably right.
Extract.
God,
Complete
it must
control.
be
Right.
10 years since I've
Complete-
used a Windows computer.
Complete control.
Properly.
Driver setup PC. Okay. Yes.
It's been 10 minutes since I used one.
Next.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
Oh,
is
hello.
that somebody else making that noise, or is that me?
That's me.
All right.
That's new
That'd be
window.
it.
That's new window sound.
Yes, new Windows installation theme.
Or is it-
Yeah.
Right. So that's done. All right.
You hydrogen in again.
Hydrogen.
What is this? Can't say.
Options? Let's see. I might have to.
Okay.
I might have to.
You know what it is.
Right, I'm gonna
Oh, I
switch
do.
that.
Yes, and it's. I thought it was quite nice actually.
Yes.
Start Ableton again. Oh no, I shouldn't have done that. Should have. No.
You can talk about it on show next week, isn't it?
No.
Oh, it's the week after.
Stop it, you two.
Yeah.
What?
this is not supposed to be an extension of the prison book. Anyway, let's have a look. Let's see. Right, so I restarted that. The computer's recognised it because I got the biddly biddly bing bits. So.
Biddly bit.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
you go.
You sound like that
look,
bloke out of
yeah, I've seen the
Musical
file.
Youth. Biddly 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 bung.
Bid,
I
biddy,
say,
biddy, bom,
pass
biddy, biddy,
the
biddy, 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 yeah. Well spotted. Yeah, you're right about that. I did.
Good man.
Options and preferences. Right. Oh, hang on. I've got two complete controls going on here now. Go away. We don't want that. Oh dear. Right, you bitch. Where are you? Complete.
This man is in education.
This man is
No,
a
it
teacher.
still doesn't seem to be in that list. Oh, this is
he
really
teaches
frustrating.
divination.
You might have to
Divination.
reboot.
I might have to do it.
I think you need to reboot.
Thanks,
I remember
Ian.
right,
Driver,
I always had to
and it's
Turn it
reboot.
off and on
Windows.
again.
Yeah,
Windows driver. Yeah, you're right.
drivers
No,
have to be initiated correctly.
Yeah. I mean, heaven
Surely.
forbid that somebody makes a computer where you just plug something in and it works.
I mean, like a
Oh,
Mac.
hang on a minute.
Oh, wait a minute. Somebody did.
Couldn't that be a Mac?
When this computer here really decides it's going to give up the ghost, then I'll make the switch. I was very
Uninstall Ableton. There's your problem.
on it. No, be nice. I just bought that. I'm trying to get the bloody thing to work. Oh, anyway. Right, is this gonna? Oh no, it's. Sorry, now my
3
browser
weeks.
seems to have frozen.
3
3 weeks
weeks.
for what?
3 weeks.
Until we can talk
Oh, he's
about
on
that thing.
about whatever keyboard it is that he can't talk about.
Yeah.
Oh,
Is this the tech support show? How's it going?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is,
yeah.
You needed Andy.
I'm kind of
needed for
pissed
what?
off. I had an interesting thing with YouTube about half an hour ago.
Yeah.
well,
I guess you have to be
why is-
really careful about what you put in
Oh,
comments now, even
my
if it's
browser seems
nice.
to have- Oh no,
Really?
got it.
Really?
Because I commented on actually a couple of videos
Yeah.
about some people's music they put up and made some nice comments. And then at the end I said, oh, and by the way, if you like this kind of stuff, I posted
Yeah.
some Noisevember stuff on
Ah,
my
there you go.
channel. But I didn't say the channel name. I didn't put a fake link in. I didn't do anything else. What, you can't even promote yourself now in a fucking comment?
What's happened?
I mean, what is going on with YouTube? Don't they want YouTubers to promote each other, build it up, and get more ads going and all that kind of stuff? I mean,
There was some email I got from YouTube this week, and I haven't read it because I never do read it. I bet it's something to do with that, some new sort of policy thing.
because I understand people are being douchebags maybe and or
Let me see if I can find it, 'cause
surreptitiously
I might-
doing things that they shouldn't be doing. But this is like, hey, good stuff. Hey, I like your stuff. Hey, check out my stuff. You can't say check out my stuff.
Let's see if I get this email.
Is that you mean within
Within
chat rooms
YouTube and just some couple channels that put nice comments first. It was all about them first, not me. And then said, oh, and by the way,
Ah.
check out my stuff if you're interested. I didn't.
Well, unless the person whose video you commented on reported it, because remember, people are
Well,
No,
morons.
this is those automatic hides where the
Yeah.
message gets
Oh,
hidden.
really?
if
I
you
got a
could,
message
yeah.
on Wednesday from YouTube which says, "Hi, as part of the ongoing efforts to improve transparency and communication, we want to make sure you have full view of the changes to our policies that we make each month. And then this month's YouTube policy updates are available to view, and they send me a link. Now, consequently, I haven't looked at the link. Let's have a look at it now, shall we?
So
not
because of
gonna
that,
read-
they're saying I can't post comments for 20 hours or something like that.
It's not very encouraging.
Yeah,
if they're going to be
community post
doing policy
policy
updates every month.
Not only that, but I mean, what I didn't, I didn't.
I did. I
Everything
got something.
bad.
I commented on that video of Manny and I or replied to somebody's comment.
Yeah.
And again, it was, I was being positive. I was saying, and I got told that I breached community guidelines.
Yeah, it's one of those
I'm
things.
like, what did I do? Yeah.
So I made a constructive complaint. I wasn't nasty about it, but it was constructive. If they take that the wrong way, I may lose my channel. We'll see what happens. Just so petty.
Yeah.
What is wrong with these fucking
So-
guys? I mean, it's just.
Yeah, YouTube. Yeah, I've just looked YouTube's community.
It's gotten worse and
guidelines. There's
worse.
a load of- a load of stuff about spam and deceptive practices. Probably
download
comes under
Guardian
that,
reading, tofu munching, wokerati.
Hey, what's wrong with the Guardian?
That's me.
Oh, no.
I don't eat tofu though, so you better cross me off the part of that.
I
list.
hate tofu.
No,
So
I don't eat
there you
tofu.
go.
I occasionally do the Saturday Guardian crossword.
like chewing condoms.
Quiz.
Not that I know
I
about.
I
that.
don't
How
eat
did you
anything I
Andy,
can't
come on,
spell.
then, tell me. Because I was going to ask Ian this. Was it Ian or somebody on Ramsey's show today? They're talking about the Rolly Seaboard, and it feels like dead
right.
flesh. And I was like, how
Me.
do
That
you
was me.
know? How do you know what dead flesh feels like?
Mortician.
Well,
Takers.
Bob,
Yes, but he's not, is he? I mean, if he was.
Yeah, I was saying in the
Sit-
chat, was
sit
it
at it,
actually,
Burn the Heretic?
I'm actually not going to tell you on here, but I'm quite happy to tell you. But I have actually touched dead flesh, but it's a really
Well, I had cadaver
Right,
labs
so
in
it's
anatomy and physiology, so I know what dead flesh feels like. Unfortunately, so
yeah. Actually, so do I. But it's a long story, and it's not for
One for a beer at
it's not
Synthfest.
for on here. Sorry.
One for over a beer at Synthfest.
Is that, it's
Yeah,
not this
yeah.
necrophilia fetish that you talked
No,
about,
it's
is it?
not.
Oh, okay.
No.
he went to that new convention, Necrocon. So
Oh, God.
Dear.
I used to know a joke about necrophilia. I can't remember what it is now.
Please don't. Let's leave it. It's in bad taste.
No, let's not go there.
Yeah, I've got no good memories of dead flesh, I must admit.
yeah,
Well,
Me
you
None
know,
of, none of them are good. None of them are good.
No, definitely
no,
not.
well,
Mm.
I was holding my mum's hand when she passed away, so that must count. So,
Yeah,
That's it?
I was
Yeah.
holding my dad's hand as well.
Yeah. So
I was holding my
I
dad
think
in my arms because, well, he
Yeah.
was on the floor, so didn't have
God.
much
It's not a
choice.
competition, guys.
Yeah.
I had my mom,
Oh, it is. Mine was
grandmothers,
better.
all kinds
Mine
of
was
dead
better.
people.
Yeah, mine was worse. Mine was worse.
Yeah, I
No,
actually
no,
closed
no.
my father's eyes,
Oh man.
which is pretty tough.
Yeah.
You know, I was 18 at the time, so you know.
Yeah.
Well, this
Anyway, let's
conversation's
move
a
on.
good time.
Happy-
Yes.
It turns out it doesn't matter how old you are.
No, it doesn't.
It's harrowing,
It is.
whatever age you are. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to say you do get more used to it the more people go, but it's still never good. So
Yeah.
I've had to do quite a lot of, I suppose would call it bereavement counselling. Really, not
Yeah.
that I'm qualified to do any such thing, but it crops up. Do you know, ages ago, when I was a member of the golf club, because I was big into golf, still enjoy a game of golf, but one guy, we were having this conversation, and this one guy just turned around and went, "Ah, there speaks the school teacher. What do you know about real life?"
What?
God's sake.
And I was like, I just took a breath and I went, divorce, family breakdown, drug abuse, death in car accidents, murder, suicide, dum. I went through all this. I said, every single one of those has been part of my job as a school teacher. Now tell me how much of that impacted your life down the fucking mine.
Yeah.
You
Was,
know,
it,
and-
was this guy under the impression that being a school teacher, what happens is at
Wasn't
3:30
proper
you
work.
get back in your box?
Yeah, it was,
Yeah.
you know, it's not proper. I mean, okay. I mean, you get it, and it was like, yeah, I just thought a lot of people really have very little understanding, because you do have to deal. I mean, okay, it doesn't impact directly on me, but it directly impacts on the people who I work with.
Yeah.
You know, and
It does.
all of these things have in some way, shape, or form formed part of my pastoral work as a school teacher. You know, and bereavement happens sadly frequently.
yeah,
You know, every single year. some kid will lose a parent. It's just, but then, and all you can say is that, you do your best to help them through that. It's really, really tough. Death is part of life. It's really harsh. I've got no words of comfort. Just, but if you want to come and swear at me later on, please feel free to do so. That sort of thing. And it's really tough. It happens sadly frequently. I mean, okay, in a school like ours, we've got 1,800 kids, which means there's 3,600 parents, and so on, and grandparents, and multiplied by another 4, and therefore it impacts regularly, and it's just something we have to deal with.
Yeah.
Well, there are two big things that are driving some of that. Unfortunately, the comment you got is one is the rise of lack of respect for authority figures and teachers and educators and researchers and all that kind of stuff because of Trumpy-like stuff around the world. The second thing is that stupid, annoying, insulting comment that those who can't do teach.
Yeah.
And that spreads like wildfire. And it's like, that's a stupid comment.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, we you hear it and you're sort of slightly smart, and then you move on.
Yeah.
And I don't sort of worry about it. I mean, one of the things that I just people think teachers that are not important, and I just go, no teachers, no doctors.
I mean, the sort of stuff we saw at the university was because every university tutor is also as a pastoral role, and we do get training
you have
to some extent, but bereavement counselling is part of it, but it's not a big part of it. So you have to look after your students to some extent, and try and help them through whatever crisis they're going through.
Yeah.
And it's
ironic when you think about it, though, that people say that you need teachers and you need doctors, and both those professions need teachers. You can't have a doctor without them being taught.
Teachers.
Exactly.
The worst thing is because a mate of mine who I used to share an office with, he was a provost of one of the colleges at York University, and part of his role was having to deal with when students commit suicide, and it was just it was absolutely horrendous for him. And there are a team of professionals as well, but fundamentally, for that college, he is responsible for all the students, and it was just awful, So the thought that going off to university is actually meant to be one of the best times of your life. For some students, it's not. For some students, they're isolated and they don't get on with other people, and all of that sort of stuff comes up, And in the worst case, very occasionally, some of them commit suicide. God, we're cheerful tonight, aren't we?
Robbie's determined to cheer himself up by opening his latest 7-inch single purchase.
Yeah.
He's going to say open his legs.
Whoa.
What was that say?
Now
and then.
You didn't buy it, did you?
Of course I did.
It's not that good.
It is.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry.
Very good.
It's okay.
It's good.
I like the little video. I watched the video.
Yeah, the video is very good.
The video was very poignant, and it was good to see them as, 4 mates and all of that. Plenty of footage of that. I thought the song's okay, but
I like it.
I keep getting emails from OMD saying, we're at number 2. Come on, try and get us to number 1. So I bought 3 copies in some way, shape, or form of Bauhaus Staircase.
I think
they finished at number
things
2.
to do.
It didn't do any good because they stayed at number 2.
Yeah, I know, it's harsh. Bloody Beatles, that's crap,
it's
in it.
the highest charting OMD album ever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go figure.
Yeah, but it
and
doesn't
that's
mean to
only
say
because they
doesn't mean
released
to
it in
say
so
it's
many
the best
different
selling.
formats.
It doesn't mean it's the best selling. You've got to be very, very careful about that, because
exactly,
we remember way back in the 80s, just to get in the top 20 of albums, you were having to sell 50,000 plus in a week.
But it also helps that they released it in a number of different formats. Then on the first week of release, they made the digital version available for in deluxe edition. So you get all the instrumentals and
Loads of
stuff.
extra tracks on it. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can have that for $5.99 or $4.99 if you're a newsletter subscriber.
Yeah.
And so
I mean, why not?
Yeah, well,
It
absolutely.
Costs,
it's
them absolutely nothing.
It's the
There's no
Frankie Goes to
manufacturing
Hollywood
costs.
thing. Let's release it in as many different versions as possible. And
But lots of people do. Lots of
yeah,
people release things in different, vinyl. There's even a cassette format. I mean,
Yeah.
good job to you, mate.
I mean,
And do you know what?
Cassettes
It's
are becoming much bigger.
Yeah.
I mean, I went. One of
And
the
it's a
guys I
great
went
album.
to the Halim on was actually asking me if Sinners Music would start putting cassettes out, and the answer is no, really. But there are labels out there. There's one over in Doncaster.
Well, we do have
predominantly
Cassette Store Day.
Sorry,
We do have
yeah,
Cassette Store Day,
yeah.
and that's been around for
What's
a few years.
what's the Doncaster label, Ian?
They don't just do cassettes, but they do a lot of cassettes because I bought it for the download, but actually they then send you the cassette as well. Just give me a second and I'll tell you exactly who it is. They do CDs as well for some of their products, but where I'm looking for? I'm looking for the Bandcamp app, actually. Talk among yourselves for a minute.
I mean, I have nothing against
Yeah,
cassettes. I grew up on them, but how many people here have working cassette decks now? I have one out of like 10 things at work.
I've got two.
Yeah.
I have
think
two.
I've
I have a
still got
single
one.
and a dual.
And they're
Oh,
not
I have-
selling them
I have
anymore,
more than
right? So you
two.
got to go on
I've got-
eBay to find one.
I've got one in the studio down here, which is a twin. I've got one upstairs with the hi-fi system, and I've actually even got two portables as well. In fact, I sold, the little handheld. I think they used to be like the journalist ones.
Mm.
I sold a couple of them. They went for stupid money. I couldn't believe how much
They
they were
do.
on eBay. Like 70, 80
They're
quid. I couldn't
expensive
believe it.
again.
If
Yeah,
if you
buy a
can
hi-fi unit,
find
it
an
costs a lot.
original Sony, and it's not called a Walkman because it was before they called them
No,
Walkmans.
it's called Storeway.
Well,
Norway?
but this doesn't have. It just has Sony stereo on the front. It's not even. It does not even branded Walkman. Those will go up for at least £1,000 for one of
Yeah, let
those
me find
in good condition with a box.
How about the Casio keyboard boombox edition?
Oh yeah, that thing.
Actually, it's a good point. I have still got a boombox stereo radio cassette, which is sat behind the sofa upstairs. So I've got at least 4 or 5 cassette players.
Yeah, a lot of mine are
Yeah.
broken. They just age out. They just either you don't use them when they gum up,
Well,
or
the
they
other thing is
that's
the
one of the
belts go.
problems.
yeah, or the belts break
I mean,
because they
I've
got rubber
replaced-
shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I've replaced the belts occasionally. I've stopped doing it now, but I have been known
My
to.
T-Ac's still going.
Yeah, cassette.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Did
I
my
can't
first EP
tell you,
on
I'm just thinking about this.
them.
Is my T-Ac the single or the dual? I can't remember. I'm gonna go and check because I'm curious now.
But
Forgot.
it's funny because those multi-track recorders that the IPS is off, so I had to do some tape transfers about a year ago with it, and then I had to go into Audacity and speed match it because it was the wrong speed. The slowest speed was still too fast,
Hmm.
so I had to take it in and downsample it basically.
Yeah.
Luckily, there's some music in the background, so I could match it that way without having to go into some kind of math.
I've got hundreds of cassettes, but no player. All sitting
Not
in
even
the
one,
box
huh?
in the office. Not even one.
That car's too old for cassettes, right? No cassettes in the car.
Yeah,
Just a
Should have
radio.
an 8-track in that.
Yeah.
Nah, it's
I used to have
got
an
radio.
8-track. Yeah, I used to have an 8-track in my little
Oh, you know, I said I took her out today.
Morris Minor van. I had.
She broke down.
Oh Jesus!
Do you know what? You can't even turn the steering wheel
Oh jeez!
manually when the engine's not running.
Wow.
I mean, it's the heaviest steering I've ever felt in my life. It's unbelievable. Mind you, the wheels are about 9 feet across, aren't they? So
Yeah,
nothing else.
so
So
grip.
yeah, but I managed to fix it. It's broke down right in the middle of the fucking road.
Oh jeez!
But got her going.
Good.
Ironically, the immobiliser had immobilised it.
So the immobiliser works.
Yeah, it works too well when you don't want it to as well.
The other thing I did probably a couple of years ago now, Jane had this very old cassette, which was her and her parents and her brother and sister singing in the car, which obviously meant a lot to her because it's she was probably about 10 or 11, and the plastic case of the cassette was knackered, so I took the actual tape out of one plastic case and put it into another, which is a bit of a challenge, to be fair. And then managed to get it all working, and then digitized it.
Nice.
But it's not an easy thing to do.
No.
Well, it is if you can find one of those cassettes that are actually physically screwed together.
With screws in, yeah.
Yeah, they were great.
I had to find one with screws in, but there's little things that go in between. Obviously, there's a little pad that goes in between where the in between.
Oh yeah, the
rollers,
little pad with the little metal bits on the side.
Yeah, exactly. All of that sort of stuff. Andy, the cassette CD label is Woodford Hulse, Halse.
Halse, Woodford Hulse.
Yeah.
Okay, Woodford Hulse.
And they're over at Doncaster Way.
Woodford.
I didn't know about them until my mate Ryan did an album with them.
Woodford.
Reminds me, Robbie. Ulrich Schnaus phoned me today.
Hang on, Woodford
As one does.
Hulse.
As one does, and I've asked him if he would like to come on the show at some point.
Nice.
Talk about
that'd be great.
His Tangerine Dream, but I want to talk about his early albums. I love his early albums.
Sure.
Stars and what was the other one? Faraway Places. I can never remember the names of the albums. I know the music, but not the name of the albums.
I think it's
You
a
know what?
faraway place, or something like that. Is it?
Something like Faraway Places, and there was something
Yeah.
about trains as well. There's another album, but Stars is one of my favourites. It's funny. The only name of a track that I can remember off the top of my head is Seagull Stole My Chips.
Seagull. Oh.
It's one of yours, isn't it?
No, it's called When a Seagull Ate My Ice Cream.
Oh, ice cream, something like that. It was something about a seagull and a food
Bloody
product.
seagulls.
And it's got the sample of Albert and Lion in it. There's a seaside town called Blackpool that's noted for fresh air. What was it? What was it called? Oh yeah. We didn't think much to the ocean. The waves there was piddling and small. There were no wrecks and nobody drowned. Nothing to laugh at all.
Excellent.
And him with his horse's head. I love Albert and the Lion. It's just one of the funniest things ever. So anyway, sorry. Hi Ollie.
Heard it properly for years.
How you doing?
Oh, it's on YouTube land many times.
Yeah, I know it is. Yeah, I remember growing up. It was great.
Oh boy.
Well, Osmos is all working and happy now.
Oh, jolly good. You sure?
Are you sure? oh, Robbie.
And that's it. It's easy to do that. That's working perfectly.
Go on, hit the button, Robbie. Hit the button, Robbie.
Perfect tune. What's the matter with you?
All that money to make it sound broken. Amazing.
Yeah.
I'm not going to buy one of them.
Yeah, it's weird because it's one of those things where it
let's
really
see,
stands out when you play solo, monophonic solo on it, and you go, "Hang on a minute, so why didn't they give Ollie? Can't win."
Ollie's looking very pensive.
Yeah, I'm. You probably answered that before, but where did you get that life size cut out of Hans Zimmer?
Amazon.
What?
Yes.
Amazon, my man.
Jesus.
You can get a
My
life-size
department's got a
cutout
Rafa
of
Nadal.
anybody. I was going to have Harry Hill standing next to him.
You've got me looking up now.
You can get him. Yeah, my head of department's got Rafa Nadal in her cupboard.
And what about cardboard cutouts?
Hey,
Well, there's a company called Fathead that specializes in those like sports cutouts and stuff,
Yeah.
like whole figures, heads, all kinds of things.
I was going to get one of General Hux for my daughter. She was crushing on him quite badly. So we were going to put one in the corner of her room.
Who's General
But we
Hux?
didn't. General Hux's from Star Wars.
Was he most sexy when he was having his tantrum on the bridge? Was it?
Yeah. We used to rip the piss out of him. Oh, yeah, he's useless. He got shot in the leg. Ha. Yeah.
I don't know half of these people.
There's a
No, I'm trying to
huge
picture
huge
Hux.
thing.
Yeah,
Hux
there's
is
masses
played by
of
Donald Gleason, Brendan's son. Tall ginger streaky piss.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah.
Which Star Wars film we're talking about?
The last three. Force Awakens.
He's been good and stuff, just not in those movies.
I can barely remember them.
Donald
I've seen him in
Gleason's
a couple of
brilliant.
things. He's good. He played a robot in something, didn't he?
He was in an episode of Black Mirror
Yeah,
as an
yeah,
android.
yeah.
That was it.
He's very good.
I need to watch that. I've only watched a couple of episodes of Black Mirror.
That's a good
Oh,
one.
Black Mirror's brilliant.
Yeah.
Or the one with the guy from Mad Men, who he gets blocked in the real world. Did you guys see that one?
Probably. I just can't
They
remember. his
basically
name.
give him a choice. You can either be banished, or you can be blocked in the real world. And blocked in the real world, he didn't
Yeah.
understand. I don't want to spoil it. You guys can watch it, but
Yeah, yeah.
it's a serious. He made the bad choice, basically.
The last season that they just did was really, really good. Kind
I
of
haven't
back
watched
to
that
proper
yet.
form.
How many
The one-
seasons is there?
8?
So I've just got the.
Oh, wow.
I've just
And it's like single episode, isn't it? Like it's
Yeah, it's just
a little-
each one is a it's like modern day version of Tales of the Unexpected or
yeah.
what's the other one? The American one?
Twilight Zone, Outer Limits.
Twilight Zone, yeah, Twilight
Yeah.
Zone.
Oh,
Yeah.
the Twiglet Zone.
Yeah.
Twigglers.
I'm looking at a website called Celebrity Cutouts, right? And I only know two of the celebrities, and one of them is Jodie Whittaker.
All right.
Okay.
I don't
Somebody
know
in the
anyone-
chat said we need a Kent cut out.
Well, we
do.
need to get Hans a
Who's-
cutout of Kent.
Yeah.
Who the hell is Nico Greetham?
Who?
Exactly.
Precisely.
Jim Parak.
It's like I walk in the living room on a Saturday night, Strictly's on, and I'm like, who the hell? I recognise Angela Rippon. That makes me feel old, but I have no
Yeah.
idea who half of these people are. And then Mrs.
Is
she's
Angela Rippon participating in it?
yeah,
Apparently.
she's doing very well apparently
Well, she was
for a 70-odd-year-old woman.
and she used to host it anyway, didn't she?
She
The
did.
original.
Did she get out of her
The original
wheelchair?
Come Dancing. Oh,
No, I saw her first dance, and she did a full height kick.
All right.
Admittedly,
Well, she used to
once
be a
she got
dancer,
there, she had
didn't
to be
she?
held there. Yeah, oh yeah. Well, she did dance.
That was
held
the,
there.
that was the Malcolm and Weiss thing, wasn't it?
Oh,
When she was
yeah,
behind it.
Yeah, that's just a throwback to that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Oh, I know 3 people. Jay Blades is on here, apparently. You can get a cardboard cutout of Jay Blades.
Why? Who's
Exactly.
walking? You think, repair this for me, mate, will you?
yeah. She's him wearing a kilt, actually. That's interesting.
That's an odd one. I've just been followed on Twitter by the assistant professor for environmental policy at UCD Dublin.
Okay.
Who's
That's
also
right.
is member of the Presidential Council of State of Ireland.
Right.
It's a big wig.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm followed by Yoko Ono.
A lot of people are followed by Yoko.
Yeah. Does she scream at you?
Right. Hey,
Ian, you should
Leaps
do a
out, leaps
collab.
at you from behind
Have
the
you ever
bins.
seen that clip where John Lennon is playing with Chuck Berry in his band, and
Yeah.
Yoko's just stood behind, and John Lennon's playing with like obviously his childhood hero. He's having an absolute whale of a time. That's probably an appropriate word, because then Yoko starts doing something, and it's just like just completely out of, because they're doing like a classic rock and roll number, and she just starts screaming or something, and you see Chuck Berry look like this, like, what the fuck, bitch? And then the sound engineer just like volume down. He can't hear.
And that's how long ago she was doing that. That whole Dadaist, Fluxus, vocalist crap.
Oh yeah.
Well, there's good stuff in Fluxus, but not when you're playing with
Not
Chuck Berry.
that.
Yeah, you don't do it in the middle of Chuck Berry. When your
No.
husband is clearly crushing on his hero, And yeah.
There's a scene in an art gallery where she came to perform for the public, and she has no. I don't think she had any art in the exhibit. She was the art. She came into the middle of this room, stands by the microphone. Thank you for showing up, and goes, ah! Starts screaming and all this kind of.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's
Whoa, 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 whoa! And it's like, wow.
It's a bit like the band I went to see last week, Mop Cut. Their singer was an American, and that's pretty much what she did. She just sort of screamed and made strange noises for 40 minutes.
Yeah.
They'll go
She does that in the
places.
Plastic Ono band too, with the
Yeah.
sun.
could you use that as an impulse response?
My response to that is an impulse. Usually
I
a
think
gastric
computer will
one.
crash when you do
Ends
that.
in jail.
Yeah.
Oh dear me. I was looking at my my photo collection folder last night, pissing myself laughing at some of the pictures in there. It's a real doozy. It's only get you some of them on the show titles. Mate, I have to get them out someday too.
Neil Wharton, where are you in throwing your knickers at Hans Zimmer?
Just seen that as well, Neil. Hope they were clean, Neil. Always make sure you're wearing fresh ones.
Oh yes.
Well, that's not what Tom Jones wanted.
Yeah.
God.
Feel a bit ill now.
Threw up a little bit in your mouth.
Oh.
Wow.
I finished. I just signed off on a job doing pieces of music for a few ads. It was a series of 8 ads, but at a very high moment for with it, because when they asked me to do it, they didn't have a final edit and didn't actually know. It's a very rhythmical piece, so it only works because of the edit and the cut. But they didn't have their final edit, and the edit changed about 4 times in between, meaning all the everything, and like it's 30 seconds at most, so
Yeah.
and I tried to explain to them that it doesn't quite work like that, like and they'd probably save a lot more money by just sending it to me at the end.
Yeah.
They
it
don't do
works
that,
out.
mate.
There's no such thing as a locked picture.
Yeah, they just don't do that.
Yeah, I learned.
Well, they did that to Ty.
But it's done
It
and
was,
it
a,
worked.
it was a 2-hour film,
Yeah
and they changed all the hit points.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
The end ad is actually 1.5 minutes, but they're launching it in segments. So it was like 10 or 15 seconds of each every week being released. So and at the end, so it only works if you can actually just put them pieces back together with the same pace and edit. But at the end, of course, to save time, they chunked a few frames here and there, so none of the cues and the actual BPM doesn't work anymore. It's just
Oh dear.
it was a mess.
I see Suella Braverman's making friends again.
Oh, and she just.
Apparently, Suella Braverman, the Home Secretary, apparently people that live in tents on streets, that's a lifestyle choice, according to Suella Braverman.
Yeah, of course it is.
The Fox News assholes here are saying the same thing. Complete dickheads.
Oh dear.
It's standard distraction policies.
Yeah.
Sure.
Braverman, chinless fuckwit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much.
Ah, dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Keep going. Souvenir.
Just waiting for
Trying to
somebody
get
else
on
to
go above
join.
number 2.
Oh, I knew your finger drum, mate. You should have joined in then.
Anybody
I have a
messed
criticism
around?
of my finger drum.
I beg your pardon?
I have a criticism of my finger drummer.
Oh, go on.
Didn't come with any fingers.
There is no way of finding out when it's about to die, and the battery's about to die.
Oh, right. No,
Oh.
So
no,
literally,
no,
I
no
was
battery.
playing away, and it just goes off. So there's no warning or any of that sort of business,
It's not good.
which is a bit of a. I mean, they could probably.
Would they didn't dedicate some of the LCD to a little battery indicator? That's stupid.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh.
they can maybe sort it out in the firmware, but at the moment, it
Would have to be screened in there. If it's not there,
It
it's
doesn't. I mean, they say it's 4 hours. It doesn't last 4 hours. 2.5, 3 hours maybe.
You're obviously drumming too
On
fast.
battery. Sorry.
You're
Drumming
drumming
too
too
fast.
fast. All those lessons you've been taking.
Yeah, but it's reading drum music. That's what does it.
I hate drum notation. You were going to say, Ollie, something? Yeah.
Forgot. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody messed around with a Poly 800?
Yes, me. That was
Not recently.
my first proper synth. But it's been a long time.
What's it like? Is it? I can get one for very, very cheap.
Buy it.
Here we go.
If you can, it's
like
not
it.
difficult to.
I
It's
liked
not
it.
difficult to program. Once you've got your, it's got it's parameter access, but they're all numbered on the panel. If you put it into dual oscillator mode, you only get 4-note polyphony, and it is paraphonic. So there's actually only one filter and one amplifier. So it's not really a true polysynth, and you'll get that re-triggering sort of thing. But you can get some really, really nice sounds out of a Poly 800 and some really good bass sounds too.
Okay.
I regret letting mine go now, but it went years and years.
also
and years
there's some
ago.
great mods for it. You'd be easy to do that. So
Yeah, I've seen this mod. Has it got velocity at all?
No.
No.
Even the Poly 800 Mark II does. Is it a Mark 1 or a Mark 2?
It's a Mark 1.
Yeah,
I had a
yeah.
Mark
There's no velocity in any way, shape,
That's
or form,
right,
not
it
even
worked
via
around
MIDI.
it.
It was very early. I mean, it came out in 1983 or 84 or something like that. So, I'd say pick it up. I mean, if it really is cheap, then pick it up and just mess about with it. You'll get some really nice sounds. You know, it's one of the things that the oscillators are like drawbars. They've got harmonic series in them. It took me ages to figure out when I first bought it, and you can switch in different harmonics out of the. I think it
Yeah,
has
it's
to
like
be
a
set
Vox
to
organ almost. Like there's
Yeah,
like
it has to be set to the sawtooth waveform for it to work. I don't think it works on the square, or does it? I can't remember. Anyway, but you can get some really nice timbral changes just by taking certain ones in and out. But it's just something to play about with. So the oscillator section on the editing panel is about that big because of all the harmonics that you can bring in and out. So, but it's a nice sounding little thing. It's got a built-in little sequencer. I think about 100 steps or something like that. And
cool. Okay.
yeah, I have a lot of affection for the old Poly 800. I don't have one in here anymore. I mean, like I said, mine went years and years and years ago, but
Mine
part of me
too.
still wishes. You know, I keep thinking
Yeah, I
about
might
picking an
grab it
EX
then.
800. Yeah. I don't think you'll be disappointed.
Okay.
You know, I just don't expect it to blow your mind because it's
No,
not going to.
no.
It's not going to.
I do so much post processing anyway for what I
Yeah.
do anyway. So
Yeah,
it's
Well, I think it's worth a shot. Are we allowed to ask how
Cool.
much it is?
it's. I'm pretty sure I can get it for under 150
Oh,
euros.
yeah, pick it up.
Okay.
Yeah. If you can get it for under 150 and it's working, yeah, it's worth a punt. Definitely worth a punt.
Yeah. Okay. Let me send an email then.
Let me send you. I love it. Yeah, right.
You never come in here asking if you should buy something. The answer is almost always yes.
I know I'm
Yeah,
asking
get
the
it.
wrong crowd, am I?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, God.
Yeah.
It sounds like
just
shit in a paper
validate.
bag. Who cares? Just buy it. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. By the way, it sounds
Found
quite
the
nice.
Steam organ. Yeah, buy it.
Steve. What's it?
Teamwork.
Yeah. Well, look, when no computer did, and he had to build a house to fit it in.
That's true.
Well, it was a church organ.
Put my feet up. Oh, God.
So I got that tumbleweed. Press the button, Robbie.
Yeah, do something, mate.
I didn't.
Yeah, Ollie, do you program games at all?
I'm a developer at work, but not for games. But yeah, no, I at the moment I'm actually coding something in Unity. Yeah.
I'm just curious because there's that fun, there's a website called Atari Age that where the guys are still making cartridges for the 2600.
Yeah,
It's hilarious. And some are pretty good actually.
There's games being made for pretty much every single platform.
Yeah.
Using still old tools, assembler and tracker music and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I don't mess around with assembler anymore. I just don't have the time. But it's just stuff like C#. I can get by.
It's shocking though because you can see the games they came out with using basically the same tools and the same output.
Yeah.
But the quality is so much higher in the games they're doing now. It's crazy.
Nowadays, yeah, because the techniques have, changed so much as well. Like all the tricks of the trade have kind of gone around a few times and been optimized, and so the level of knowledge is so much higher than it used to be.
But there's no drag and drop. You still have to know your shit, right? I mean,
yeah. It's still very, very tricky and talented people.
The Activision guys are some of the best because they made those games look amazing when Atari made a lot of ones look like crap.
Activision had great titles, yeah.
Yeah,
Hero. I used to play Hero a lot.
Oh yeah, Hero and Pitfall 2 and Jesus, those are amazing.
Don't get me started on retro games. Not here.
Sorry, 1 second.
Do you have any Vector games in your collection?
I have a Vectrex somewhere here, right above my head.
Any upright? Any arcade ones?
Yeah, Asteroid.
Oh, okay. I really like Major Havoc. It's just basically
Major
Hero.
Havoc was good.
It's Hero redone with low gravity and stuff. So
Star Wars.
Star Wars. I know somebody that has a Star Wars for sale, and he wants it's rusted, it's crusty, it's not working, the wood is all rotted and all that, and he wants about $5,000 for it.
I just remember my mind.
And I don't have enough middle fingers to show him.
Just to be sat in that and hear the voices from the film.
Yeah.
And that really cheesy music. Like a monophonic thing, wasn't it?
There was somebody on YouTube who had one that was, the coffee table. Sapper's coffee table one.
Oh, yeah.
they had a bunch of those at the game convention I went to recently. And it's shocking how many are still working. Because the guy basically said you got to scavenge. You can't buy those anymore. A lot of people threw them out without getting repaired. So they're dead end products, unfortunately.
There's a lot of stuff you can still find, like the old TTL logic there's still some around, and if really you have a hard time replacing some stuff, there's always CPLD to try and reproduce a lot of the board logic. It's mostly the monitors that are.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he was saying the screens. They should have, for machines that broke or they just didn't want to use them anymore. They should have warehoused those because they don't make those anymore.
The the flyback, the high voltage transformer for the tube is sort of unobtainium at this stage.
And they had a whole row of vectors this year. Some I'd never even heard of before. One Tarantula. Who played Tarantula?
That rings a bell.
It's really good, actually. I mean, it's a simple game. It's a little fancier than Robotron, but yeah, it's some really clever stuff they had. I like Space Fury's fun, where the guy talks to you and taunts you. You know, that has that one-eyed guy staring at you before you start shooting things. It's a really cool vector game.
Right. Email sent. We'll see.
Hmm.
I still have to upload those damn videos I shot. To do that.
Where was it?
The videos I shot at the game convention. I did a whole walkthrough of every single coin op that they had with my gimbal, and I need to make a video, put it up. You'll think you'll appreciate that.
We're in the process of down south of the country. There's an old operator that has a warehouse. It's mostly old Warren Arm Bandit type of machines, but it's all mechanical ones. So there's no electrics or anything like that. And there's a lot of jukeboxes, but he's got a few old early 80s pinballs. So the ones that make a lot of noise, a lot of ding, 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 and that kind of stuff.
They had a lot of 50s pinball games here, which are hilarious. You know,
Yeah.
like sexist artwork on the back panel. It's just whoa.
Oh yeah.
One was called like Dorm Girls or Dorm Room something or other. It's
Oh, that kind of stuff. Okay.
what the
Yeah.
Different times.
Yeah. And they're all very generic as far as games go. They make the same sounds pretty much. They have the same bumper layouts, the same. They just change the graphics. But this guy
Yes.
had an asteroid one. Have you seen that one? I think it's a one-off. It has a curved floor of the pinball thing, and it looks like a lunar surface. And it had these little spinners. Instead of bumpers, it were spinners.
No.
Oh, it was really cool. I got a couple of shots before it kept breaking for good. Finally, it broke for good. He couldn't fix it for the rest of the show. But I've never seen it before. It was like, he said it was like one of like 20 ever made or something. And it was pretty cool.
I'm rather clueless about pinballs, to be honest. I've had two. I have one left, but they're so. There's a lot involved in fixing them because you got obviously electronics. There's a lot of electromagnetic stuff, and then there's woodwork, metalwork, there's all sort of stuff.
My
It's actually
favorite was the
interesting to
Williams.
fix and repair, but it's time consuming.
The Williams one's like Funhouse, Black Knight, and then one called Gorgar where he like yells
Yeah,
at you.
yeah,
and
I
he's
know
got
those,
this big
actually.
demonic voice. And it was really cool.
Anyway, since
Synth, Williams had great synth design. Right? The sound design for Williams is synthy,
Yeah,
like Defender and all that stuff.
I had a pile of old bootleg arcade boards, and I tried to sell them for a while. Nobody wanted them. I tried to give them away for ages. Nobody wanted them, and I had to throw them. I had to throw them, but not before scavenging some of the parts. And one of the parts I saved was a lot of the Yamaha chips. And a lot of the RAMs, obviously processors, but they're easier to find. So yeah, I still have those. Stuff that was only used in arcade machines as well, some of the Yamaha chips. But I always have this plan of devising little boards and maybe using either Arduino or some CPLD and actually trying to get those chips to actually produce sounds again. Because most of them are documented, at least on MAME, on how they work. So just never had time.
See, there's another chance of trying to sell a DX1 for over 100,000.
It's just out of my price range.
What, yen?
No. He's got it up for 115,000 euros start price.
Oh
Which
dear.
It's about 100,000, just over 100,000 UK.
What's this on?
Vemia.
Oh, okay.
And it's located in Austria.
Oh, okay.
But it's not I don't think it's the same guy that we know from Switzerland, because I thought, oh, knowing him, he's probably just put Austria because just to throw people off the scent. But it looks like there's another one in Austria, and they probably looked at this Swiss guy's website, because I think the last I saw he was doing, I can't remember what he was doing his at. Stupid money, but 75,000. No, 70,000 Swiss chuffs, whatever that is nowadays. Ridiculous.
Every community has those guys, don't they?
Yeah.
It's
a couple
just
of decent Fairlights on that auction, though, and they are good machines. I know that because I know the person selling them. They've been very well looked after. 17,000, I think, for a Series 2X, which is very nice, and 12,000, I think, for a Series 1, which is much more realistic.
Yeah.
Because I think the guy in Switzerland is still trying to flog his. He's now dropped it down to 35,000.
Are they still trying to cannibalize the Series 1 for the special sound, supposedly, that JMJ was talking about?
Yeah, that's how I lost my voice cards.
Yeah.
Which is just bollocks, basically.
Yeah.
But, because John Michel said it.
That's right. It has been spoken from on high. Yeah.
Indeed.
what was that?
What was what?
What you're talking about?
Oh, so you've got
Hey,
Series 1,
Morning.
Series 1 and Series 2,
roving
Fairlights.
reporter.
which
I'm
are
outside. It's a nice morning.
Yeah.
I'm in my
they're essentially the
backyard.
same. And all the original idea with the Fairlight was that you would never have to buy another one. You'd buy one, and then you just keep upgrading it. And they would, you just take the cards out and put the new cards in. That was the plan. And for 6 years, that was the case. So you could take a Series 1 and take it up to Series 2 by swapping a few cards. And if you spent a bit of money, you could get it up to a 2X and have MIDI installed. But the voice cards in the Series 2 were an improvement on the voice cards in the Series 1, which were quite, ropey, but they did the job. It was cutting edge at those days. But in an interview, I can't remember when it was or where it was, but it was at some point in the last 20-odd years, Mr. Jarre was questioned about his Fairlight, and he said, oh yes, I still have my original Fairlight and it's over there and it's a Series 1, but I've had it upgraded to the Series 2 standard, but I kept my Series 1 voice cards because they sound better.
Oh yeah.
They don't. They don't actually sound better. They sound a little worse, and that's maybe the quality that people. But of course, because Jean-Michel Jarre
said it, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what everybody wants now. And I had a set of Series 1 voice cards in my Series 2, because that's just what Peter had lying around at the time. And then a certain Australian pop star, shall we say, who's probably more well known in his native country. I'm not going to mention names. He did have a big hit single over here, and then he seemingly vanished up his own backside. He commissioned Peter to get sort him out of 2X, and he said, "But can I have the Series?" Well, sure. I said, "Can I have the Series 1 cards in it, mate?" Sorry, Steve.
Should have got Steve to say it.
Yeah, I should have got Steve to say it. And so Peter said, "I don't know if I've got any," and then he remembered that I got some. So Peter says, "You know those voice cards?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Can I have them?" And I said, "Why?" He said, "Because wants them." So tell him to fuck off. Well, no, he's paying me a lot of money. Okay, so I had to 8 voice cards.
The greenback dollar. Oh.
Indeed, individually wrapped, boxed up, and sent to Australia at no little expense. And and now my Series 2 is completely voiceless. So it boots up and everything, it just doesn't make a sound. So
It's a bit
you
like a
got to work-
working memory mug.
That's the
After
give and take
last
of
night's
knowing connected
show,
people. You may have to give too much.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course,
Have
the
you got a
promise was, "Oh, don't
working
worry, Rob.
Fairlight,
We'll get you a set of voice cards." And we're now like
Sure.
2-3 years later. Yeah.
So you've not got a working Fairlight at yours now,
I have, but it's in the garage and it's all flight cased.
right?
And that's a Series 3.
That's a 3, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a 3, yeah. Which is still available for sale.
I know.
So
All I need is for Jean-Michel Jarre to say how great the Mirage is. I can sell it for 50K. So.
yeah, that's the trick.
What's the state of the market, so to speak, at the moment? Is it still going up?
For what? Fairlights or for anything?
For vintage synth, I suppose it depends on what.
It fluctuates. I mean, things
Yeah,
are
it's
starting
the
to
same
creep.
mad, doesn't make any bloody sense market that it has
Mm.
been for the last 5 or 6 years. Of things that are either too expensive or incredibly cheap.
It's like DX7s, right? I mean, like, yeah, obviously, I'm looking at DX7s on eBay. I get sent emails whenever some come up online. And a few years ago, you could probably get a decent DX7. I mean, I got my DX7 for was it $399? Matt will tell me because he brokered the deal. Yeah, it's about £400 for a fully functional DX7 in reasonably good condition. You look on eBay now, £600-800 for a DX7
That makes
Oh,
no
really?
sense.
Wow.
for a Mark 1. I mean, it's not like they're uncommon.
And
But-
one about
Yeah,
4
one
months
or the
ago was
later
$400
ones.
bucks. So,
Yeah, there you go. Matt says 400. Yeah.
The later
Two
ones.
worth
Is it?
more.
Do you want a late one, Robbie? I've got a 2 which you can have.
I've got to.
Oh,
I
fair enough.
couldn't do that.
Oh, bugger off.
You
then.
can't get rid of them, can you? Really? Can't give them away.
Can't give the blood. Well, there'll be a DX5 coming on the market soon, apparently.
Apparently, yes. Yes, that's interesting.
Andrew will be selling his to fund his Montage M8X. And the way they've gone up, I mean, all right, I got mine stupidly cheap. I was incredibly fortunate. £400. But I mean, now you can sell a 5 for anything up to $4 or $5 grand.
Wow.
Which is crazy. No, Matt, I don't have a 27. I did have a 27, and I sold it. Crazy.
What made the 27 a 27? Was it just the DX11 without aftertouch?
No, the DX27 is. Oh no, I forgot. The DX9 is the worst one. The DX27 is the next worst one.
DX100, isn't it?
Yeah, the DX27 and the DX100 are essentially identical, except the 100 is mini keys and the 27 is not.
I had the
they-
100.
Yeah,
I thought
I mean,
the DX100 was
At
the same
100.
as the TX81Z.
no. Now the DX11 is a TX81Z, or vice versa.
the DX21's a double 11. Is that right?
So it's a bitambral.
Yeah.
No, the DX21 is a bitambral 27,
27. There we go. Okay.
but with faux chorus and reverb. So it's not an actual chorus and reverb
It's not
circuit.
bad, though. I like it. It's just,
Yeah, no, it's of because the 21, the 27, and the 100 are all, you know, you can swap sounds between them and everything, and the 21 is definitely the better of the of those, that ilk, that first sort of, or should I say, second phase of 4-op. But the 9 was
that's what I have.
the absolute worst.
I only got the 21 because Electro Welt did a good write up on it. So I said, oh, I'll go check it out.
Yeah.
He said it was one of his favorites. So
Well, I had a friend, completely unrelated. You know, we were members of a car club, and he heard that I'd like synthesized, and he said, "Oh, I'm just about to throw a DX27 and a Godwin 849, string machine. So I'm going to throw. I'm just going to skip them." I said, "No." He said, "But they're broken." I said, "No. Let me have them. Let me have them." So we met up at car show and we swapped them around, and he said none of them work. I said, no, don't worry, I'll sort it out. And the 27 just turned out to be the power supply. Somebody had just put the wrong voltage in it and just fried a couple of lines, and so took it to Panic Music Services, who no longer exist, and they sorted it out. But the Godwin
Panic couldn't mend my Pro 1. Panic had my Pro 1 for ages and ages and ages.
Oh, hang on a
And
minute.
Mr. Spong managed to fix it in a blinking of an eye.
Hang on a
almost.
Yeah, but it's all right when you've seen the faults before.
Mm.
That's what helps.
It went to Panic because the company that Grace was working for was next door, and they did all their stuff, and Grace said, you send it there. So I'm not blaming Grace. It just that I sent it off, and they said, yeah, we can sort it, and then. However many months later, I got a phone call saying, "Well, we can't do anything with it. Sorry," and they sent it back.
They were a bit flaky with Panic. Did you ever go there physically?
No.
Hey.
No, that's not true. Yes, because I did go with Grace to the headquarters of where they were in Cambridge. It was basically almost next door to Panic. They were basically next door. That's how it got involved.
Because the original Panic Music Service was this giant shed.
Yes, a big
and it was
industrial unit.
and it smelled damp and foisty, and I was like, I'm going to be leaving my synthesizers with you, but they sorted it. But the Godwin,
My workshop was no better. You had to sort of like negotiate with the
Well,
dog
this is true.
signs before
This
you
is
could
Have
get
you
to the
seen
door.
Kent's garage? It's got vegetables growing out the wall.
this is true,
It's
along
lovely.
with 808s.
Exactly. 12 of them.
There's a
Yeah.
DD800 in there. I'm fancying pulling out and see if I can get
Have you got
going.
an emulator 2 in there that is not been claimed?
Not an E2. No.
I'm looking.
Got an
to-
E1
Yeah, no.
all resprayed and everything. She looks lovely.
And how's that Omni 2?
Wagyu, sorry, no, Wagyu. A DX5 is not just like two DX7s in a box. It's not. Shut up. Sorry.
Okay, why is it not? Come on, Robbie.
Why
I'll
is
give
it
you the
not?
reason. The reason is because when you superimpose two sine waves, you only get a sine wave. So in fact,
Exactly.
you think you're getting two built into one, but it's just one sine wave. That's what Addison synthesis is about.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Who said DX5? Shh. It's like Thai, isn't it? You say DX5 and up pops.
I must admit, though, with the last 5 minutes, all this DX21, DX100, and DXs and the
Oh, I
DX.
know.
It sounds like somebody working out their fucking VAT return, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Smarty.
Very good.
Still?
Very good.
Yeah, there's a
supposed to put them in
KX5
your
engraver for 360.
What?
KX5 Keytar, Yamaha,
Oh God, really?
360.
much?
Very cheap. Very 360. It's a black one.
Not bad.
Those are rare.
You're not-
That's
You're not all talking
expensive.
about synths again, are you? For fuck's sakes, what do you think this is?
What was the one that?
All right, put the car back up.
Okay, but the God.
What model was that, Andy?
KX5.
KX5.
Yeah, what KX5?
Yeah.
It's the Keytar
It's
controller
the black
thing.
one that's I think is only from
Yeah,
Japan.
I had one of them. But I'm trying to get if it's the same thing I had.
They did a black one and a silver one.
Yeah, I have both.
Oh, Andy. You don't need both. Which one do you not like?
I love my Keytars.
I know someone who's got a KX1.
No, that's not what I had.
KX1.
Yeah,
That's the
I know
full
someone
size
with a
key version, isn't it?
KX88.
so do I.
I haven't seen the KX1.
Yeah, the KX1 was the full size key version.
Robbie's still got my KX88. He won't let me have
Oh,
it back.
shut
though.
up.
He's such a git like that. Honestly. Honestly.
Look, it's called a collection. You can't break up the girls. So, you know.
That's it.
Nice. Nice, mate. Nice. How are you, Kent?
I'm good. How are you?
I was asking Kent, not you. That was Australian for Kent. Actually, it was more New Zealand.
No, I
Oh,
thought it was
Kent?
not. I thought it was an expletive that you just sort of modified for
Yeah.
my use.
Oh, yeah. Hi,
Yeah,
Kent.
so-
Kent.
Yeah, see,
Oh, you can't.
I am a
What a kid.
female body part down south.
Female body part down south.
Oh, you're in
You're not
Yannigan.
Bournemouth, are you?
That's 20. That's 27 across. Yeah.
If it's inches, you know, I knew a girl like that once.
Yeah.
Bernard was her name. Someone got it. Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Someone got it. Hi, Ollie. How are you?
Oh dear.
Speechless. That's how he is.
Oops.
He
Yeah.
muted. Yeah.
Sorry.
It's not talking to you.
I needed to make noise
I was
here.
screaming at
How you doing?
at you.
What sort of noises are you going to make, Ollie?
Oh, I'm just editing something right now.
Oh, yeah.
It's editing night.
There we go.
That's that sorted.
Yeah, that's me finished.
That's the Windows close a window sound.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a copyright strike right there.
I'll go grab a beer, actually.
Stop touching it. We can't talk about it.
My wife keeps saying that.
So nice.
Sounds like 80s Tangerine Dream.
I thought you'd be
Who
playing
wanted an
Hydra.
EX? Who wanted an EX 800? Hit me up if you wanted an EX 800.
A what, sorry?
EX
yeah.
800. EX.
Ollie was he's after a Poly 800. So have you got an EX 800? Have you?
I've got an EX 800 that's been circuit bent, but it's probably worth having.
Hands up.
All right.
How
Hit me
much?
up on Facebook and I'll sort you out.
Oh, you're a gent.
You can nominate your price. That's even fairer, isn't it?
It is.
Wait, what are you giving away?
I was just giving away. Someone said a EX 800 earlier or similar.
Yeah.
I've got one there, and it's I've actually replaced the little sequencer buttons on the front. So
I want the
Yeah.
EX 8000 because both DW 8000s are toast. I like to get the EX.
I don't have one of those. No,
Yeah.
they're lovely machines.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, Jim.
Oh,
Jim's come to
Hi,
lift the
Jim.
tone.
We now got a full Brady Bunch.
The boy racer
Excellent.
in it, Gov. Is that because
Jim-
you've got a Honda Civic Type R now?
No, it's a Type S GT. So
I bet
slightly
it's a
cheaper to
Behringer one.
insure.
I bet it's a Behringer one because you like them. I know.
Who doesn't like Behringer?
It's on bicycle wheels.
Training
Oh,
wheels.
God.
Yeah.
I would have been better off with bicycle wheels than my last car. Fucking hell.
Steve, the only thing you've got that I wanted from you, you won't let me have, which is that manual lawnmower. You keep on using it. What's wrong with you, man? I mean, you know.
Yeah, but look at the lawns. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and I don't have a lawn, so I don't know why I want one.
No, they are objects. They can be used for multiple purposes.
Oh, go on.
Going to the shops.
I'm settling in now. Go on, tell.
No, it's all right. No, I can tell about when I went up to the shops the other day. I went up the shops and I'm driving into the supermarket car park, and across the car park, I made eye contact with this old woman, and she's beating up her son with a breadstick. She's just giving him the full-on clout. And I looked at her, I sort of backed away and reduced eye contact, and then gone and done my shopping. And I've come back the next day. Same woman in the car park, same 19-year-old son, and she's
Same
got
breadstick.
she's got a bag of rolls, and bread rolls, and she's just beating him around the head with the bread rolls. And I've sort of seen her, and
With the soft
Glint-
rolls.
glanced at each other just for a moment, and
I bet that was
and
the
then
19-year-old.
I've jumped in the car and driven off. I've come back the next day, and there's this 19-year-old boy with his mother in the car park, and he's covered in sponge cake and cream. He's head to toe cream, sponge cake, bits of cake flying
Where
everywhere.
is this
She's just
going?
laying into him. And I kind of to her, I said, "What happened? Did you run out of bread?" And she said, "No, it's his birthday."
Oh, very
Hit
good.
the button.
Hey!
Had to throw that in. It was lovely.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You can check that. That's a good one. That's the thing about it. Yeah. Don't give her any ideas.
My dog's
go.
got no nose.
How does it smell?
Oh, there we go.
It doesn't. It hasn't got a nose. Why you're so cruel, really? Honestly.
Oh, dear. How do you balance the biscuit?
very carefully.
There we go. I can see you all now. Hi, Ian of Frome.
Hello, Andrew.
It doesn't look like Ian the Frome yet.
Move to
Not
Stroud.
yet.
Move to
Not
Stroud.
yet.
That's
No,
what
no,
you should do.
but-
Move to Stroud.
I keep,
Jets are going crazy here. You guys hear that?
When I go down,
Yep.
I keep waving past Shroud, and you never wave back.
When you're going down on who? What? You've been meeting Bernard again. Andrew knows about him. Yeah, Andrew does.
I do.
When you drive past, do you have a smartie full of bums? Do you have a bum full of smarties?
No, I don't eat Smarties.
Fart and shit the cat.
They belong to Nestle.
Oh, that's a lovely purry kit. Hello, purry kit.
Right. Before he does it, I'm going to do it myself. I'm going to pull an Ian.
You can't.
No.
You can't pull Ian, not from there anyway.
What time is it? 9 o'clock. Too early.
You have to get his permission to pull him. So,
Do I have your permission, Ian?
So I will allow you to go and pull an Ian and roll.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Bluebell. There's
It
attention
is
going
copyrighted.
elsewhere.
Be back
It
later.
is, yeah.
All
I'll
right,
have a
then.
T-shirt.
I love your
Dear Robbie.
T-shirt, Robbie. I love that.
Well, you got him to thank.
Yeah.
Ollie, you're a gentleman and a schooner.
I've got to buy another one because Fiona's stolen mine.
What, schooner?
No, T-shirt.
Oh, right.
Bye.
Cheerio.
Tara.
He's gone.
Bye then.
What a
And
wanker.
then there were
Well,
less
it's 9 o'clock. There must be something on the telly.
dust.
Is that
Other
Dawn,
than dust.
Steve?
It is. It's I've left her in the garden overnight.
Yeah.
Anyway, but no, we're just. It's coming up to 8 a.m.
Has it been up all night?
Thinking of that punchline. We've been working on this double act for ages. We're about to go out on tour.
We've done a lot of gags overnight. So there's nothing really to report here. I did actually went to the pet shop, and I got a chameleon, but it wouldn't change colour. I think it was suffering from reptile dysfunction.
Oh man.
I'm going to go and get a cup of coffee on that note because there's nothing that can recover from that.
It was surprisingly funny, actually.
Surprisingly funny. Good album title.
Yes. Surprisingly good.
In it, Gov.
Nice garden he's got.
Well, I would say yes, but there's a bloody cat in the way.
Yeah. Yeah, as is taken to doing that in front of the TV, just jumping up right in front of the TV and sitting there watching it. That many pixels away from the screen, going, what? What? Mr. Evans, get down. What?
I'm going to see if I can summon some of my hellhounds.
Probably
I thought you were about to say relatives, dead relative. Or...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
A packet of bourbon biscuits. Does that bring them running?
that's tempting.
There you go. Oh, wow. Very impressive.
How are you?
Hey, that's like magic.
Yeah, it's magic.
Can I? I'm not having them now. Though. No, never hear the bloody end of it. Otherwise, would I? Okay, here we go. Hang on. Wait a moment. All right, bit for you. Good girl.
So I
Yes.
downloaded the isolated vocal from Now and Then, which everyone's been talking about and saying, it's the last Beatles track. It's not Beatles track. Or rather, it's not a Beatles mix, which I said last night, and I got very vexed about it, and I don't apologise, because
No,
it sounds...
I agree with you, Andrew, actually.
Yeah.
So I've downloaded the isolated thing, and I've just started tinkering with a new arrangement of it and everything. and just starting it with strings, and that's what it needs. It just needs a very simple, very Beatlesque string kind of thing. You know, the sort of that little run, yes, that kind of, and some nice.
Because when they in the documentary, when they played John's vocal just on its own, it had loads of reverb on it. So as the stem still got loads of reverb on it.
It's still, well, it's been isolated. All that's happened is they've removed it from the original he did.
Yeah.
And so it's an imperfect one because it's also got
Sure.
the backing vocals. In fact, I'm going to try and download his original version, his original cassette version if I can. And I'll use some of my tools. I've got some
clean
better
that up.
tools for doing that. Yeah, I'm going to see if I can clean it up better. You know, it's really interesting how as soon as you start putting just some single string arrangement things in and start building it and chopping the chorus up so you can repeat some phrases and do what essentially what Paul McCartney used to do, you know, and or George. They used to sort of cut these things around until they worked, until they were Beatlesque. And I think it's going to work quite well. I think it will be a really Beatley thing. You know, it will have some dynamic about it, some flow and some, you know, those classic George Martin kind of lines. All of which, curiously, I think are probably in there.
You're going to do an Eleanor Rigby on it?
Well, not quite, but that kind of thing. You know, it's kind of like She's Leaving Home. You know, with you've got the harp beginning and the, you know, little string figures going on underneath. Those were all very classic sort of string figures and, you know, parts. Very simple. And I think probably those are all there. But I think someone's just turned it on and just thrown everything at the mix. Having lost the piano, they've put another one in which they've compressed to shit. So it goes on forever. And it's kind of, why did you bother taking it off in the first place if you're going to do that? So, yeah, I'm a little vexed. But I'm looking forward to dicking around with that and doing a version.
I've not even heard it. Not even bothered.
It's worth a listen, Jim.
Yeah.
It's worth a listen. It's okay. It's not great.
The video's quite cool.
But
The video's
Jim,
quite
watch
sentimental.
the documentary, because the documentary's only 10 minutes. It's really good.
Oh.
It's really good fun.
Watch Get Back and then have a listen.
Yeah.
I want to see Get Back, actually.
Yeah.
But
I've listened to it after hearing you, Andrew, talk about it, and I wonder how much that has affected my listening to it, actually.
You hate it!
Oh, me banging on about it.
Yeah, because I actually ended up agreeing with you, but it's like, did that change my mind at all
Was it
before?
sowing
No,
those
I
seeds in
listened to
there?
it before.
Yeah.
Thought it was, thought it was okay, but actually when Andrew talked about it last night, I thought, yeah, you're right.
Fair enough.
I agree. I'd listened to it before I heard Andrew having his rant. But you're right. That explains why it wasn't as satisfying a listen as I was quite hoping it might be. I hadn't worked it out and figured it in my own head. But
No.
I think you nailed it. It's you like you said
It's like I never liked Free as a Bird and the other one because they were very, very Jeff Lynne production, weren't they? They weren't really.
I think the
Beatley.
point's valid, yeah, but the other thing is that Giles Martin is not George Martin,
No, it's not.
and that's another limitation. And the other thing is that, like Day in the Life was McCartney and Lennon splicing two songs together. And this almost deserves the same treatment, that it's an okay idea. It's been taken to the nth degree by the later production, but it doesn't actually hold up as a composition
Hey,
with
Steve.
contrast and so forth. So you've got all those issues with just the compositional issues of having something that has a shape and a form, and something. This sounds like it's just been squeezed out of a toothbrush.
Well, it sounds like from Get Back, they had so many things they were working on that all got discarded, lots of little snippets. There are snippets that are in that 6-7 hours of documentary, whatever it is. There are snippets in there that could be cut together with this and could work really, really well. And that's exactly what they would have done. Wouldn't necessarily be I'm not sure my choice is going to be any good, but I'm going to give it a crack. I'm going to certainly give it a crack.
Good.
I'm sure there's going to be loads of remixes out there.
Yeah, there will be.
Everyone's going to have a go.
Will be. I'm just waiting for the first trance.
You're not. You should.
You surprised me, Jim.
You're not a Beatles fan, then, I take it.
No, I do like the Beatles. I just can't be fucking arsed. Sorry. Just like,
At least he's honest.
yeah.
But when I do a remix, when I don't do many, I've just done one, but I
Oh,
don't.
have you done your Boo one?
Yeah.
How's it gone?
Well, I've got a reply from Bridget, so
Oh,
phew.
cool.
I'm thinking, oh my god! 'Cause when I do a remix, when I don't do many, but when I do it, I don't just move stems around and change balance. I basically rewrite the song.
Yeah.
So how that goes down could be good, bad, or really ugly. So she likes it. So she says it sounds like The Cure. Apparently, I sound like The Cure all the time. I keep hearing it. So maybe I should actually listen to The Cure at some point.
Charlotte sometimes. Listen to Charlotte sometimes. It's the best song in the world ever. Full stop.
Really?
I remember a couple of their singles in the
love
80s,
it.
but I've never
Absolutely love
bought
it.
them really. So
It's funny when I used to play guitar and stuff back in the sort of 90s. Sort of stuff I was playing there, it was quite sort of spacey sort of stuff, and everyone kept saying, "God, you sound like the Chameleons." I'm like, and I'd never heard the Chameleons in my entire life.
Right.
And
Did you have reptile dysfunction?
No, never had it. And it's I then heard some Chameleons. I'm like, oh my god, that's sounds like me playing guitar. It's just like
Weird, isn't it?
really weird.
Weird.
So you probably listen to The Cure and go, oh yeah, that sounds exactly like Robert Smith or whatever.
So talking of compositions, Andy, I promised you the Virtuoso 2000, which I haven't done yet, but I also promised it to Steve somehow.
What Cress said?
No. Steve the bastard.
Steve
mate.
the bastard. All right.
Steve the bastard.
I have
'cause he's
enough
working
though. I've got enough of them. I've got enough of the samples
of everything.
from you.
Okay.
I'm trying to
But-
get rid of it. So yeah.
Are you going to be doing? Are you going to be doing your classical reimagining?
Yes, I've
thing?
already started playing about, but the problem is getting the what's this thing here? The Ableton thing. I've been struggling to. I want this keyboard to be recognised by Ableton, so I can actually play properly. If you know what I mean. I've got some ideas that I want to. Yes. So yes, I am interested.
Okay. Well, I've never knowingly played properly, but I'll see if I can dig it out. And yeah, because I photographed it the other day. I'll try and dig it out. Send me your address, Andy.
I will do so. I'll ping you a message through the old Facebooky thing.
Through the
Oh,
Facebook.
don't let him know where you live,
No.
mate.
Yeah. It's the only reason I'm doing this.
No.
Stalking. I'm getting on a plane tomorrow to go to Melbourne or somewhere, Brisbane. I don't know where it is. Somewhere to stalk someone down there for a bit.
Marvellous.
I don't think they got stalks.
Oh well, I'm
You'd
not
be
going.
surprised.
Sorry, Steve. I'm not coming, mate.
That's all right. That's fine.
Kookaburras.
I've never cooked a burrow. Is it something that's good to do?
Yeah, about 45 minutes. It's
45
yeah.
minutes.
Yeah.
Gas
Yeah,
mark
with butter.
6. There we go.
Yeah.
Just east of Middlesbrough.
Poor Ollie's hearing all of this shite that I'm talking. You're going, what the fuck's he on
No, I love it.
Got a question about the remix of that Beatles thing. Then, why do you think it turned out how it did? Because you obviously don't think it's very Beatley sounding. Why do you think it turned out how it?
Honestly, I think it was just a corporate thing. Someone somewhere just got involved.
Yeah.
It's like a money making thing, and it has to
Yeah.
sound
Universal,
I'm
isn't it?
I'm really
It's all part
not
of
sure
Universal
because it wasn't sounding like that, and I don't understand why you take all that stuff out and then put it all back in again just to make it muddier and more one-dimensional than it. The original recording on cassette is actually quite tender. It's nice, it's incomplete. It needs something else, but it's quite nice. And then,
Do you think they should have done a auto remix of just tidying up the original cassette one?
No, I think what
No.
they did is a good idea, but
I've got a strong opinion on this. Got a really strong opinion. But it's just
Go
that every time the Beatles used piano, whether it be in John Lennon's Imagine or in Lady Madonna or anything like that, it was always a hook. And yet when Lennon is composing and sort of laying out an idea just to draw a line in the sand on this, it's just a chordal background that goes nowhere. And they've replaced that with a chordal background that goes nowhere, and it immediately takes it into ELO territory and takes it away from Beatles territory. So that's what's happened.
Wasn't the ELO guy in the background in the video as well in the 90s?
Sorry, Ian.
Lennon, by his own admission, wasn't a great piano player.
But I don't think that's what's happened. I think someone's just spent too long in front of a computer being seduced by all the lovely plugins, and everyone else is. I think it's the Emperor's new clothes. They've just gone. We've got all this wonderful technology.
This is
throw it all in,
isn't it?
And no one's actually had the guts at some point to go. Yeah, but do you think we could mix it?
Well, if it's McCartney, nobody says no to McCartney, do they? That's the thing.
I do.
That's always been the problem.
I said no to him the other day.
I think that Lennon used to say no to McCartney, and McCartney used to say no to Lennon, and it was that orthogonal view of the world that made it different.
Yeah, exactly.
There was no creative tension here. It was just Lennon sitting at a piano, laying out an idea. And it's a reasonable idea, but it needs development. It needs McCartney to come in and say, "Well, I'll write you a proper middle eight," or "Why don't you modulate into a different key?" Or "We need strings there." Or George Martin says, "Perhaps if we got a reed section through that and put an ascending riff, it would sound better." All these ideas that never actually hit the creative process, and that's why this sounds like a line in the sand and not a completed work.
Well, he said to me the other day, he said to me, "What are you doing in my bedroom at 3 o'clock? Are you supposed to be here at 3 o'clock in the morning?" And I said, "No." So, I'll leave now. Bye.
Reminds me of Peter and Dud. Pete and Dud, Peter.
I wouldn't mind, but I gave up worrying nuns that evening to do it. I mean, it's just very upsetting. Yeah.
We've got to work on the floor show. We've got to work on the floor show.
Are Beatles quite hard on people doing cover versions? Do they come down like a ton of bricks? Or do you think we'll see? Yeah.
Well, they'll block it. They'll probably block it on YouTube.
I don't care about that. It's just I'm only going to do it for me.
Because they do block. I know that I reviewed a show that didn't use Ringo's drums, but this guy played like Ringo, and Universal blocked that.
Oh,
what?
A bit like the filter sweep, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
As in he replayed the exact part, or
he played it exactly. That's what the show is about playing drums like Ringo, and we played
with
a very small part of him just playing. But then we did the review, and we ended up having to cut it out because Universal blocked it.
Isn't that odd?
And it wasn't even Ringo playing; it was somebody playing like Ringo. There wasn't any other music; it was just drums.
Yeah. I never had anyone block my videos, but there's obviously a lot of copyright claims, which you share. That's fine. I mean, thank God for that. But yeah, blocking. There's a few bands I won't cover just for that, especially rock bands, vintage 80s, 90s rock bands. But because they're known to block. I mean, that's horrible.
You know what it is, yeah. Well, actually, you don't know if it's the band or is it the record company, because it could be the record company.
Yeah. But that's what I'm assuming.
It's true. It should be the seats and the accountants usually, won't it? They want their share.
The truth about that is usually it is lawyers and or accountants, and it's because they are making so little money from sales now that they'll do anything. They won't even they'll just stop you and say copyright if copyright block on YouTube, because they're not making any money. They're not going to go too far with that because they don't have to. And then they'll chase after. They'll wait, and if it's a big someone that's done it, they'll wait until they've got enough exposure to really make it worthwhile. They're going after them in court and getting a really good settlement. It's a huge amount of that has gone.
But the block thing I don't even get for smaller YouTubers or artists, because it's like you could actually get a trickle income from split revenue on YouTube from that.
You could,
Yeah,
but no
although
one's
the-
quite
Blocking
sorted it out.
doesn't make sense at all. For
Have
them.
you ever had any split revenue, Ollie? Because
Oh yeah, I've loads. Half of my videos are claimed.
I mean,
and
it's not 50-50 for sure. Well, in my experience, it's not 50-50.
I don't have any numbers on that actually.
Yeah.
They don't tell you. I'm assuming it's 50-50, but
No,
I
I,
don't
don't,
know
I
for
think
sure.
you'll find it isn't. It's only happened on a couple of mine, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
I get Andrew to block mine for me. He's very useful like that. He'll quite happily block everything I put out, just
I do,
on principle,
I do.
really. On principle, yeah.
on principle, yeah. Didn't send me any fucking tam tams, you bastard. Not that I'm particularly fond of them, but Ken is going to be putting on 18 stone.
It's just a glorified penguin. We all know that.
Oh, heretic.
Do it, Ian. Do it in the end.
It's all right. I've had this conversation with my daughter-in-law.
An opportunity for me to flounce.
Yeah, Ian. Yeah, what's your address, mate?
I'm somewhere in Crewe next year.
Move to Stroud. Move to Stroud.
No, I'm
Why,
going
what's
where the
in
artistic
Stroud?
people are.
Well, there's a mill that we're launching shares. You can buy some shares in a mill.
Oh, a mill.
A mill.
A mill. Yeah.
Mill.
Community project we've built.
Have you had
I have
trouble
to
at
say,
Mill?
Andy, I think it's a
Oh.
great project you're doing there. A wicked project.
Yeah.
Thank you. It is. It is a good one. We've just done fuck all about letting people know about it. So I've had to engage this week, or end of last week. I've taken on a social media company. I've taken on a sort of data SEO person. We've taken on a bundle of people that are going to help us start shifting this forward.
I told you about my cousin who lives in Stroud, and she's the director of the Cirencester Museum.
Yeah.
I'll give you contact details of her, because I'm sure that they're always interested in spaces and people and all sorts of stuff. So you know, she's got loads of contacts in that area, in the I'm going to call it the alternative side of things, because she's also really arty. So.
Well, yeah, we're going to be doing lots of events. You know, we're going to start doing lots of events for small businesses, stall holders, you know, business meeting people, creatives. We're going to be doing lots and lots of that starting from later on this month. Yeah, and I'll probably end up doing a weekly stream, probably half an hour or so, just to put you half an hour to an hour, just pushing what we're doing and interviewing people, and I'll get 6 people watch, if that. You know, and I'll be
Stroud Imam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could do a Stroud Imam, I suppose.
Yeah.
Definitely. It'll get people in the door as well.
Yeah.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
I've got a few. Yeah, there are a few. Yeah. That's a really good idea, Andy. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll
And do send me the details of
I'll
your...
take a slot.
Me too.
That's painful.
I'll come.
Yeah, I will. I'll do that. I'll ping you the
There
thingy
you go.
about the thingy.
You got 3 acts already.
And I'll pass on Emma's number. I'll speak to Emma first. I'll speak to my cousin first, just to check that it's okay to do so. But I'm sure she'll be fine about it, because she's dead open about arts spaces. Anyway,
What's
so
the project called, Andrew?
Sorry?
What's the project called?
It's called Frome Hall Mill Community Benefit Society. And there's a website up already, which 3 people have seen. Probably a few more. But we've got an application on there for buying shares or for donating. We've got all the downloadable documents with the business plan and the share offer and what we're doing and why and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, have a look. Have a look too.
Cool.
There we go. Now 9 people know about it.
Yeah.
Word of warning, Google autocorrect comes in when you type mill mum.
Mill Mom.
Probably will. Yeah.
I can only imagine what pops up then.
well, your past browsing history gives you away there.
With
Robbie.
Imam, sorry. Maitland.
Andy and Jim, I will be in touch about doing and Ian, I'll be in touch about doing an EMOM. I will do it. We'll get that
wicked,
organised.
wicked.
Great.
Great.
When
idea.
to come down.
When would be good? Sort of
Yeah.
December, January?
Probably next year now. To
Probably
be
next
honest.
year now, to be honest.
If
Well-
it's next year, I can put some people up over in sunny Froome. So I'll be
Woo!
there
Cool.
next.
Okay,
Can
well,
I book a room in?
How
I
about
think
we do
we'll
something
January
sort of
or February.
middle to late? Well, we're finishing the share offer 14th of February, so I need to do something before then to try and push it. So if we could do something in sort of mid-late January, that would be freaking perfect.
Yeah, awesome.
Yep, count me in.
Good.
Don't know about Grace. Grace is she might have started Young Voices at that point, but I'll come nonetheless.
Well, we work with a lot of young people. We're doing a lot of stuff. So I'd love to chat to Grace anyway, just about the future, regardless.
Yeah, yes. Grace has done. You know, do you know about the Young Voices event?
No.
It's loads and loads of school kids in massed choirs in really quite big venues doing huge.
Lula May did it last year.
Yeah,
didn't
Lula
she?
May did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, was it last year? Yeah, I think it was, or the year
Yeah.
before. She's been involved, but it's about school kids in the. I mean, they do it at Sheffield Arena, for example, and all these primary schools sending kids to do these mass vocal events and stuff. It's quite remarkable, and Grace does the engineering for that. She has done for quite a long time. So it's like a
Yeah,
regular
job
gig
that
that
she
she
does as
always
well.
does.
We could do
Yeah.
something like that. We've got various churches and things, and some larger venues. But what we do have is Forest Green Rovers, which is the greenest football club in the in the world. That place, which is really local
Who's
to
in
here.
the
They've got some big rooms. We could do something with them. I'd be really happy to help her try and get, because we've got a big community of young people. We've got something called Bandit. I think it's 26th or 27th year now, run by a guy called Kevin. Can't remember his second name. He's a real old pal, and I can't remember his second name. But he does this with young kids. He just does an
Oh,
event.
Grace is in the chat. Hi, Grace.
Hi, Grace. Yeah, he does this every year, and he brings young kids together, school-age kids who've never played before, and he'll give them 3 or 5 days, brings them in, starts teaching them an instrument, lets them learn it, helps them. They will write a song, and then he puts on a performance at the end of it for perhaps 8, 10, 12, 15 bands, and they get to experience the whole thing of music and creation and performing. It's brilliant. It's a brilliant project. Absolutely brilliant. I'd love to hook up with Grace and that. So,
Grace is in the chat now. So
hi Grace.
Via
How you doing?
Facebook.
I'm floating in and out a bit. Oh, is it the rain?
Floating. As usual.
As usual.
Oh, she'll be making noise. She'll be doing another noise vember. Little bit, raucous racket.
Raucous racket. Did you hear that, Grace? He said it's a raucous racket. Did you hear that? I don't believe it.
It's a beautiful raucous racket.
I've got a question for Ian.
Go on then.
Hello, Ian. Are you listening? Your
Hi,
thing on
Ian.
Ramsey today, I thought was ace.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it was.
No, it's interesting. Really interesting. I'm just wondering, do you think that's going to be a regular thing? Because I think that would really work on Ramsey's show. That's, whatever the latest release is from a...
Album of the week.
Yeah,
It's quite a good idea. I quite like that idea.
yeah.
It's up to Rams as to whether we would do that. But
Because there's loads of people releasing stuff each week, so I don't think you're going to run out of content here. And
That's a
I
really
think
good idea.
It was interesting
It
to
is a
listen
good
to how
idea.
you constructed it and whatever, and especially how you did the order. The order of your
that
track.
was a nightmare.
You know. Oh yeah, and it all was.
No,
Driving from
that's
Somerset
easy
to
for me.
Yorkshire. When
Sorry?
you're ordering the tracks on an album, you don't have to do that sort of driving. You don't have to drive from
Well,
Somerset
down
to
to-
Yorkshire
down to
and back
Broome.
to
Yeah,
determine what order
yeah.
the tracks go in.
It helped, I tell you.
That bit was easy for my album. It was like the order in which they were played, because that's
There you go.
how it was.
But how did you come about the order that they were played in?
Oh yeah, that's just by trial and error.
Well, yeah.
It
So,
just stuff
you
naturally flowed.
did order it to work. It
Yeah.
wasn't random.
But way
was it?
before the recording process.
Yeah. Well, you tried it out
Yeah.
in the live situation to see what worked. So,
Yeah, it was all prep.
Are you in a?
Yeah.
I don't know, Jim. Do you play in a band or is it just you by yourself? What's the
It's
story?
just me by myself with all this Electron gear and this Moog over here, and
a parrot.
Yeah.
Apart in the background, yeah.
But yeah, have a listen to my album, Andrew, and
I will do.
That's
Where do
what I do live. Basically.
Where do I find it? Where do I find it?
Bandcamp.
Yeah,
Everywhere.
Or Spotify, Apple Music,
Everywhere.
YouTube,
Amazon,
whatever.
everywhere.
What do you have? Spotify, Apple Music.
I don't use
TikTok.
Spotify. I refuse to do that. If you're on Bandcamp or any
I'm
of
on
those
Bandcamp.
things,
Yeah,
It's on Bandcamp. Get it on
Go get
Bandcamp,
it.
so
Andrew.
just
And it's
jamesglue.bandcamp.
beautiful. It's really, really good.
I'm going to
Okay.
go and listen to it right now. So have a good day, gents.
Yeah,
We'll catch up later.
Yeah, do
Cheers.
bastard and enjoy it. Nice, Steve.
Take care, mate.
Bandcamp, Jim
So-
Glue.
Well, it's jamesglue.
James.
Bandcamp.
Oh, James Glue. How very posh.
Keep talking for you, Jim. I'll shut me gob in a minute.
No,
I
no,
promise.
no,
I'm
no.
sorry.
do my
Have you
best.
your,
That's
is your
sometimes
album on
struggle.
YouTube as well? Have you?
It is, yeah.
I know you have live recordings on YouTube.
Yeah, it's, yeah.
The Staircase Mind.
That's the one. Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
But it's like a continuous mix. So depending on what you play it on, it might not. If you play it on the web player, I don't think it mixes perfectly. But
It doesn't in my car either, Jim, actually, which
Yeah.
is frustrating. But
yeah,
my
loving
mind fills the
this.
gaps.
I'm freaking loving this. Well done, that man. I'm gonna. When I disappear, I'm going to pull that on full blast and just immerse
oh,
myself.
cool.
Just
We
the
did have a
opening
little
of the
chat
thing.
about
Just get it bought, Andrew.
Anybody tried that other Bandcamp like site, whatever it's called?
Hardcore.
We've just signed up to
Hardcore.
our. Grace and I have just signed up to
Okay.
Hardcore. We've not put anything up there yet.
Yeah, David's on it.
We'll-
I've
Yeah, I know
taken
David
Sinners-
Surchek's
I've
gone
taken
on it.
Sinners music, whether it just for the.
It's right. You should do, Ian. I was going to
Yeah,
say you
just
really
in
ought to
case.
register
I mean,
it. Yeah, no, I think
I'm
it's a
not
good thing to
convinced
do.
yet. I mean, it's more expensive. I mean, until the middle of next year, it's cheap because they're doing trying to get early bird type stuff.
Yeah.
But it's actually more expensive than the share revenue part is more expensive than
Bandcamps.
Right.
by quite a bit, I think, because there's a 20% where Bandcamp's 15%, and there's something I don't quite understand, which is there was another fixed fee thing when I looked at it. So, shall we say the jury's out at the moment on that?
So do you have to subscribe to it then to even be
Yeah.
on it?
Oh, it's a
Right.
bit like Bandcamp. You sign up to it. Yeah.
But Bandcamp's free. It doesn't cost you anything, does it?
Well, it
No, you
isn't.
don't. No, you don't have to pay.
You don't have to pay.
But they're
But
cut of
you'll
your
need to have
revenue.
an account.
Yeah.
But they will take a cut. I think
Let me bring it up because
he was at Synthfest. I think he might even have been at Bistronica as well. But
he
it was definitely
came,
at
he came
Synthfest.
over to our table, Andy, at Synthfest, and had a brief chat to us. And I know that Gaz did an
Yes,
interview.
of course.
with
Yeah, that's how I
Yeah.
learned about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd happily support a heavier revenue share if that meant this stayed first independent. But I mean, time will tell, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, they need to.
Yeah, I mean the thing with Bandcamp is it's fantastic as it is right now, but the future is wobbly because nobody is really sure what this new company is exactly going to do with it
No.
and how that will impact on us as creators, as as artists, or in Ian's case as a label that hosts on Bandcamp. It's all gone a bit. Ooh, the foundations, which seems solid, are suddenly, they're not on
changed it,
solid
haven't they?
ground
Yeah,
anymore.
the Artcore fees, right? The standard fees are going to be 20%. As I've said, there's some sort of a promotional and incisive discounts may be applied to reduce the revenue share, and PayPal charges are going to be between 4 and 10%, depending on the basket size. So that's a fairly big chunk compared to what you're paying on Bandcamp, which is 15%, and I think is it 4% that PayPal take? It's a lower. It seems a lower amount.
But it's another shop
you-
window to put your music in them, isn't it? So
So Jim,
Yeah.
is this?
Yes.
I'm buying the digital album now. Do you also
cool.
do a downloadable, a CD or whatever?
I don't currently have a CD.
Okay,
but
it's not a problem. I'll just buy it as it is.
Yeah,
What's the format?
You can download whatever files.
You can
Bandcamp,
you can
can't
set the format to what you want. So if
Yeah.
you want it in WAV, you can have it in WAV. If you want it in MP3, you can have it in MP3.
WAV.
Yeah.
And once you've
Sounds right.
own it, you can download it in different formats as well.
So I can put in whatever amount I like, as long as it's more than $7.99.
Yes, indeed.
Yes. So
Cool.
a tenner sounds good to me.
Just go and find the latest Electron box and put that price in.
I think I'll put in.
Do I get a slice there, Jim? Do I get a
one.
slice?
Yeah, you did, Kent. You bought.
I'm
always
you bought the other
surprised.
one as well.
I nearly always do. Yeah, it just seems better.
I'm always surprised how many
Nice
people
round
pay
figure.
more than the asking price for tracks on
I always
Bandcamp.
do. I just sort of round
Yeah.
it up or add an extra quid on. Always.
It's a support thing, isn't it?
Can I just say, Ian, I got a 15% discount. So I applied the 15% discount and then took it off by rounding it up to 9 quid or whatever.
It really was.
There you go, yeah.
Not a maths teacher, are you?
No.
No.
What's fair? That is. Yeah.
Hang on.
Okay.
Is this right, Jim? Hang on a minute. Share. And there we go. Someone's got to pop it up. Kent,
What?
can you pop up? It's your show. I can't pop it up.
Doesn't work. Not my fucking show. It's always.
It's down at the bottom there.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, wow. Bloody hell.
God.
Thank you. Oh, thanks,
Yeah, I'm lying.
Andrew.
I'm going to cancel that. I'm just going to put a penny in.
Yeah.
But I thought I'd show
Drinks
off.
on you, Jim. Drinks on you.
Is that that's the right one, right?
Quickly
Yep,
put a zero in there.
Cool.
Proceed to PayPal.
Put us all back in. Put us all back in. There we go. Right.
Oh, Andy, you are a gentleman.
Thanks
Listen,
very much.
here's the thing, right? People, we know this shit, right? We know this because we work it every day, and we've spent our entire lives learning to do this stuff. And when I've got some spare cash, I like to support people that are doing this stuff because it's important. None of us got through COVID because of anything other than the art that was present before us. All the stuff that we watched on TV, the music we listened to, art got us through that. It's super important. So yeah, of course it's a pleasure, Jim.
Nicely
It's a pleasure,
put.
mate.
Oh, thank you, man.
You bastard.
Enjoy it. It's the first thing I've actually produced that I can actually enjoy.
Well, I'm buying it now.
So cool.
I'll text a message to myself again. Bloody hell.
It must be nice because I hate everything I've ever written.
Yeah, but so does everyone else.
Yeah. That's the consistency of it, isn't it? You have to have a consistency, surely. Yes.
Yeah, where are we? 209. There we go. Oh.
Go on.
Yes,
Waku,
my
only buy
wallet.
music on steel for my wire recorder, Jim. Sort it out. Okay, I'll get busy. I'll get extruding some wire, and they were mental wire recorders. Jeez.
And then put 240 through it.
Done. That's done. MP3. No, stick your MP3 up your ass.
Exactly.
WAV.
So it was all recorded.
It's not arse, it's rectum.
Mastered at 96K.
Rectum will fucking bloom to bits.
Yeah. Where is it? How do I need it preparing? Okay, I'll just wait for it to finish repairing. Please activate your account. Oh God, here we go.
Oh, you smelly dog.
I've done this as a fan rather than as an artist. I should have just done it as an artist. But
Jesus Christ, it must have been dead when you ate it. Fucking hell, what the hell? Oh, man alive. Good God, woman.
That's actually Kent dealt that one, as you know.
I'm not claiming that one, tell you. Oh, why, Jesus. You smelly girl, come here. Come here. Gonna have to wash that carpet now, aren't I?
Right, on that note, gentlemen, and ladies in the chat, I'm going to go and do an Ian.
You have the
I'll
right to
help,
do
really.
so.
I have the right
Yeah.
to do an Ian.
Is that a euphemism for? No.
No, it's time to go and watch some TV with my dear wife.
Cool.
Saturday night is movie night, actually, so we've got to pick a movie. I may see you later if you're still here.
Equalizer
I
3.
won't be, but
I'll see you
Catch you later.
cheers, Ian. Take care.
Yeah. Bye.
Cheero, Ian. Cheero,
Buddy.
bastard.
Chihuahua. Chihuahua.
Oh, Andrew, what was the name of that sample library, the guitar sample library that you were talking about on the show?
Oh, that was
Renaissance 2, is it?
Renax.
Renax with double X in the middle.
Yeah, Renax.
Renaxons.
And it was. Where are we? I'll just see if I can dig it up. Hang on a second, because somewhere
It's a
here.
dreadful pun. Because none of
Indigenous?
those sounded like an axe at all.
Indigenous? Is that it? The site?
Yeah, Indigenous.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Okay.
Yeah. Really good. Love it. Love it. Love that whole thing. Cancel. That's done. So where do I download it? Explore. Download. There we go.
I've got a question for everyone.
No, I'm not giving you more money. Fuck off.
No, I appreciate the purchase, Andrew.
Oh, my pleasure.
Yeah. So, any Black Friday things that might take your fancy, or you're holding out for?
Not really.
I might get another wind instrument to
Yeah.
replace the one I sent back.
I think Nellie's got a nice one.
Only thing I'm thinking of is perhaps an M1, but, you know, an M1 Max, something like that, just for music. Because I've got my PC, my Threadrippers for all the video work. M1 Max, because those are you're getting those for a song now,
Yeah.
and for music, for the kind of stuff I'm about to be doing, that'll work.
Oh,
That
the
will
only
work.
other thing might be a Behringer Neutron, but we'll see if anything gets cheaper on that day.
Yeah.
'Cause usually Black Friday is like software discounted, isn't it? Mainly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we'll have to see.
That's what I'm kind of looking at. I notice UAD have got a bit of a bundle on at the minute.
I can't imagine. I mean, just Kent will possibly confirm this, but I can't imagine there'll be a special on the Yamaha Montage M8X.
No.
None.
Zero. Yeah. It's already
got-
selling really well, so why would you need to?
Have you got a delivery date for your montage, Andy?
No. They're saying after November 15th.
Right.
But whether or not I'm going to get one of the three
Yeah, 3.
that are coming
Is
into
that
the
it? Only
country.
3?
They shipped
God.
3.
Oh my
Yeah.
November 15th seems to be a Yamaha thing because my FGDP 50 is November the 15th.
Yeah.
Imagine it's all on a ship in a big container somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck. Let's hope there's no big storms between now.
Yeah, defo.
No, I don't want that happening.
I'd love to keep an eye for a Strymon on Big Sky.
Oh, there was one. I saw one the other day, going for a really good price. Where did I see it? I really like those things. I love them.
Big Sky or Blue Sky?
Big Sky.
Big
The
Sky.
blue sky's not programmable. It's just all
Ah.
knobs and switches and dials.
I would go for what I've got in preference to the Big Sky personally. That's the
Which is?
the GFI Specular Tempest. It's beautiful.
Takes a lot longer to type out in Google.
It does.
We go, you know, fuck it, I'll just grab the Big Sky.
What was it called? G-
But yeah, GFI Specular Tempest is all you need to remember. So Ben Jordan has reviewed it a while back. It's one of his favourite reverb pedals. It's got one of the smoothest, nicest shimmers on it that doesn't sound all grainy and shimmery. It's just really cool.
254 used for one of those.
Yeah, they're amazing.
Well,
Alex Hexiel, he's got one as well, by the way.
Has he?
Andy,
Oh, right,
yeah.
that's interesting.
Yeah, we both kind of like were drawn to that and got. It's just so
Did you
good.
plan it beforehand, or was it just a random coincidence?
It's random coincidence. We both ended up with those, and because I just spotted one in a photo of his in the studio, and I'm like, "You got a Specular Tempest?" He's like, "Oh hell yeah!" They're really nice.
MIDI control, MIDI in.
Mm-hmm.
Have you looked at the night sky? Anyone?
I had a Night Sky, and got rid of it.
Okay.
It was
what about
okay.
the Eventide? What about the Eventide?
The
pedal?
Space.
Or the H9.
The Eventide
H9.
Space
I think it's
is
the
alright.
H9.
Yeah, I've not looked at that or tried it.
Because
The Space has been around quite a while now, hasn't it?
I know a few
but it
people
is
have
still a
bricked
lovely
theirs. A lot of people have bricked their H9s through plugging them in the wrong way.
Oh, really?
Source of Interest is great. You get two things at once, and Nick Bat swears by it too.
Yeah,
I love mine.
Ventress is nice. It's just not as nice as the Specular Tempest.
Well, it's like half the price too, right?
Yeah.
There. H9 harmonizer effects price all £535. Fucking hell. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like
somebody
the
mentions-
H9 Max, because that's got all the goodies, hasn't it?
Yeah, the new one.
So is the H9 getting
That's
bricked?
the
799,
H90, isn't it?
Is the H9 getting bricked with updates?
No, people have bricked them, I think, by plugging the wrong power supply in.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
Label your power supplies.
yeah.
That makes sense.
Things with pedals, you know, you're a lot more gung ho, aren't you?
Oh yeah,
You
yeah.
tend to
Oh
be.
yeah. Well, yeah, you might be on a pedal board, in which case you might be using a generic power supply.
Yeah.
You'd think they'd look into that and fix that, wouldn't you? As a
Yeah.
design.
Now that I've heard that, if I ever get one, I'll epoxy resin the bloody cable in place and never ever.
I repaired
Go on.
one of those
Oh yes.
Oh dear.
last week, and all it was is it wasn't starting when I got it. Like I got it for 20 quid or something.
What is it?
It wasn't working. It's MT120 Roland sound canvas thing.
Oh right, okay.
Is it
But,
the one with the floppy drive in it, and you load
Yes.
your
It came with a pile of floppies, like about
yeah,
20.
yeah.
But it wasn't even starting. All it was a small diode that had burst because somebody tried to plug it with the wrong power supply.
I've got a floppy. What?
I got hundreds of floppies.
Oh right.
It's no
you think
floppies
your
here.
one floppy is
Floppies here.
worthy of mention? Got
It never
floppies
has been
everywhere.
so far.
Well, it's only
the amount of-
floppy when he's not behind a Range Rover. So it's-
The amount of gear I've got.
See, I told you. Look, a little box to hand of floppies, proper floppies, floppy.
No, Andrew, don't show us your floppy.
Have you got reptile
I've got a
dysfunction?
case. I've got
Nope. I've got a
So wait,
3.5 inch.
I've got a case full of.
For your information, Jim.
This is where we need Robbie to come in with his 8.5 inch floppy.
Yeah, well, I do
Well, he
have.
bloody would, wouldn't he? Fucking show off.
there was an old joke song called "Big 10-Inch Record." Have you heard that one before?
What's that?
It's like
Andrew?
it's an old comedy song from the 40s or something like that. I got a big 10-inch record.
That's a PX7. It's a command station, EMI command station. I'm just going to swap out one of the. It's got the XL lead. It's got the MP7. It's got the dance. Yeah, the what's it called? Beat Garden.
Andrew's
I'm
got
gonna-
the giggles.
And I'm probably going to
I've
throw in
got the
Planet
giggles.
Earth, so it's
Oh,
all
good, look at the
beaties.
comments
All
in the chat.
beaties.
Oh, hang on. I'll have to read the comments. Hang on.
Oh,
The amount of broken gear I got and repaired because somebody had plugged in the wrong power supply.
Oh, the other reverb pedal I'd look at is the new Maris one, the MV something or other. That will be very nice.
Poor old Andy.
That one Kent has is great with the sliders. What's that one called,
I'm
Kent?
controlling myself.
Oh, we've got the Chase Bliss. Yeah, that's made
Yeah,
by
yeah,
Maris.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's like-
Grace has got a Chase Bliss
yeah, it's
thing.
made with Maris. That is.
It just makes cow noises. Like that, yeah, that was it, yeah. If you listen to the end of our live jam, what we did last week or whenever it was, it finishes with all those sort of noises, yeah. It's called it's called a moo. No, it's not. It's called a mood. But it makes moo noises.
Yeah.
Can you get a mini mood?
Oh yeah, it's very mini. It's just like a guitar. But I can't imagine why a guitarist would want to stick a guitar through that though. It's just crazy.
I did a cover of from a video game called Castlevania years ago, but it was called Cattlevania, and all the instruments were actually cow samples.
Brilliant.
And for about a year, it was the most popular cover on my channel, which was quite insulting, to be honest.
I love using the RFX. Oh, that's nice.
Oh, is that the one?
Is that guitar plug-in then? Yeah. Oh, you can get it to work. Oh, look at you.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. When I heard the demo, and I just went, oh, I shouldn't buy this. I shouldn't buy this. I shouldn't buy this. I shouldn't buy this. Oh shit! I bought it. As per usual.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah.
It's hard to avoid that.
On Wednesday night, Grace and I played at an event in Sowerby Bridge, not Hebden Bridge, Sowerby Bridge.
How was it?
Which was great. But the guy who was on before us was an acoustic guitarist who actually, he'd got a problem with his acoustic guitar. It's semi-acoustic. His 9-volt battery had died with the. So he just said, "I'm just going to play it. Are you all right with me just playing it at this volume here now?" And everyone was going, "Yeah, of course we are. It's fairly small." And it was astounding. It was an 8-string acoustic. So two of the middles had 2 strings, and amazing, and it sounded fantastic. And I was sitting there, I was going, watching his hands going and his fingers and bending the strings and then plucking it off, playing the spoon, plucking it off, and I was absolutely blown away. And his name was I can't remember his name, and it was Andy. I will find out, but it was absolutely phenomenal. And it made me, when I was listening to people playing that plugin the other day, I was thinking, oh yeah, that's why these people make these plugins, because it would take absolutely decades of practice to be able to play with the level of of musician. And it wasn't. Spanish, it's like Rodrigo, you know. But it was just mind blowing. I was sat there now going,
and it's not even getting to that level; it's maintaining it. I used to play a lot of finger style stuff.
Yeah.
It takes so much practice to even be able to keep playing those tunes. And if you stop for
and how much pain you have to go through to twist your hands into those funny shapes and then be able to bend your thumb over the top and twang a string in the. I don't know, my God. People know, but it was amazing. So, sorry, that's killed it, hasn't it?
Right, I'm gonna go actually.
See, I told you it killed it. Bye, Jim.
you just bored me to death, Andy. No.
Oh, what, again? Oh,
Again.
Keep making a habit of that.
Again. I was just trying to find something I did with the RFX card on guitars. I love using the RFX effects card. It is just mind-blowingly good, stunning.
Sorry. By the way, Jim, that event at the Puzzle Hall in Sowerby Bridge is lovely. It's a very small venue. Yeah. The sound is fantastic, and the people are so appreciative. It's cracking. We had such a good night. Really, really recommend it. It's a bugger of a place to get to.
Yeah.
But well worth it. So
is it a bugger of a place to get all my gear into?
No, you manage it. No, it's a guy called Ian Pepper runs it, and he has a table set up, but it's not a 2-table setup. So when one act's finished, you can just go bang, 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 and do your thing, and it's fine. It really is. So
cool.
Yeah. Yeah, keep an eye on it. It's worth it. It's worth going. It's a really, really nice venue and a really appreciative crowd.
Cool. I'll have to do it. I'm laughing at Ollie's placeholder picture. That's brilliant.
Yes.
The classic.
I reckon he sounded better if he'd used his. Yeah, he probably would have done Grace, but hey, he didn't, and it was what it was. So he was good though, wasn't he?
Cool.
Anyway, Jim, yeah,
on
take
that
care.
note,
We'll see you soon.
I'm going to go. All right, take care, everyone.
Yeah.
Thanks again for the album purchase, Andrew. Appreciate it.
Cheers,
guys.
mate.
Cheers, everyone. Take care.
Yeah.
Bye.
Okay, let's have a question. Updates. Who jumps on updates and who waits?
Updates, you mean for software?
For firmware or software or whatever.
Software major version updates, I wait until they've done the third revision. Always. I won't install a new version until they've got the third revision, second or third revision, because by then someone else has worked out, has suffered the pain, and I never update if I'm in the middle of a project. Never. Just won't do it unless I can keep the original software as well without updating it.
Yeah,
so,
an option. Yeah.
Yeah, as an option. So I have multiple versions of all sorts of different software. Everything from Cubase and RX to all the video stuff, all the Adobe stuff.
Wow, that's loud. Would that be the same with firmware for hardware? Do you wait on that as well?
Do you know? I can't recall. I do update firmware, but I just unless I've got a specific problem or I need a specific feature that a new firmware update does, then I tend to just not bother. If I need it, then I'll do it. But I tend not to, just jump straight in, as it were.
You got already works, then why bother, sort of thing? Yeah.
Yeah, if the tools you use, we're creatives, right? And if the tools you're using, if you're used to a certain workflow and you don't need whatever the new thing is, or it's not fixing something that's relevant to you, why take the chance, kind of thing?
Yeah.
You're familiar.
I've never upgraded my Blofeld because I've just read loads of reports you could brick it. So I thought, I'm not going to bother. It works. I'll just leave it. It'll be fine. And it's been fine for like 10 years.
Yeah.
Bit of a risk.
And there's some things I've got so I've got the Novation Supernova 2, which I did a lot of work on with Ian Janaway at Novation. I was doing a lot of the sound design, also some of the OS stuff. Yeah, we were giving feedback on the OS. And when it went to version 2, I still had version 1.71 or 1.72 installed in my machine because it had additional envelopes, hidden envelopes, and ways that those envelopes then worked. That what didn't make it into 2 because it started getting a bit too complicated. But I loved them and I used them, so I've never allowed it to be updated. And every time I speak to them about, that's it, that's the bugger. I love them. So yeah, I've got 1.71, and it's just got these additional envelope features, additional envelopes and envelope features that are just.
Is that like
stunning.
an Easter egg that they put in there that you like?
No, it's something they were looking to put. They were putting a whole bunch of stuff into version 2, but it started diving down into menus so deep that they figured it would be, confusing for users and would be more difficult to support. So some of the features didn't end up in the final thing, and some of them, a lot of them did, but I happened to use the particular, there were some particular features which I just love, the third envelopes, or the third set of envelopes, and additional LFOs and all that kind of stuff, and modulation matrix. So they put even more sort of modulation in, some of which didn't make.
Do you still have one, Andy?
I still have it. Yeah. The only reason I'm not using it right now is the surface mounted output ICs are crackling. And the only way to get those changed is to take them down to them. I've done an RMA with them like 3 times, and I keep on meaning to take it down because I won't send it in case it gets broke, and I want to be there when they update it. I've got to do the MIDI dump of everything, and I want to make sure that chip stays. So I don't want them to update that. I just want them to fix the ICs, and they understand. They remember me from when I was doing that work there, sort of thing. So. But I've still got it.
I've had mine since it came out. It's still an absolute full working order. Yes, the outputs, I'm with you on that, occasionally are a bit... And yet I find it a really difficult synth to use, and I always have done.
Really?
Yeah, I really do.
I find it so easy to use. I
love in which case you need to give me some tutorials, because I mean, like to get an LFO to modulate and oscillate, you've got to press 7 bleeding buttons, and it drives me nuts. But
Which version is that? Is that the 2?
I
Is that
have no
Novation Supernova 1 or 2?
it's Supernova 2.
Okay. And what version software do you have in it?
Well, it seems it doesn't even want to come on. Oh, bollocks. I've just said mine's in full working order. I've just switched it on, and it's not.
Maybe the mains cable's popped out.
Maybe the mains cable's not plugged in.
That would be it.
That'll help,
That'll
won't
do
it?
it every time.
Talking of popping out, Kent's disappeared.
Yeah, he's like that.
Oh, okay.
He does that all the time. Oh, just disappears.
You probably meant to do
But
something.
can't be
yeah.
arsed trying to work it out now.
I think personally, I think Kent's a genie. I think he's gone back into his bottle for a bit.
Gone to make a cup of coffee.
Yeah, probably.
Andy, I'll happily tutor you or give you a show round or whatever.
I've used it loads, and I've programmed loads of sounds on it. I mean, it's not as though I can't use it, but I always have to scratch my head when I go, right, I just want some basic vibrato. And I go, I need to select an I need to select an LFO, and then I need to select it to modulate LFO to oscillate a 1, and then 2, and then set the amount, and then and I'm thinking, how many fucking buttons do I have to push? And, you know,
Okay, now I understand. That is, I mean, the thing is that does make it, because I use patches where I've got different LFO rates and whatever on oscillators and such. So it's, yeah, I know what you mean, but it does make it quite a powerful
It's
thing.
it's like a game of snooker. There are 147 buttons on this thing.
So, as a workaround, why don't you make a preset that's already pre-configured to that, and then just copy and change that?
Because that'd be clever, Steve, and I'm not.
Sorry. You're trying to help, mate. Honest.
That's all right.
Do you use it as
good idea.
Yeah.
Do you use it as a controller for other modules as well?
Not anymore. It used to be my main controller keyboard. Now it's just honestly, it's here because I bought the Jaspers, and it sits in there because I can actually have the Supernova. Yeah, basically, it's all vanity, all is vanity. So it's just, you know, I mean, I love it. I mean, don't get me wrong, I am not dissing this synth. I love it. It sounds fantastic, and
Bass end on it is just.
it is. No, it really, and it's actually really, really warm, and it can sound so. I mean, actually, the cross modulations and things that you can do on it are phenomenal, and you get absolutely really sort of gut wrenching. So yeah, it is a great machine. I'm happy. I mean, it's not going anywhere. It's staying here.
I'll send you a MIDI dump when I get round to it. I'll send you a MIDI dump of different banks that I've got.
You have to assume that I know what to do with those things.
You just literally you connect it up to your sequencer, and it will. If you've got an empty bank, so you've got what A, B, C, D, E, F,
Yeah,
whatever.
I could quite happily chuck it into bank E or whatever. Yeah.
You guys talking
Well, I
about
use
Supernova?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
great machine, yeah.
I can just send you all of Bank E or Bank F or whatever, and just load it into whichever one you want. You can set that when you're.
That'd be cool.
Got some great sounds.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't programmed on it for a long time. So again, what memory I had is now probably long gone, and I have to sort of scratch the back of my old, medulla oblongata to sort of get it all back again. So. But
Yeah, it comes back fairly quickly.
Oh, it probably will, yeah.
And they've got such a nice action. I love playing them.
The keyboard's lovely, yeah. The keyboard is really nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I've got my W30 up on the top there, beautifully prepared by Kent. That's great as well. Having the W30 back, that is just awesome.
Yeah.
Who cares? It's only got 15 seconds of sample time. It just sounds great. That's great.
It's great.
It's great, isn't it?
That's great, that. It's great. Aye.
Oh,
Yeah.
have I upset Stephen? He's gone off now. Sorry, Stephen. I didn't mean to growl at you.
Yeah, loading patches is easy. The MIDI sys transfer utilities and stuff. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, it is.
It's simple for people who know what they're doing.
Well, no, they dumbed this one down. There's one on the Microsoft store called MIDI sys transfer utility. This
MIDI
really is really
Sussex, that's
simple.
for you, Tony.
There's one on
Or
the Mac
you-
called Snoise, but you don't have a Mac, so
Or you can just dump it on a track in your sequencer and spin it out. And away
yeah,
you
do it
go.
that way too. That's how I used to do it in Easy Vision. So
Yeah, it just works. It just.
Right.
Thank you very much. Make sure you back up everything on your system first, though.
Thank
That's
you for
easy.
that
I mean, it
tip.
really is. It's stupid easy. You can do a global save via MIDI. Global MIDI dump of everything, and it will come back to that whenever you need it.
It's called a backup
in
plan.
all these years of using this sort of stuff, that's never something that I've done. I just never have. It's never.
well, like on a
been
DX7, you
required.
had to because the presets that came with were crap. You had to load thousands off the internet. So.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm with you. Yeah.
I never did. I always just made my own.
Oh, I'm lazy.
Yeah.
I
great.
spent a lot of time
That's the thing.
sampling, not making synth sounds. So
Yeah. Yeah, sampling and makings and all of that. I miss those days. I miss the Wild West frontier of having to make it all from scratch. I
Yeah.
miss that. Yeah.
go in the kitchen, sample some stuff, and
I did
Yeah.
something recently.
All the time. Yeah.
I was at an Amiga demo party in Scotland a couple of weekends ago, and they wanted me to make a tune with a tracker, and I haven't used the tracker in quite a while now.
30 years.
I was here and there every now and then I've used it, but it's been a couple of years, or at least maybe 5 years. But I actually since then forgotten how painful, but yet kind of cool it is to actually use all those just crappy old samples and trying to get a tune out of it.
A Palamine. Go on.
No, just the sheer facts that it's so limited that you just have to find clever ways to make it work.
The limitations
Yeah.
of any system, they force you to be so much more creative.
Of course, yeah.
And that's kind of, I kind of deliberately limit myself now when I'm doing any project.
Yeah,
I make-
likewise, yeah.
I pick the sounds way ahead of time, and then I'll just, if I need an occasional something, I'll do it. But I've got a suite of kind of tools that I will use to craft something. I was about to say that a Palamine. I was talking to a Palamine earlier this week, and he's got his own. He's built a really big, gorgeous studio in Wales, in Llandrindod Wells. It's called Bradley's, or it's actually called Twin Peaks, the studio, but it's Bradley's building. He's bought this old department store and turned it into a studio and a restaurant and things. And he was explaining to me about the hosepipe way of recording drums, and I went, "What?" And it kind of rang a bell for me, and we had a conversation. I'll come to what it is in a minute. We had a conversation where I said, "I remember you telling me about this years ago." But actually, I'd misremembered it completely, and it was an entirely different thing he taught me. But he told me this thing, and I'm going to be trying it out next week. You get a length of hose pipe, and you essentially run it around the kit. You just have it so it's around the kit, and you can put a lavalier mic in either end or whatever you want to do. Some sort of mic that picks up, and then you record that whole thing from inside the hosepipe. And essentially what it does is it gives you the entire drum kit, but without the hi-hats or the cymbals. So you end up with this really great mid-range and a bottom end, which is great for triggers. So you can not only feed it into the mix to add some body in that you sometimes don't get, but it gives you the really, really good trigger points, so you can start throwing in other samples or whatever.
Like an actual hose.
It's a garden hose. It's a garden hose.
Huh.
Yeah, I'd never thought of it, and I just love the idea of it. It's one of those mad bonkers ideas that I'm going to be trying this week. Bit like flame speakers, which are always fun to do. I love doing that.
We get a lot of talk about the good old days of synthesizers and all the rest of it. How many would actually go back to the good old days?
I wouldn't go back there because I've been through it. But I wouldn't have a problem with being back there and being in a constrained environment now, because I think the one thing I really regret is spending years trying to give myself every possible creative choice all the time, and that was
It's not
a drag.
helpful, is it?
That was a drag on creativity.
Yeah.
The one thing about, and I've kind of come back round to what I used to do, which is make a creative decision and stick with it and move forward, and work faster and much more organically like that. It's a really good way of working. I love the detail stuff as well. Sorry, go on, Steve.
So when you finish a project, do you print it down or do you keep it just plugins?
I print it. I always print everything. I do the same with video. So if I'm doing video and I'm adding special effects or fades or whatever, every single bit of it is printed. So I've got the resources, stems essentially.
Yeah.
I have stems for everything, and I'll try and keep the plugins, but you know what happens with them sometimes, right?
Yeah.
So I print everything. And guess what? If I need to get back to it and I don't have those plugins, I'll find another way of doing it.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. It keeps you agile. It makes you much more agile. I can recreate that. Once you've done something once, doing it again, or once you hear someone doing something once, no matter how complex it is, once you've heard it done, it doesn't take long for you to work out how to do it yourself with a really limited set of tools.
Or you find a different thing and get a different result.
I started doing something in the last couple of years. Is I have my setup here, but I have a laptop that I bring on holidays that just has Ableton stock plugins, and I forced myself to write and compose on that small draft when I'm on holidays, and I found that I ended up finishing them on that laptop with just those stock plugins, and it actually forces me to first understand the plugins that come with my DAW instead of buying new ones, but also just find ways to make those work to sort of replicate the plugins that I've bought over the years. And I've ended up last couple of years spending far less money on plugins and kind of gimmicky stuff, and actually learning how to work the tools that I have already. It's been a really good exercise, actually.
Yeah, it's a great, and I think that's kind of what I liked about the Novation, the Supernova, is once people started using plugins more and more, plug-in instruments, plug-in synths, they ended up with some really weird sounds that you wouldn't otherwise, have come up with, perhaps. But once you've heard them on that, it takes me very little time to either through layering or whatever else, create that sound on Novation Supernova.
Yeah, I do that as well. It's like, how can I recreate that on those limited set of tools?
Yeah.
Well, that's what's great about hardware jams. You don't get precious. You get an idea, you bake it, you move on, do something else.
Yeah, well said, Andy.
Yeah.
It's about exactly the moment. Okay, we're doing this now. You might have technical difficulties getting to the point where you can go, right, we're ready to perform. But that's part of the fun, you're sort of making yourself. I mean, I know that I'm quite blessed in that I've got a technical genius as a good friend and musical collaborator. But it's still, at the end of the day, it's the music that you make with it when you're doing your performance, and that to me is one of the wonders of hardware jams. I get really bored when the technical side starts to impose on the musical creativity. Like, for example,
starts to interrupt.
After about 15 minutes of trying to get this thing to work with Ableton, I was really beginning to get very cross. And I'd only spent 15 minutes. That's not a lot of time trying to problem solve, Andy, before you've actually started spitting your dummy out.
And your idea is gone by then.
Well, I mean, all I wanted to do was to see, I've got this now. It's up and running. I've got the power supply. It works, and I want Ableton to work with it. But anyway, that's a different issue.
No, but each of us does things in different ways, and I got to say, the whole thing with live performance, I adore. It's been the biggest. For years I didn't perform live. I was always a backroom boy, always a producer or an engineer or a programmer or whatever. And then when I started playing live, because I had all the kit and no one else did. Right, and people were asking me when I moved up here, come and play live, and the first thing I ever did was in front of 5,000 people. So, but it was brilliant because we spent 6 weeks. Well, I think 6 weeks, one rehearsal each week. So we had 6 rehearsals to pull together a set from stuff I'd never learnt before, and it went swimmingly. And I love playing live now because there's there's that thing where things sometimes go wrong, but you've got bandmates and you can have a lot. You know, you're playing with your pals on stage. The crowd are kind of incidental at that point for me, because there's usually a front someone that's doing the whole sort of interacting with the crowd. So I'm just having a crack with the band members on stage. It's brilliant. I love it.
I'm the complete opposite. I played live for about 25 years. And I find myself now being just happier being in this room and making exactly the music I want to make in my own time.
Different people, different journeys, isn't it?
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. I just love playing live in front of a crowd. I always have done, because it never quite is what you're expecting. It's that spur of the moment. What's going to happen if I do this? You know, and then if you're doing that thing with somebody else, like when I'm doing the live performances with Grace, it's like, oh, you've done that? Oh. Like Sowerby Bridge. I mean, again, back to Sowerby Bridge. We're going to start with this lovely long ambient sort of intro because we weren't sure quite what the venue was going to be like, so we're going to start it easy. And after about 30 seconds, in comes poof, poof, poof. I looked over and I said, it's a bit early for that, isn't it? You know? But once it's in, you've got no choice. That's it. It's there. Right, okay, now I've got to respond to that now. Okay. Yeah.
But I love that whole ambient thing at the beginning of things. Those are my favourite bits of starting a track where you've got all this ambient stuff going. You don't know quite what's going to come out of it, the miasma, or at least the crowd don't. And you can just continue.
Where is this going to go?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Always leave them guessing, right?
Yeah.
Right, my little chucky eggs. I'm going to do an Ian, and I'm going to say,
where is Kent?
Yeah, where is Kent? Actually, I hope he's all right. He might just decide, fuck it, I'm going to go and watch the telly. Well, if Kent pops back up, tell him Andy says, hope you're all right. So I'm going to retire, and whereas other people go and watch a film, I'm going to go and read a book. So
I'm going to go and read a book. So have fun.
All right. Okay. I'll see you all soon. Take care, folks.
Take care.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
And then there's 4.
It's funny. Speaking of films, you're talking about interruptions and technical difficulties and keeping motivated. It always baffles me how Hollywood or even low budget films keep that energy going with these long takes and long gaps and reshoots and setups in different locations, and so many people have to stay on their game, and they still make great movies sometimes. It's unbelievable.
Just doing continuity is like really
tough.
tough.
And it's often failure. There's tons of bad continuity movies. It's part of the fun watching it.
It's a good point though. Like you're trying to keep a pace going over a 3-hour movie now these days.
Yeah. And you don't realize the 2 setups they just had for a scene, like in Escape from New York. One is shot on the East Coast, one is shot on the West Coast, and they're cutting between 2 different camera angles, and you're like, holy shit!
It's a 6-month interval.
It's seamless, yeah, and it's seamless, and the guys are hitting the same beats, same energy, and I mean that's professional, right? That's good stuff.
It's the luxury of having as many takes as you want, really. And hey.
Yay.
He's back.
You all right?
Yeah, Focusrite just completely flipped out.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, not cool, but, cool.
Yeah, that's cool. It came back.
Reboot?
Oh, complete cold.
Yeah.
Both computers.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Oh, yeah. Seemed to work this time. Unfortunately, everything else isn't.
Is that the old WebDude video? Did you reboot 3 times?
I don't know. Yeah, focus wrong. Yeah.
Out of focus. There you go.
What are you working on this week, Kent?
As little as possible.
Oh, really? Good.
Yeah.
Have a rest.
You're working on you. Self-improvement.
Yeah, I've got to do stuff around the house. Bleed the radiators. Get Muzzy ready for the winter. all sorts of stuff. The stuff, the usual stuff that goes on. Yeah.
It's got to be done.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Just had young Matt donating to our mill thing, and he was saying he couldn't work out how to pay a particular amount, so just giving him just been doing support on the website. Brilliant.
Anybody try one of those MHUX or EX, whatever? It's like a multi-MIDI interface. It takes like 16 MIDI inputs, and it can be input or output. But I keep having problems with it. It keeps stopping working for no reason. So whenever I'm trying to start composing or working on stuff, it just...
Is it a MIDI patch?
Sometimes sorry?
Is it a MIDI patch bay?
Yeah, it's something like that. Like it's a MIDI interface,
Right.
USB MIDI interface. But it's like any entry can be in or out. It's very handy because I can control everything from just the one keyboard here. But it's just it's temperamental lately for some reason. So I keep having to restart it. But like I need to unplug USB and power in.
So what USB is it? USB 2, 1, 2, 3?
Or 3, at least 3. But it's that square with an extra bit on top yet.
So
Not sure what it's called.
Yeah, that can be USB 2 or USB 3.
It's 3,
that plugs into the back of it. So it's going into a USB 3 socket on the computer.
Yeah.
And which computer is it?
What type of computer? It's a PC. I don't know.
PC, okay.
Yeah.
And are you using Windows 10?
11.
11, okay.
Actually, you know what? That's a good point. It started since I upgraded.
You might need to update the driver. It might be that simple, or at least change it to a legacy. You can actually, in the USB driver, you can change it. Usually, you can find.
I didn't think of that. That's a good point. I'll try that.
Do a legacy thing for it.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of started soon after I upgraded, I suppose.
Yeah, I've avoided upgrading to 11 on Windows 10 machines, but I've got a lot of new Windows 11 machines.
Because it's a great unit, and you can daisy chain them as well. So it's like, I control everything just from the one computer. Really, it's handy, but it's been a hassle lately. I'll try that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a driver issue.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Matt's just, bless him, he's just given us 20 quid. What a lovely fella. Good. Let's get some more of those coming in. So, Kenty Poos, how are you? Gorgeous boy.
Yeah.
How's your tummy off for spots? Oh, look at that.
That's for Andy, actually. This is a Pac-Man PCB.
No, my lord.
Repairing at the moment, yeah.
Jesus.
The size of that.
I remember boards. I did one of my very early silly jobs was installing video games machines in pubs and things for
there you go, yeah, so you'd have dealt with those.
So I converted lots of Italian to whatever, and I lied when I got the job. They said I'd been working at Standard Telephone and Cables, and they got rid of me because I was shit useless at the job, right? and I never turned up. So after a year, I left, and this job came up with this video games or this video, tabletop thing company, and they asked if I knew about circuit boards, and I'd happened to be drawing circuit boards at this STC. Didn't know what any of the circuits meant, but I could point at things and say that's a resistor, and that's a, and I made shit up. That's a Nandor Din gate, and this, they didn't know, but it sounded like I knew what I was talking about, and I was good for about 9 months until they employed someone who was a proper electrical engineer, and he just looked at me and went,
He got caught.
"Oh yeah, big time. I got caught."
I don't know who was asking it.
Pac-Man?
This is all PTL logic and old EPROMs.
Yeah. I did the walk of shame into the owner's office.
So, but you installed actual gaming machines then?
Yeah, and I mean,
on location, yeah.
I had to build power supplies, so I had to convert the power supplies. They were 110 Italian to UK 240, and I didn't know how, so I kind of looked up.
Was it 10?
It was 110.
Wow. Okay.
At the time, or it might have been they were 110 from wherever they'd come from originally.
Could be, no, yeah, I don't know.
Whatever.
Yeah.
But they came. We sourced them from Italy, and I found a book somewhere, a manual, which told me about converting things and about having things like diodes and rectifiers. And so I just bought a bunch of
Jesus, how are you alive?
and I put in a 240 volt thing, and then I put these diodes, and I just mashed this board together in the most, 4 of them. So got the AC convert, and they worked. I have no idea. They probably all caught fire eventually, but they worked. There was a lot
of cowboy electrics at the time, because those machines were never meant to last the time they lasted. Like they were just meant to be 5 years sort of lifetime and then be discarded.
Yeah, they made so much money from those machines, especially the tabletop ones. The glass tabletop ones where you'd sit down and have a pint and there'd be a thing and you couldn't resist it. You'd be chucking the money in.
I have one of those. That's our coffee table.
Oh, really? Hasn't got Galaxians on it, has it?
Frogger.
All right, that wasn't one of mine. You're probably safe. The house is probably not going to burn.
I have. I don't have Galaxian. I have a Galaga machine.
Oh right.
Which was the sequel to Galaxian.
Yeah.
Gorf was more fun because you had like 4 or 5 games in one.
There was a way, which I don't suggest for a moment that I ever took advantage of, but there was a way of putting something called a read relay on the coin mech, so that if you had a magnet, you could go up to it, do the magnet, and it would give you a credit. So I knew all the pubs everywhere that had our machines in, and I could go in and play for nothing. It was brilliant. Or I would have done if that's what I did.
Yeah.
I've just admitted to fraud and theft, haven't I, really?
Yeah, well.
Yeah. I was 17. I was stupid. What can I tell you?
Is that true about the Pac-Man machines? 1 million points will freeze it or whatever?
Yeah, so you can get you can get up to level 256, at which point the memory goes to buffer overflow and starts crashing, so you get half a screen of Pac-Man. And you can...
That's any of them or just the really old ones?
Yeah, the trick is to go to the end and then play as much as you can and get as many points as you can to the buffer overflow. So this theoretically a maximum amount of points you can get from Pac-Man.
Okay, but it doesn't happen to Miss Pac-Man or the later ones, right?
I don't know about Miss Pac-Man, yeah.
Hayes Anderson is grimacing probably at my tale of corruptness. I do feel bad about it, but I kind of
don't.
I'm kind of at the age now where I don't regret any of this. I mean, I regret doing it to something, but they had lots of money. But yeah, I wouldn't. It's not something I could do now. I couldn't live with myself now. But it's all part of the rich tapestry of life, isn't it?
It was a money saving method.
It was just being a conniving, thieving git was what it was. Yeah, I didn't actually steal money, but I got these things for free.
There was apparently a lighter trick with some of the coin mechs that you could actually just spark a lighter at a certain point near it. I've seen it work, and it spikes whatever electro thing happens, it spikes the coin meter into thinking it's receiving a coin input.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was only certain types of game like that had that specific coin make, but because the old coin make would have been purely mechanical, so you can actually
Ken,
fool those.
What?
you absolute beauty.
Well, I was going to buy something fucking stupid, so I thought, no, I won't.
Did you
I'll put it over to you?
Did you buy shares or did you just donate that?
No, it's just a donation.
You are a diamond, a prince among men. Thank you so much.
If we're gonna talk shares, I'll talk to you later.
They're community shares. They're
Yeah.
community shares. And I don't mind, I wouldn't mind translating that into a share thing.
Oh, well, yeah, whatever it is.
I'll do it. I'll take care of it. I've got the notification now, so I'll take care of that on Monday.
No, I mean, no, leave it. It's fine as a donation. That's fine. But we'll talk shares later. We'll talk about something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Talk about it later.
Talk about it later, mate.
Yeah.
Talk about it later. Yeah, well, it's very good of you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, every little bit helps, doesn't it?
Bloody does.
Getting there.
It certainly does. We need to raise, we need to raise a minimum 150 through shares and donations, and then we've got a grant that we hope we're going to get of 250. And if the thing with the shares and with the donations, actually, if we don't manage to raise it all, as long as we know who it is, we're putting it in escrow, and if we don't manage to raise it, then we'll give it all back. That's the way it works. We give it all back.
Yeah, well, let's hope it works.
Yeah, fingers freaking crossed.
Yeah.
I'll know by the middle of January. Yeah. Yeah. What wonderful people.
Well, it's better than another string library. Do you know what I mean? I don't need any more fucking string libraries. Seriously. Stop it. Stop it, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. I'm selling a few bits and pieces, and I've already determined that if I manage to sell enough to pay for the montage, because I've already bought that. If I get more than that, then I'm going to be dumping that into the mill as well. I mean, I've already put $6,000 in, which is just to get the thing going.
Yeah.
Right at the beginning, because it needed it. Like these things do sometimes. But
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the thing was, I was when I put Cubase 13 on, and I pointed it all the orchestral libraries and that, and I thought, oh, do you know what? I'll have a look and see, what's there, and it's just a tad over 12 terabyte.
Really?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
See, I can't put that onto this system because this is Windows 10 and I'm not upgrading it to 11 anytime soon.
Yeah.
But I've got the 11, I've got like 3 Windows 11 systems at work, and I've got it on one of those. So I'll get that updated to 13.
Yeah.
Because I just like the workflow on it. It's just...
I'll have to watch my step now because I think I've only got about 4 terabyte free now.
Get some more stories. Get a NAS.
Yeah, well, spend more money.
Get a NAS. Yeah.
You know what? I think once I got this montage, I think I'm pretty much.
I've heard that so many
No. I honestly feel I'll be happy with
words,
it. I honestly feel I'll be happy with this for a while.
I should hope you should be, yeah.
Yeah, there's something about it. It's very. I mean, even Ty said to me, he says, I was actually excited about this machine turning up. I said, well, what about, the Colossus? He went, yeah, it was all right. He said, but this, he says, I'm really, really looking forward again. I said, yeah, I know what you mean. There's something about it.
Well. I'm really excited about
something very, I don't know, something very flagship, sort of encompassing, warm and delicious about it.
It's CS80 DX1 style of flagship, isn't it?
Yeah, there's something special about it. I can't put into words what it is, but there's something. So, I mean, Ty couldn't put it into words either. He just said, yeah, that. Yeah, whatever that is. Yeah, that.
So
Has
yeah,
Ty got
some of
his
those.
Hmm?
Sorry, go on.
Has Ty got his montage yet?
Yeah, he got his yesterday. Took it out
Wow.
of the box, turned it on, and then phoned me, going, "I've got it! I've got it!"
It's like a Christmas school kid, isn't it? Just
Yeah.
his presents.
And then after 20 minutes talking to me about it, he's going, "Got to go because I want to go and play it." All right, I'll see you later. I said, "Bye. See ya." So,
That says a lot,
and
doesn't it?
yeah, because I've seen him with massive machines come in. He said, "Oh, I got that thingy last week." I went, "Oh, how was it?" He said, "Yeah, it's all right. Yeah. You just tried it out, But this is, yeah, totally blown away by it.
Maybe it's something he thinks he can use quite a lot in his work, so he's eager for it,
Well, yeah, but 9 times out of 10, he will use his libraries,
Yeah.
mainly because if there's problems further
Yeah.
down the road, it's something that can be recreated on another remote computer somewhere. Whereas if it's a piece of hardware, not so easy.
Yeah, he's probably not going to use the giant analog in his projects, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, depends what sort of sounds he wants, but even
Or
then,
he'll sample it or something.
yeah, I mean, 9 times out
When you
of 10,
sample it, you record it, sample it, cut it up, and reuse it in all sorts of different ways. once
Exactly.
you've
Yeah.
got it. As long as
Yeah,
it's in
yeah.
sync, you can place it wherever you like.
yeah. But if they want it, that sound, but they want it completely different, so he's got to then go and pull out that bit of gear again and set it all up to how it was before and all that sort of thing.
No, for what he
So-
does.
Yeah, so
Library,
he'd rather
VST.
stay as in the box as humanly possible. So hardware is normally there to, fill the space and, stop the government from having the tax instead, essentially.
I like
Yeah,
one
like
customer.
all-
He said he had to remove something for multiple takes he had to send in, and he removed something, forgot to put it back.
Yeah.
And was mad about it for a while, but then forgot he was mad about it, and they ended up using it anyway. And
Yeah.
it's such a crazy system.
It is. It's nobody could say that he was paid too much of what he does because I'd be screaming. Thank God we've got gun laws because I would have been going around there and there'd be lots of
Well, it's like he's
He's
working
an
with a bunch of
producers and
Karens,
directors.
right? They can't
you
make
know?
up their minds.
But he's an extraordinary musician as well. He really is.
Yeah.
He composes faster than almost anyone I know. He can turn stuff out so quickly.
Well, what amazes me when I was watching one of the programs that he'd done music for 2 or 3 weeks ago, I think it was, and there was this piece where I'll tell you what it was. It was Monty Don's Spanish Gardens. So we done this Spanish music, and I said, "Oh no, we don't want it to sound Spanish." I went, okay, but he did this bit. There's this sort of like a drone shot where they take this drone out across a field and then across a lake, and there's like an island in the center of the lake, and you get this orchestral piece start. And I'm going, that's a computer. The way he makes that sound like a real orchestra is just unreal. Because it doesn't matter how good your sample library is. If you
It's how
don't
you
know
articulate it.
if you don't know
Yeah, yeah.
precisely what you're supposed to be doing per note and the way it's mixed, it won't sound like an orchestra. Or what, not fully,
Yeah, you
But
can tell.
he's nailed that process. Although he said, he's got a couple of little tricks in his arsenal. Some of them are just very, very old, cheap bits of software from bloody 10 years ago. He said, but they do something just right, and you just plop that in, and there you go. So it's he's done all the groundwork.
Yeah. He deserves it all. He does.
Yeah.
He's worked his nuts off.
Well,
And
he
I
did.
like Ty a lot. He's just a lovely man.
Well, he
He's a
did say to me that he says, look, it doesn't matter. Stop buying string libraries. It's not going to make you better. You have to
Learn the
think
things you
about
want.
how these instruments are played and then recreate that. Okay, how do I find out how they're played?
Listen. Watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said, because I said, oh, I know when something doesn't sound right, but I don't know what it is I have to do to make it right.
That's where the Beatles stuff, George Martin's string arrangements, they were a profound influence on me back in the day. And they stay, I listened to a lot of classical music anyway, because my mother loved playing classical music when we were kids and show tunes and such. So all of the sort of the standard sort of references, all the kind of the little ditties which you know and you recognise, you know where they're going, all of that comes from these classical pieces. But the Beatles did that. You know, they had, George Martin had elements of brass band sort of notation in there, but the way people play those things, the way they played those instruments, you know, Eleanor Rigby, Leaving Home, etc., all of those things, they're brilliantly simple but hugely complex arrangements. They're modal arrangements, and they're really clever. And you can do worse than listen to those and go, okay, if I scale that up a bit, you know. And every instrument, every single, the other thing you have to remember with these things, and it's such a stupid trick, but it's a really good one. When I had the S1000, I got together as many different single solo violins and cellos and violas. And when I was putting together a string section for something, I'd do it all as monophonic lines, all of it. And I'd use a different sample for each one of them, because each string player had their own, you know, and it made it sound real. It made it sound really, really good. You know, you got that real texture, and you panned them as you wanted to. Homo sapien, how are you? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
No.
Yep. Yeah.
Just trying to figure this thing out. How are we all doing, guys? Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Pretty much there.
Yeah. I owe you an apology, Andrew. I posted on your Facebook thing the other day, and it wasn't until after I'd posted I realised it said no explanation. Don't put an explanation. And I'd written paragraph.
Oh,
you know, the wall
no, that was
thing.
fine. That was fine. I got it. It made me laugh in the end because I couldn't quite work out what it was, and then I got it and I went, "Oh right, now I understand." So no apology, no apology necessary, because at best I'm a twat anyway. So it's all good. I'm a wank puffy.
I'm in good company then.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it was great. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, to be honest, I always try and avoid being in photographs at work. So that was basically the only thing I could find. Yeah. I don't turn up to shoot days because I can't be doing with all the standing around, you know, and you just got to stand around waiting in case you might be needed later on and stuff like that. So I don't bother going for on shoots and stuff like that. I just do all the stuff in the warehouse and here at home.
Yeah, the shoot days they can be they're long days. They're long days. I tend to these days I just produce. So
I don't mind so much the long days. It's long days of stood around doing nothing. I don't like. I'd rather be busy. If not busy, I'd rather just come home and get on with my own stuff.
Well, if ever you're on a shoot of one of my shoots, I'll always find jobs for people.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Go and do this. This will help. We always find, you know, keeping it, and also, you know, there's the whole thing. Every shoot I do, we always have a party every evening at the hotel, always. And I always tell everyone, you got to buy your own beers. We're not paying for that. And I always end up paying for it. Always end up paying for it all because
I'm working for the wrong company.
No, but the thing is right. The thing is that it's actually, you know, the beer bills or whatever it is turns out to be a tiny percentage of an overall production budget, and it bonds. It allows people to bond, and you want people to bond and do these
makes
things.
Better team.
It makes a really good team. So it's kind of it's an inconsequential amount. I mean, it's not, but it is. It is. If it gets things done, then people want to work with you again. They'll do more for you and blah, 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 you know.
Yeah.
It's just a good way of working.
Where is your next shoot?
Sorry?
So when and where is your next shoot then?
Well, it'll be somewhere in Manchester or Liverpool area, I suppose. Mainly Manchester.
And what are you doing mostly?
Props, me. I used to do sets as well, but I just do pops now. That way I don't have to go to set.
I've got a pal up in Manchester, Brian, who does a lot of set building for exhibitions and events, and he travels all over the world, and you wouldn't think he would, because he's proper humble and lovely and just gets stuff done. He always finds a solution, right? And he carries a team with him, and he's got everything on his van that you need. But he gets to travel everywhere because he is just lovely, and people like him, and he gets stuff done, and he always does stuff on time, doesn't charge a stupid amount of money, and the people that work for him love him. So if ever you want me to put you in touch with him, he'd love to hear from you, I'm sure.
Right, yeah. Well, I'm always, it's one of those things. It's a bit like this sort of scene, isn't it? It's like the more contacts you find, the more people you connect with, the better. Not just in terms of business, but just to keep it interesting.
It does, yeah, exactly that. Keeping it interesting, yeah.
At the end of the day, it's art, and you can't be in a box and do anything artistic, can you? You've got to spread out a bit.
Got to stretch your wings a bit sometimes, yeah.
If
you want to drop me have you got my email? You've got my Facebook thing. Drop me a message on Facebook. Message me as a DM, and I'll find Brian's contact details, and I'll do an email to the both of you introducing you. So at least you can say hello. He's just a lovely bloke. He's a bit older than you, and a bit younger than me, maybe slightly. But he's just lovely. He's just a nice, one of those guys you just go. Yeah. Really? You're going to put something up in my video studio that I need in 12 hours and there's no hope, and you've done it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just completely unflustered. Just, I'll fix this whilst I were at it, because I noticed there were these things. Oh, really? Thank you.
A couple of our lads were recently in Morocco doing the Gladiator 2.
Oh, right.
Working on that, yeah. So, but most of the stuff we do is adverts and corporate stuff and things like that, really. But we are just a small team, but it's advantageous. You get past sort of 10, 11, 12 people, then you need managers of different parts, don't you? Whereas with a dozen people, it's everybody kind of just mucks in together, don't they?
They do, and it's it's always you can try. I was for a while I was building up, having more and more people working directly in the business kind of thing, and then it just doesn't make sense because you're having to pay them, standing. And whereas if you're working with freelancers, they're free to go off and get other stuff, and you can just build up these units of people that have all these skills, and you can get the best in. I bring in. I never do a shoot now without having a really good DOP on board, for instance. I don't just get a camera op. If he wants another camera op, fine, it's down to him or her. I've got this brilliant woman, DOP, absolutely brilliant. And you just bring the best in, you pay them the whack, because they will always get the shot list you give them for whatever, if it's a corporate, they'll get everything you ask them to and the client's asked. And then you say, once you get those, fill your boots, and it's the fill your boots shots that you end up using, right? Always. Same with the set dressers and that, everyone. You just say, look, this is what we want. Once you've done that, fill your boots if you feel you want to do more. And you always end up with just, everyone ends up just exceeding and wanting to do better, don't they?
Oh, yeah, definitely. But on the other hand, it can work the other way in the sense that when you're naive to it and you're starting out in it and you're making props, you're making them perfect, and a camera can cover up a lot of sins, can't it? So you can cut corners in a lot of ways without compromising the quality.
Yeah, but that's something that's experience. You learn, if you talk, if you've
and a DOP can help you with that.
Exactly that. You talk to them and say, look, what's going to be in view, and they'll tell you. You go, okay, so we don't need the back wall, we don't need the size, we don't need to put these angles in quite exactly like that, we don't need to polish that up. It's good. It's good.
The only problem is they're not widdy.
Well,
no widdy, no polyphonic aftertouch. It's like,
well, I know what a DOF is, but what the hell's a DOP?
Director of photography.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So they'll typically not just do the film work; they'll actually understand the whole of the set, which is the lighting, how it will look. They'll work with the set designer, so they'll pull all of the angles and the way the shots move and what the focus pulls are, all of it. They'll do the whole thing, rather than whereas with a camera op, you tend to say, "Stand here, film that." You know,
and some directors act as their own director of photography. So,
yeah, I suppose it's similar to a DOP is to a cameraman what maybe a tonmeister is to a producer.
Yeah.
It's also cinematographer,
the bigger picture, you know.
Actually, it's more a tonmeister to an engineer, or to an assistant engineer, perhaps, or something. Someone that's just I'll get up a mix, but there's always a difference between these things. But yeah, dream big, aspire.
But yeah, a decent DOP that's willing to communicate with you is a godsend, isn't it? Really. Yeah.
Oh God, yeah. If they can't communicate, they're not a decent DOP.
No, but there are some that just want to turn up on the day and shoot. You know.
Yeah.
But yeah, tend not to work with them again.
Yeah. It's a bit like being a music producer as well. I called myself a producer for years, and I did some terrible work. really colossally bad work. And it was because I was desperate for the money, right? And so you'd accept stuff you didn't really feel any passion for, but you needed to pay the rent or whatever that week or that month. And I made far too many of those decisions to do it for the money, rather than maybe if I'd have held out a bit more and suffered a bit more, I'd have gone down a different path. But now I love producing because I don't have to make any money from it. You know, it's a brilliant thing to be able to do that engineer. You know, so I do that because
pressure's
I want
off,
to.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that's it. I just do music for fun these days. It's much more enjoyable.
I can't envisage not doing music, not playing.
No.
I can easily envisage not getting paid for it. That's fine. Or, getting paid 30 quid for turning up at a pub with £200,000 worth of gear and some of the best musicians going, and you just do a gig for 30 quid and you get a pint each.
Yeah, when it comes to music, I think I've been paid more in brandy than I've ever been paid in cash.
I'm coming to gig with you, mate.
Which doesn't bother me at all, really. Lined up across the top of the piano.
I'm bringing a keyboard now. I'll bring my tambourine.
Oh, great! Yeah, never have too many tambourine players.
Well, Andrew, you've not been showing us your floor, mate.
Oh, Andy's back.
Do you want to see it that badly?
Yeah.
You promise to wiggle the camera again?
Well, I don't know. I'll try. Hang on.
Ooh, carpet, shag pile.
There he goes.
There we go.
Yeah, that reminds me.
What, you're going to knock one out on camera?
Get the splash guard.
My age? Fuck off. How long you got?
Throwing dust at this point? Is it?
No, do you know what?
Pulling
I was going to fire up my my Lightwave because you're talking about
video-y stuff.
Yeah, and I remembered I bought this incredibly expensive mouse.
Was it the 3D mouse, or is it the Spaceball?
No, it's it was a 3D Connects or something.
Yeah, 3D Connects. I have one of those.
The twist, rocks backwards and forwards and all that business. Yeah.
It's on a post, right?
Yeah. So it's a really heavy solid metal base.
Yeah, I've got one.
That kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I had this. I found. I don't know where I put it. I put it down somewhere, and I'm going. Oh, do you know what? I should fire up my Lightwave. I fancy doing a real high level battle scene or something like that. And I'm going, oh yeah, go on then. And dug out my Lightwave, fired it up, and he goes, cannot find dongle. I went, where the fuck is my dongle? I can't find it.
You should be able to go dongleless for Lightwave. There's on I think on Lightwave 11 above, you can go dongleless, so you got a serial number. So contact them.
Really?
Yeah,
Well,
really.
that might be the way I'm going to have to go. Because I can't find my dongle for Lightwave.
Well, some of those old 3D controllers, it's hard to find drivers for them now because they're so.
The
thing
Lightwave
is-
dongle is like a purple color if you're looking for it.
Yeah,
If
I'm
you-
trying. I think I'm trying to remember what version of Lightwave I was on because I left it.
Did Lightwave use those small purple ones called HASP, the little HASP series?
No, I think this one was sort of like
USB.
grey with the new tech thingy on it,
Okay.
and
Because Animation
can't-
Master used to use little HASP dongles, and they stopped using those because there's so much tech support calls. They said, "Fuck it, we're not doing this anymore."
yeah,
Because
because
people are stupid.
Lightwave's now in the UK. It's owned by a company in London.
Yeah.
And they say they're going to actually try and rewrite it from the ground up because there's
They
a
are.
few
The
things
new
in it.
version coming out end of the year, aren't they?
Is it the end of the year?
Yeah.
I linked you into one of the conversations on FaceTube that I've been having recently, where someone was asking about Lightwave, and I said I know someone. They were saying, "Does anyone use it?" I said, "Well, I know someone that has," and I put your name in the chat. I don't know if you saw.
Oh
it,
right,
but you
yeah. What was that?
haven't got
Was that Lightbox or something?
I thought that was
called?
Lightwave.
No, it was something else altogether.
Was it?
Yeah, it's like
Close.
I go. I wonder if he thought that meant Lightwave. Yeah.
No, I did.
So if you can't get the 3D mouse to work, there was a thing called Magellan for a while, made by I think it was also 3D Connection, and it's basically like a hockey puck that hovers.
Yeah, yeah,
And you have 6 degrees of freedom with it: twist, pull, push down, twist,
yeah,
tilt, and all that stuff. And that and a mouse, and you have everything you need for the most part.
yeah. Well, the mouse, this mouse thing, this I suppose you call it a 3D controller, wouldn't you? But
Yeah.
That's all. That's fine. I got the software on the machine for that, and it runs a treat.
Oh, it still works. Okay, good.
Yeah, I've got.
You,
got to
you
try and-
still use your mouse with your space control as well.
Yeah, well, you know what? It is easier.
Yeah.
To just use a standard mouse, especially in Modeler. I find it's easier, and a lot of keyboard shortcuts and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think the space mouse in Lightwave is mainly for flying around the.
Yeah, it's
Like,
setting
being
up
the
the cameras.
camera.
Yeah, and you know,
Good fun on Google Earth as well.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, I used to use my
definitely.
space ball on Google Earth and flyovers. It was really fun.
Yeah.
I use Tangent Wave a lot for this stuff as well because it's got all of the. It's a controller for essentially for color grading, but because it's got lots of lots of spheres on it for changing
Yeah.
color things, you can use those to control 3D stuff. So I use that a lot in Unreal. It works really well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it works really
Now,
well.
see, there's something I'd really like to get proper into.
Just do it.
Yeah, I know. I
Right.
know.
Do
It's
it
really-
whilst you can
it's,
still download it for nothing. Do it. Do
Mm.
it.
Did you ever see Leonardo?
Yeah.
That thing was really cool. You could even run it on a laptop. It put these little tracker sensors on here, and you wear the glasses, and you have this like 3D mouse thing they call the Bird, and you could just in 3D space pull vertices out, rotate, fly around, 3D paint, do whatever you want. It's really cool.
I'm doing that a lot with God, what's it called? Meta, the headset 2, Meta
Quest.
Pro Quest.
Oh,
thank
like the
you,
Oculus, the sequel to Oculus. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the Quest Pro 2. I'm just about to get 3, waiting for it to turn up. But with the hand controllers and that headset on, you can do an awful lot of design really quickly. You can
That's cool.
really pull stuff together fast. It's good. It's a good system. Like it.
No, it's like
Works in Unreal well.
it was always good because I was always in love with 3D modeling and stuff like that. Anyway, but I got friendly with a guy called Richard Flay, who done a lot of 3D modeling for a lot of the big Hollywood films. And he sent me this. It was literally an email with massive zip files in it of all these models. He sent me all the original models from Babylon 5 and Star Wars and stuff like that, and all sorts of models. I mean, props and stuff like that. And what was there's one from the was it Star Trek? I think it was the Wrath of Khan one or something like that. But And so I had all these models all ready to work with and stuff like that. And
If you get into Unreal, let me know, because I will send. I'll send you over. I've got a model of my offices, so I've got the offices as a 3D virtual thing. You can, the studio, and we've got you can do things like we came up with an idea for a client wanted to have someone in a desert for the beginning of a corporate thing. So we Pete, the guy I work with a lot, he's a genius. He just created this using a bunch of different procedures directly in Unreal. In about an hour, he created a full desert.
It's like fractal generated?
It's not fractal generated, but it's
Drag
using
and drop
their own.
library, isn't it?
Yeah, it's using their. I can't remember what it's called now, but essentially he created the whole thing with the dunes, with the sun, with the light, with particles flowing through it, sand blowing, all that kind of stuff. And then built, lettering that looked like it's, pyramidical sort of stones, spelling a word. It took him so little time to do it, and then all the camera moves in it, and we just dumped the green screen of the person into Unreal, and bang, there we had the opening shot, and it looks $1 million,
Did you put a fan on the guy on the green screen?
Yeah. We had a fan on her. She had a headscarf, and we had a fan just enough so it matched. We had to then match the particle and wind and everything. But it took so little time to do.
UE5 now is ridiculously.
It's really good.
Yeah.
It's really 5.3. Wow. And the character stuff we're doing with it now as well.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Digital doubles. Yeah.
I must admit, because there seems to be a parallel between 3D packages and doors. We got people go, because I use Lightwave, and people go, oh yeah, no mate, you should be using Maya. And no, I like using no, Maya's slow, mate, and then you can't do this and you can't do that.
Maya's only good if you do Mel scripts. Otherwise, it's not that great. You got to pull the power out with scripting. So.
Yeah, Maya's good. Blender's, all of these things are good. It's finding the tool that you're comfortable with. The one thing about Unreal is it's really good now at pulling in models. You can buy model packs for things you need so cheaply, bring them in, alter them so they do what you need, and it's just saved you a bunch of time, especially with rigging for characters or whatever. Or for
because the bone system in Lightwave was
it's very bad.
Yeah, it was hard work.
You can bring a figure in and they're already animated, and you can then you can change, so you can have them running across things and doing things like immediately, and then you can just say, okay, let's dress them like this. It's stupid fast.
The company that basically revolutionized bones and skeletal stuff and reused actions and stuff was actually Animation Master. But since they kind of went underground a little bit, there's only probably like 400 users left in the world. It's barely supported anymore, but all the big guys literally stole their stuff over the years because they started on the Amiga, then went to Mac and Windows, and their stuff was just legendary. Just literally drag and drop actions. If you use the same skeletal structure inside of a model, perfectly locked and everything, and all the constraints set and everything right, drag and drop actions, you can have one character suddenly become a chorus line of people in just a couple seconds.
Yeah.
And they were the first guys to do that, and now everyone's kind of doing that. So,
I mean, what's mad now is you're able to build up a character, film yourself, do some photogrammetry, put your face on it, get the muscles all connected, and then you can use this camera. You can use this camera to then animate it in real time.
Yeah, there's a website to use BVH files from video. It'll actually study your video you make. It'll have a whole character body thing. Make a BVH file, you drag it into your model, tweak it a little bit, and now your model's fucking dancing around the screen. It's crazy.
Yeah.
From a home computer.
Yep. Home computer, cheap camera.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I say a home computer. We're working with, we recently did some LiDAR scans of an underground chamber in the middle of Wales for a water company. And we ended up with, I mean, just obscene amounts of data.
Like 1 billion polygons.
Oh, no, way more. Way more.
Yeah.
Way more. And we managed to reduce it down. We were able to, tidy it up and do whatever. But you need a really fast, big, powerful computer with lots of graphics capability just to get it in and start working with it like that. And then you're kind of rendering stuff out to or whatever. So, yeah. You still need a big fast computer to do that, but once it's running, you can run it on almost anything. You know, laptop, whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, listen, I've been blethering. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna frick off and go and see my wife because she's probably wondering whether I was popping in for 5 minutes to say hello to Steve and you, Kent, and Robbie, and then then of course Ollie was here.
Well, if you're going, I'm gonna have to go. There's no point staying, really.
You smooth talking fucker, you. Andrew, thank you so much for showing me your carpet. I'm going to go and knock one out now.
Yeah, please do. Don't waste it because you got one in the chamber. So
yeah, well, that's it. Yeah, I'll be thinking of Steve the whole time. It'll be Steve that will be in my mind.
Poor old
And listen, dudes, drop me a DM, and I'll put you and Brian together in Manchester about just saying hello.
Oh yeah, brilliant. I appreciate that. Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah. Not a problem, matey. Not a problem. Ken, see you later, matey. Have a goodie.
All right, darling.
Big love.
Catch you. Right.
Bye.
Bye. Oh man.
I was joking, but I'm going to go as well. Have a good night, folks. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Ollie.
Mate.
Hey Kent, did you ever see the old Star Wars Modeling Alliance website?
Yes.
Remember that? It was really cool, and then suddenly it was gone.
Yeah, gone. Yeah.
And it's not even on the Wayback Machine because the downloads don't work. So
Yeah.
it was cool for a while though. I pulled a few off when I was.
Yeah, I've got some in the hard drive somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And way before that, they had. Do you remember Avalon?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
It's like early '90s, massive online database from part military, part whatever, massive I mean, it's primitive now, but for the time, it was real high-end stuff. You know,
Yeah.
3D models. And at SIGGRAPH, there's a company selling the Avalon dataset on CD-ROM. So it was a good price. So I bought a bunch of back then. I should pull those out and have a laugh at those because some were quite good and some were really, really blocky for the time. Like, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was back when Vermal was becoming popular. You ever use Vermal, the Cosmo player for Vermal, where it's VR stuff in your browser?
No, yeah,
No, I don't think so.
They had like, damn, it's all fuzzy now. They even had a Vermal player on my Pocket PC phone at the time, so I just made a human ear model in a program, and I was able to bring it into Vermal on my phone and spin around and show it to people as a model, not just as a picture.
If you're in England, it's called VRML.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
It works, doesn't it? It works for Kate. Oh, VRML. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Vermal. American.
VRML, HTML, they're all different MLs. So,
Mm.
but there's even a comic series foil called Osmo something or other,
Mm.
and it was a real-time playback VR character with sound that SGI used to put them on some website. You could watch them and stuff. So it's pretty cool, primitive tech for the time. But yeah, it's all the cobwebs. I can't remember only some of it. Good stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, back to music.
Music.
That disappeared.
Music.
Yeah. Apparently, this is we have something to do with music occasionally.
Oh, okay.
Do you think?
Yeah. Wafts in and out, doesn't it?
A little bit. Who's in the chat? A lot. Oh, David's in the chat.
You're making me jealous with your sunshine through the window there, Andy. Though.
Oh, I mean it's it's a price to pay. California is not cheap.
No.
So yeah, it has its own set of problems, but
Yeah, well, London's not cheap and it's shit weather.
well, there you go.
Yeah, but Andy gets 3 earthquakes. So,
I love it. We had one the other day. It was great. A little 4-point something, about 30 miles away, and I was like, okay, it's done.
Cool.
You know,
I've experienced one earthquake in England when I was at home, and it sounded like sounded like a couple of big bulldozers with their buckets down, scraping along the ground, and that was the earthquake going on for like a few seconds.
Yeah.
Crazy, isn't it?
You get a little rumble sometimes. Most of the time it's just the building you're in making the noise. But
and then like 5 seconds later, you go out front and go, "What the hell was that?" You thought it was like a crash or something, and you look up and down the road, and it's like all these people are standing outside also looking. Okay, it's not just me then. Yeah, it really happened.
But the creepiest thing I remember seeing was the '89 earthquake, the Loma Prieta earthquake that took out parts of San Francisco, dropped the freeway, broke the Bay Bridge, all that stuff. And I remember being at work in Sunnyvale, so way the hell away from the epicenter. But it was so strong, it just rippled like crazy. And I watched the asphalt in the driveway outside the window in the company I was working at literally ripple like ocean waves.
Yeah.
And then settle back. It didn't break. It just settled back. It was like, God damn, that's weird.
Yeah. No, we just got a rumble in England. We don't. That was it. You know, like
yeah,
mad. But thinking, I don't need any more of them because that was really weird. So it must be weird that you get used to the idea of earthquakes.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll take that any day over hurricanes, typhoons, tornadoes, mass flooding. You know, that killer hail. Have you seen those killer hail videos where it's like baseballs coming down almost?
Well, we've had that in Melton. My mate, well, my boss and his secretary had their cars totaled.
Yeah,
total write-off down to hailstones.
We get tiny hail out here called grapple. It's just little wimpy shit once in a while. It's rare, and that's as bad as it gets. So I'll take earthquakes any day over that stuff, man.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I'll soon have none of those. But you know,
you got to pick something, right? Mother Nature's not screwing around, so.
Yeah, well, you do have that super volcano out there. That's the thing.
Yeah. You have that fantastic volcano.
Yeah,
it's super duper. If
that goes off, we're all fucked. So it doesn't matter.
Well, there was historically, prehistoric times, there was a one in California called Mount Tehama, which exploded and created like a giant thingy.
I've just got told off in chat. Asio Head, the weather is not music.
Yeah, exactly. See how it goes?
Okay.
All different directions. No, it's fun to talk about the earthquakes and stuff. I mean, the crazy people, the guys who live in like Oklahoma and stuff, Tornado Alley in mobile homes. And every time they come through there, they just decimate it.
Yeah.
And just shred the entire neighborhood, and they got to rebuild. It's like, I would just leave, you know?
Yeah.
I know it's hard to leave sometimes if you don't have the money or you have a good job somewhere. I would take the commute over Tornado Alley.
Yeah, man.
Because those are scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very scary. And there's some great particle systems in movies for tornadoes too. Speaking of 3D, so.
Yeah. What was that movie with about tornadoes with a flying
Twister?
cow?
Twister?
Yeah, that was really fun.
Had the
It probably
water
wasn't realistic,
spouts. It had
looked
the.
fun.
Yeah, I mean the epicenter thing where they look up and see the eye was obviously bogus, and all that material flying around, they would have been shredded, all those metal tools and stuff.
Yeah.
But there are stories where people have those little shelters and the doors are banging. Sometimes they fly off the thing, and people literally just hanging on for dear life, being pulled out at extreme angles. So some of that is actually true. That does happen to people.
Yeah. You know, if you got the choice of living, I wouldn't be living in a place like that, especially in America. For some stupid, inconsequentially ridiculous reason, you build your houses out of like paper mache and you know, cardboard, and then you go, oh, we're in like, you know, tornado zone. Yeah, good idea.
Yeah, because even if your thing doesn't get lifted or shredded directly, a car is going to fly through it, or parts of a building are going to fly through it, and you're just gone.
Yeah.
Like in England, we make houses out of these things called bricks. You've heard of them? You know.
Yeah, but guess what? Earthquakes don't like bricks. So
yeah, it would be the same thing. It's just they build it out of wood and it's flimsy, and if a tornado comes along, it rips it to pieces. But it's much cheaper to rebuild your home than if it was made out of brick.
Yeah, all the old bricks in
That's the
Santa
thing.
Cruz when the Loma Prieta earthquake hit, all the facades crumbled and fell down. It could have killed anyone standing underneath them.
Yeah.
And the bricks at El Camino Hospital that I was working at the time, part-time because I was in school. That brick facade crumbled, and a lot of that fell down to the ground. So anyone standing down there would have been dead.
Mm.
You know.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
So yeah, it's just, there's kind of a sense to the madness of building it, out of paper mache, practically. So
It's fine if you're in a nice area that doesn't have horrible weather systems and stuff, but yeah,
Yeah.
tornadoes and with the weather changing over recent years, there's so many different hurricanes and stuff coming through, more than usual. Starting in the Caribbean and moving their way up.
When they live in a flood zone, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They actually had their houses built on a previous floodplain. Then they go like, "Why is my house flooded?" It's like, it's a floodplain, so it will.
But
flood.
even New Jersey got screwed up by some of those, and that's more inland. It got kind of screwed.
There's a lot of that going on here as well. Like that, it's not just the floodplains; it's the actual usage of water as well. When they're building these places, they're not really taking it into consideration.
Yeah,
drainage and stuff like that.
That's true enough. Yeah.
Hi, Hayes.
Hello.
Hi, mate.
How's it going?
Are you saving electric?
No, I'm trying to hide from scary clowns.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
It's dark. I figure the darker it is, the better.
They got poor eyesight.
Exactly.
You just attract the vampires in. So
those masks, you can't really see very well when you're wearing those masks. No, I just watched Hell House LLC. I had never heard of it before. I don't know. I think somebody had kind of mentioned it to me or something. Have y'all never heard of this before?
Have not.
No.
Oh my God. So, okay. It's a found footage series.
Oh.
Right. So you're either into that stuff or you're not. If clowns freak you out at all, do not watch this movie. I thought it was fantastic. Yeah. It's stupid horror, right? So like, first of all, here's the bar, you know what I mean? But like in terms of like delivering genuinely chilling, I mean, I'm like over 50 now. Why would I be scared of clowns, unless it was like a real human being that was trying to, come after me.
You're like the ones in the game Narc. I'd be scared of those guys.
Yeah.
With the knives.
Yeah. Right. This was like just such subtly effective horror in the found footage genre. I think it's like in that genre, I thought it was like way better than Paranormal Activity. I'm trying to think of some of the other ones. Of course, I saw the Blair Witch Project when it was released in the theater. And when I was walking out of the theater, first of all, nobody would go with me to go see it. And when I was walking out, I was having to assure the people that were around me, a few of them, that no, that was not real. That was, people actually were confused. They thought that they might have saw something that was real. They didn't know what they had just watched. And, second viewing of that movie, it loses all of its charm, of course.
Yeah. Well, presentation is everything.
George Romero tried to make a found footage with the zombie stuff when he was slowly losing his talent, unfortunately. So
that one was okay.
Yeah, it's all right.
It didn't suck.
It wasn't as bad as some other stuff out there for sure. But he was trying to jump on the bandwagon. So
yeah, that was another one. These I actually didn't know. I started with the most recent one that came out. I'd never heard of them before, so I didn't know. Actually, I thought it was part of the Michigan Hell House, which is another thing that came out this year. Which is, I mean, it's stupid. It's if you don't, but it's just enough of a suspension of disbelief that you may start to feel the hairs on the back of your neck and you're start to hackle a little bit. Just right after Halloween too, so I'm always behind the curve.
Well, that's what The Shining does with the sound design and the music and stuff, and the creepy Steadicam work and stuff. It's very well done.
Oh, don't get me started on The Shining. I could talk about that for hours now.
Yeah.
All of the I don't want to get into it too much, not any more than y'all want to, but there's a recent video series that came out from a couple who used to work for an infamous shock jock conspiracy theory person. You probably know I'm talking about. But they put out a series. They're 2 in, and they say it's a 4-part series. And part 1 was like over 2 hours. Part 2 was like over 2.5 hours.
Is this like the Room 237 stuff with all the
No, absolutely not. And it's so funny because when they first premiered this on YouTube, and everybody in the chat, that's all they're talking about: the moon landing, Stanley Kubrick, and
Exactly. Yeah.
and they're like, no.
Americans.
That's the distraction. Who cares about that crap? This is far more bone chilling, and it basically involves all the various different lodges that were built here in this country in the late 1800s and early 1900s after they slaughtered the Indians.
Yeah.
And The Shining is called the greatest American horror. Why did Stanley Kubrick call it that?
What's the channel that has the things? I should check it out.
Truth Stream Media.
Okay.
And you may not really appreciate, or like
The title's already throwing me off, but I'll check it out anyway.
Oh yeah, sure. But their treatises on The Shining are just, if you like The Shining at all, you should watch this. They're very informative too. But yeah, it's like the what is it, the Calumet baking powder,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
All that stuff. There's just so much. They point out so much symbolism that there's even a scene I didn't even like, so much stuff. I'm like, oh my god, it's like right there in front of your face. Like they do this all the time with political figures, where they have them stand in front of a Corona, like light fixture or something, and it produces a halo behind them. You can find tons of images of our presidents doing that. And when Jack is running down the hallway, there's all these chandeliers. There's one where it's just like he's wearing a crown. Anyways, check it out. I don't want to spoil anything. There's a lot of history involved in this.
Well, 237 is hilarious watch stuff. If you guys haven't seen it, like the carpet matches the shape of the launch pad of the rocket. And when Danny is at one point, he's looking down and the launch pad opening is turned one way, but when the ball comes toward him, the launch pad is turned around and he's accepting the ball because he's accepting knowledge. I'm like, holy shit, these guys are like, they
think a little too much.
Think about this way too much, right? And little incidental stuff in the background, like a shot of a skier in a weird parka looks kind of like Sasquatch or something like that. And so like, oh, that means something. I'm like, no, it's just a weird picture at a weird angle.
No, yeah. Everything about this documentary that they're putting together, they thoroughly show evidence of what they're claiming.
Like they even counted the so the original hotel external is Mount Hood in Oregon,
which I've been to.
I've been to too. I had to go by there. It's like a pilgrimage.
Cool.
And it's this tiny ass hotel, nowhere near the size of what they're depicting in the movie. But they said they counted the spaces in the parking lot of the hotel, and they were doing like numerology about the moon landing. And it's like 42 and 42 and 6 of this and 7, 6 times 7 is 42, and then all this math. It's like, what?
Uh-oh, lost my internet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can think about something long enough, you can come up with anything.
It's if you guys want a good laugh, and actually the music for it's very well done by some small band. I forgot the name of the band, but
it's thoroughly entertaining. I mean,
it's a very entertaining thing. Yeah,
I'd rather watch that than 90% of what's on TV.
Yeah,
because at least that.
And if you drink, it's even funnier. So
yeah. But like, I feel like I walk away smarter one way or the other.
Yeah.
Like either I learn something or I debunk something. Because very
entertaining.
I will say this though, like, have you seen HBO's From the Earth to the Moon?
I know about it, but I haven't seen it.
God, you've got to see it. It's so amazing. I mean, I thought if there was any reason for them to fake the moon landing, it was just like a political strategy to try to bankrupt Russia in the Cold War. But
it's funny though. These along the same lines,
some of these along the lines. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but so along the same lines, some of these like flat Earth guys who were like vehement about all that stuff. And one of these guys had it was a atheist debate thing with this religious guy, but he ended up throwing a bunch of flat Earth stuff that wasn't supposed to be part of the debate. And one of his arguments for the Noah's Ark is he extrapolated back. He said, okay, see these rocks. These are heart-shaped rocks. These were giant creatures drowned in Noah's flood. And this is what's left of their heart. And this is proof that the flood happened. and then this thing is proof of this, that, proof of that, going all the way back to Noah's Ark. I'm like, that's not how evidence works in any world.
Well, that's who I want arguing flat Earth right there.
Yeah. But I mean, they've put all this thought into all these little weird things around the world, even like comparing phi and pi, and the different math of how phi and pi can be used interchangeably in these different scenarios. I'm like, man, that's just way too much nonsense.
So Noah was the only guy who had a boat.
Yeah.
No, he had a big enough. He had the yacht.
And he magically put every species of animal ever discovered, even though it was before we discovered half the planet.
Two of each, and none of them ate each other.
Yeah.
Or died
They
of
had plenty of food. They had.
Well, what were they eating?
So
exactly. They're eating manna.
I could share something with y'all, but I'm not sure that I could. Like if you think about we do have there's a lot of records that there was some kind of a flood.
Hey, sorry guys, I got to run. I'll catch up later. Thanks. I forgot I got to go somewhere.
Oh, no. Have a good one.
Thanks. Bye.
But, it says in the Bible, 7 days and 7 nights. It doesn't mean that it flooded,
Oh, yeah.
But the whole thing can be interpreted as a personal journey, meaning that the flood is like what happens when we just want to give away everything and we don't really understand what our purpose in life is. In other words, it's kind of like, hey, we're supposed to live our lives too, but we're conflicted about giving too much service, feeling too guilty about too much reception. And we just go crazy, and just flood and just start giving it all away. And,
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't know, I try to take the Bible and okay, how can I make meaning out of my life with this thing instead of controversy and conflict and criticism and Anyways, I don't want to talk about this, but we're going to talk about electronics and sense.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to make myself a coffee first because I is parched. I've seen him.
Have a good one. Ohm.
How you doing, Hannes? Okay.
Yeah, that was hilarious. I was looking around thinking okay, is my fire alarm battery dead?
do you know what? That's been doing that for months, and I've become deaf to it.
Oh, that's funny.
But it's a rental property, so there's about 7 of different ages fire alarms all over the place. They're just I'm coming and fit a new one. They don't take the old one out, so you hear a beep, and it's like, all right, which one's it coming from? Because it's really hard to locate in it. Those.
It's like a cricket.
Beep, where that? Which one was that?
Yeah.
So I've just come back to it. So sorry for everybody who's been running around their own houses.
Oh, it's hilarious because it's Noisevember. So.
Should sample it.
Well, okay, so for me, we could always sample it. Sure. But it's better to have to get the fire alarm and just record it live.
Yeah, hardware jam.
Yeah, exactly. And it got me thinking, could I get a fire alarm and get
Could be interesting. Once the batteries go in, all of them, it'll be like a Buchla jam on it.
No, that's nothing. You have a whole bunch of them with dead batteries that are,
Yeah.
So that'd be pretty hard to pull off.
Well, it'd certainly be random.
There'd be a way to spike
time, oh yeah.
Yeah. You could power them externally somehow.
Yeah.
With just the I'm going to guess. First of all, does it take a 9-volt battery or does it take
I think the 9-volt, yeah.
9-volt or 3 volts or 1.5 volts.
Yeah.
It won't be 5 volts because that would be USB powered.
Yeah. No, the 9-volt batteries, but there's probably a regulator in there dropping it down to something else.
So Yeah, but doesn't have to.
No.
Doesn't have to. The thing is, though, is that whatever the threshold is, or whatever the maximum capacity is, we'll say. It's like a 9-volt battery is just, it's just under 9 volts sometimes, you know, like usually they're just under 9 volts and they're still good until about 8 or 7 volts. So what I'm thinking is when it gets down to about 7 or 6 volts, there's a differentiator in there that says, oh, you know, and that's what causes the chirping to start happening.
Yeah.
You could power it at that, right at that threshold, it would just make it chirp. So then if you could do that to several of them, there it goes. You could get like a bunch of fire alarms chirping, and hopefully at different intervals and not at the same time.
Yeah. Generative smoke alarm music.
Oh God, it would drive me insane listening to that, let alone trying to produce it.
Well, there's that fellow who's built his own module, didn't he? But it's got like a Geiger counter on it and a vial of something that's giving out a pip every now and again.
Is it Sam, Look Mum, or somebody else? That sounds like
no. Sam, I think he's a friend of Sam's. Sam's been there at this guy's house. I think it's the guy that the guy donated one of the owl machine, was it, or something like that. Fellow with a beard. I can't remember the chap's name.
Simon Magpie.
Possibly. I couldn't say for certain. I don't remember the guy's name, but he's got a whole wall basically of modular that he's built himself. But it's got quite quirky stuff, yeah.
Thing is, I must confess, I don't keep up with everybody's videos these days. I kind of wait and binge watch a bit here and then.
Well, there's so many now, isn't there? We're spoiled for choice, really, considering it's such a small community, as everybody keeps pointing out.
This is the elephant in the room. This is the elephant in the room right now, right? This is what Andy Warhol was talking about. Everybody's 15 minutes of fame. This is after 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Like that already came and went. And now like what we're dealing with is everybody's like, well, it's kind of like this. I'll say, hey man, I do electronic music jams. Check out my channel. Oh yeah, so do I. So do I. Oh, me too. Check out my music. Hey, me too.
Which I think can be perfectly healthy for people who've got something to say or something to do. But there's a lot of people on the internet who, I don't know, I think they're going to have a midlife crisis.
It's totally possible. Okay, so that's going to happen regardless, one way or the other.
Yeah.
We're all setting ourselves up for that, depending upon, one thing or another. But for me, where I'm going at with this is that I think it's great that we're all getting into this. I just hope that people don't get discouraged after 6 months if they don't, take off.
But I think that's one of the benefits of like this particular community with the hardware jams and what have you.
Oh, I agree. Yeah,
it's very encouraging. It doesn't matter, you listen to some people and it's clear that they're only just starting out and finding the feet, and other people who really nailed what they're doing. But it's not a competition. It's actually a really nice environment to welcome new players into, isn't it, really?
That's good. I'm not going to name any names, but I was dealing with early on sort of, how do I say it? I don't want to say gear shaming, but it was kind of like a sort of conformist attitude of like, well, you need to be using this gear.
Right.
Like, no. We need to just use whatever you want to use, whatever you can afford to use.
Yeah.
I don't make any money doing this.
Don't get me wrong. I play keys, and that's what I do. So all of these things, like the deluges and the digitacs and things like that, they don't really interest me. But I'm glad they exist. Very glad they exist, because making music, whether you're doing it for, whether you want to make a living out of it or not, it's good for you. Just sitting down and knowing that what you're doing today, you're a little bit better than yesterday. I just think everybody can benefit from that.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I took on another kind of layer of learning things as I was like getting into this. for me, I guess this was just sort of like leading up to. I wanted to learn electronics, and I'm still learning electronics. But for me, it was like, man, I have got to learn electronics. So that's kind of my driving force in all of this. And when I look at modular, I think one of my fallbacks, and I'm always kind of like, man, I wish you guys would get into electronics, because this is a great opportunity to build your own modular.
Well, the way I see it is, if you've got like say for instance, down here, just move that, boxes of components, chips, various filter chips, oscillator chips, capacitors over there. To me, that is my modular.
Yes, exactly. Like I'll put
it's just a different granularity of modular, isn't it?
This is a fail. That's why it's on a breadboard, right? I'm trying to build a white noise generator, and all I'm getting out of it is a bias, signal.
Mm-hmm.
So when it goes through a capacitor, there's nothing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, well, what it is it's using that stupid, I forget what it's called. Maybe somebody can help me. That avalanche breakdown in the transistor, where like this, you can't really see it, but this little guy over here that I'm pointing to, its base is, hang on a second. It's backwards. So it's a eat big cookie. Yeah. The collector,
right.
The collector is floating.
Yeah.
And the emitter is connected to the positive voltage rail via across a resistor.
Mm-hmm.
So it's doing that avalanche breakdown thing. And of course, that's like magic. That's black magic right there. You've got to hit it with just the right way or it won't do its thing. So,
but I've always found the sense to be like that. I mean, even like back when, my first proper synth, if you can call it that, was the DX27. And every synth sweet spot is when things are just slightly trying to fall apart.
Sure.
In my view, anyway, if you're in the safe zone of the synth, it's uninteresting.
Right.
You got to just take it to the edge a bit, and it's one of the reasons why I like things like polyphonic aftertouch. You've got the Roland A50 and A80 through there, but after 30 years or whatever it is now, they're not that great. But you don't just have to use them for expression. You can think of them like a guitar. If you play cleanly, you'll get the note you want. If you're not playing as clean as you should, then you just get that human element.
Mm-hmm.
Things break apart a bit. So it's, if you've got a digital instrument, I'm the most analog thing in the chain. So, it's you can.
I would argue you are acoustic.
Well, yeah, I'm acoustic, but but from the point of view of your digital instrument, I'm more likely to go off kilter than the digital instrument.
Maybe we are analog.
I want to capture that.
No, yeah, totally. That's what when I'm doing these noise jams for Noisevember, which I'm always get the memo late. I found out that there's, you don't have to, of course, but there's a sort of everyday theme that people are kind of falling by, and people are treating it more just like a January than an actual like, oh, I'm going to explore noise, actual noise.
Yeah.
But for me, this is an opportunity to explore noise.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it's all about, is trying to perform.
Yeah.
As much motion as possible. And it's art. It's totally subjective.
Yeah.
And then part of me wants to keep it raw, but the other part is like, but I got all this ear candy, like all these various different ensembles and choruses, panners, stereo delays, things to, widen the spectrum and make things, of course, it's going to make anything interesting,
Mm-hmm.
So I'm conflicted between keeping it pure and raw and, psychedelic.
Yeah.
I'm going with psychedelic, I think. Yeah.
I've got to say, at Synthfest, I got to try the Osmos, and I really never expected to like it at all. Because
I bet it's amazing.
my idea of an ideal instrument is a keyboard instrument that is utterly familiar, feels just like any other keyboard instrument I've played, but with the extra expression. And I didn't expect the Osmos to give me that. I thought it was going to be very different, and it's not. If you want to play it like a regular keyboard, it'll play like a regular. You know what I mean? I didn't expect that at all. I was very impressed with the attack. You know, you play it softly, you get a soft attack. You play it, you hit it like a piano, you get your nice hard attack. And it's just like, oh, I really wish it was really wish it was 5 octaves.
Well, maybe they'll come up with just a controller version.
Yeah. Although I think I think the marriage between the Surface and the synth engine itself, I think, you know, it really, I think there's something about the way that the two things work together that, you know, really did something. I don't know, maybe Kent will, because you have tried that with other things as well, won't you?
Yeah.
This is a question that I have, that this is an unknown for me. And I guess the answer is, yeah, it's all the above. Is whether, so in this particular case with the Osmos or Osmosis, are all of those parameters, you know, that are usually affected by LFOs and other modulators, are they all accessible via MIDI CC? And as long as they are, then it should be able to, for that matter, if the Osmosis is transmitting MIDI CC somehow, then other synthesizers that just have those parameters available to be modulated by that CC number, it should, you know, have an impact.
Definitely, yeah.
Just put out.
From another point of view, I mean, like playing the non-linear C15, which has just got a regular Fatar keypad on it, but when you're playing that C15, you could swear that you're playing a different keypad because of the way the engine responds to it. So dynamic, it's unbelievable.
That's it. It's the Roland AE 20 and 30. Have you ever seen those?
AE20.
AE. They're wind controllers.
Oh right, okay, yeah.
And I've got an Akai. No, I'm sorry, an Iwi. Yeah, it's an Akai
Iwi, yeah.
5000. I don't know that it does what the Artiphones do. I think they're called Artiphones, the Rolands.
That's right, yeah. Something like that.
They
almost got like funny shape, aren't they? Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, I'm not going to watch the video because I don't have the device. You know, it's not. What I do is I load it up. I watch the first intro. I give it a thumbs up, and I move on. You know, I'm not the audience, but I support the channels any way that I can. So, but it's cool. You should watch the intro to this. You see it, old Uncle Mick, because he's moving back and forth while he's playing. He's playing stronger and louder. But as he moves this way, it's causing modulations to do certain this and this, and it's like, okay, that's actually really cool.
Yeah.
Because you've got the full, like those wind controllers had great expression.
Yeah,
and they can play polyphonically as well. It's weird. I don't really kind of like it because I'm kind of like, it's kind of weird. It's good if you can like play one note at a time, kind of loop it in. But as playing a saxophone,
be more intuitive. I think playing monophonically. I think because that's what you expect from it. Eh? But then again, it's just a question of getting used to something new, and before you know it, you're knocking out pads.
Yeah, it's got great expression, great expressive control. What I'm worried about is getting spit in it.
You had a problem with your Osmos, didn't you, Ken? What turned out to be the problem with that?
Oh, it was one of the main resistors on the power supply just overheated and
just power
melted
supply.
up the ball. Yeah, just melted up the ball.
Right. Yeah. No, it's just because obviously when there's a new form of technology and something goes wrong, you your initial reaction is, oh, it'll be this newfangled thing that we don't understand, you know. But if it's just the power supply, that's all right, isn't it? Did you have a good look at how the keybed actually works? Is it magnetic sensors or something like that? Is it?
I put up a picture of what's under
have
each
you?
key. Yeah.
Because I envisage it to be something similar to like the 3D Connections mouse, you know,
Let's see if,
that kind of idea.
if I can find a picture. I know I put it up somewhere.
While Kent's looking, I'll tell you this funny story. I made these little, over here on this side, these little daughter board type kind of things to help power my breadboard. It's got a diode in it. It's got a couple capacitors to smooth the voltage, and it's got an LED. The other day, I upped the voltage to 15 volts because I was testing something out. And I just kind of touched my finger here accidentally and burned my finger on that resistor and realized, oh, yeah, this is not a 15 volt rated daughter board.
No.
Right. Now, let's see.
That's a shame they would miss wattage rating on a resistor like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it happens. People, you know, get on to companies for making mistakes like that, but it's like, oops.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much product testing you can do, isn't there, really, until things are out in the real world. And I think we all have to accept that a bit. Some people are more tolerant than others.
Absolutely.
You know, tell you, if you're an early adopter, you know, like it's you got to kind of accept that you're a beta tester, really.
Yeah, I totally concur.
Right, I can't find it there. It's probably on here. Hang on. Let's look. Where are we going?
But my affliction is guitar pedals.
Yes, I understand. Yeah.
There we go.
It's like I got to stop looking at reverb.
Well, the thing is, I mean, when we were younger, there was almost like a predefined route you were expected to take. If you were a guitarist, this is the kit you were supposed to have. If you're a kid, it's not like that anymore, is it? Everything is so kind of, it's just a big smorgasbord. Take what you can get, plug it all together, see what you can do in it, you know, and it makes it so much more interesting, you know. So if everybody had the same gear, it wouldn't be very much fun, would it, you know?
Oh, I totally agree. It was back in the 80s and 90s, everybody was trying to chasing after, because, I mean, we didn't have as much. If you think about it, we didn't have as much access.
No.
So,
and generally, we got what we could afford from secondhand shops most of the time.
And I mean, all you had was, if you had the record, your ear, you had to try to find some ability to slow it down or something to try to figure out what they were doing. Every once in a while, somebody may disclose something on a Guitar Player magazine. You had to go buy a mag. So, you know, we're sitting around here like reading the magazines, looking for tips and tricks. I'm a drummer, by the way. So for me, it was all Modern Drummer. And I felt that drummers back in those days had it a little easier than guitar players and bass players. Because I just feel like, I don't know, like our stuff was easier to figure out what was going on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm not a drummer. I can throw a beat down, but I wouldn't call myself a drummer. But the thing is, with the drums, you can kind of figure out, if you can hear the beat, if you can hear everything that's going on, you can almost teach yourself it without a drum kit in front of you.
Sure.
You can't really do that with many instruments, can you?
Well, you know, you could maybe the Ramones, right? Something's like really, really, really not, you know, kind of primitive music in a way, but it's good music, you know. But it's easy to learn, easy to start with. But I'll give you a great example, like on drums, where you would be hard pressed to understand what was going on, especially if you weren't trained. Like there was, first of all, there was like a great divide that kind of happened with drummers in the 70s up until the late 60s. By the 70s, this was definitely a thing, but up until the late 60s, just about all drummers were trained in jazz.
Yeah.
And after that, it stopped. More and more drummers stopped learning jazz. More and more and more and more. So check out Radar Love. Check out the drums on Radar Love.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Oh my God, that's a doozy right there.
I think.
He's not doing both the. It's like one hand. Chaka, the whole way.
It was Vinnie Colaiuta on Joe's Garage, Frank Zappa, when I first went, wow, drums are a lot cooler than I thought they were.
He and Dave Weckl were like,
Dave Weckl, yeah.
Who's number one, and then for the longest time I was like, hands down, Vinnie Colaiuta over Dave Weckl. But Dave Weckl has been up in his game in the past 10 years, and I don't know. I'm starting to think Dave's better now.
Right, okay. Yeah,
But
I'll check that out.
The thing is,
I remember.
Go ahead.
No, go on. Finish what you're saying. You're right.
Well, no, it's not important. It's just it's a matter of like Vinny has more voices than Dave does.
Right.
He has more modes. It's hard to explain. It's a timing thing.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that got me is keep it greasy off Joe's Garage, where it's like 4/4, then it's what 19/16, and then 21/16, and you're like, bloody hell! I didn't even know these numbers existed.
Okay, my most viewed video is a scrolling transcription of a song by Meshuggah called "Bleed." It's the drum transcription, and what you see is what you hear. I did not pull the drums out. What you're hearing MIDI drums through GarageBand, and I did a good effort to try to make them sound lively. That's how I put it. And so what I did is I used OpenMuse. We lost Kent. Oh no! I used OpenMuse to transcribe the parts, and then that exported MIDI, and then I imported the MIDI into GarageBand, and then I just assigned different voices to the different parts, and then I rendered the audio, and then I used OBS. So OpenMuse will play and scroll as it goes. So I made a video of it playing, and then I put the audio over on top of it.
OpenMuse, what is that, like a version of MuseScore, is it?
I'm sorry, it is MuseScore. Yes.
Oh, MuseScore, right? Okay.
Okay, so hang on to my story. Maybe I'll remember to finish it off. What we got here?
There's a pair of them under each key.
Right.
Oh, no, one of them is under each key. That's like an octave.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And that's the
support for the keys. Yeah.
Yeah, they do that support. So that's where that spongy feel when you go down extra. So it works using that system.
Yeah, but it's a surprisingly nice feel, isn't it? It's a lot nicer than I expected it to be, and a lot, like I say, it lends itself well to a keyboard player's playing without too much of a. It's not like the Rolly, where it's a different approach to playing it. You've got all these other dimensions, but if you just want to play it like a keyboard player, you can do that too. Yeah, and I didn't expect to be able to do that. Very nice.
Yeah, I've got this one. This is the photo I was talking about on the show yesterday. Here we go. Memory mode with all the troublesome bits removed.
Oh, well, all of it.
That won't go wrong. You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
It's very acoustic.
Very, very, very.
So you can sell that. So you can sell that on Reverb now as a trouble-free memory.
Yeah, modified.
Yeah, it's got the spun touch.
Yeah.
You should do that and list it at a regular price. just as a joke, and then like maybe take it back a couple days.
We'll be on Ramsey's next week, then, won't it?
They don't like it when you do that on Reverb, of course, but I don't know. It's like one of those things where sometimes we all need a good chuckle,
Yeah.
something like that, man, like makes a whole bunch of people laugh at once.
See, this is why I love my job, especially in the summer. Right, this was me when I was working on a Jupiter 8. I can sit out in the garden.
No. We see what's going on here. That's the real work.
Yeah, it's sort of like, that's the way to work, my man. That's it. Brilliant.
So is that your chief engineer there? Is it?
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to say.
Noah's head of quality control. Lets you know.
Hey, they got great sense of smell. They can smell tone.
Yeah.
Oh, that video you've posted, the having the corned beef sandwich, was that last week?
Oh yeah, that dog. Oh
God. Noah's just sat there like that, dead good.
Yeah. Go.
I'll
be quiet. Yeah, I'll be quiet and bide my time.
He knows.
Yeah.
That's funny.
So many. Yeah, it's a funny old thing, isn't it?
But that Meshuggah song, Time Signatures. You're gonna love this.
What's it called again, Hayes? Let me make a note of that.
It's called Bleed.
Bleed, Meshuggah.
Bleed, yes, but everybody, I beseech thee, hang on one second. It's one of those things where the record industry, they hate artists. You know what I mean? They just hate artists. Bleed is 7 minutes and 23 seconds long. There's a 5-minute version video out there, and it's the #1 search result. Mm-hmm. So you're going to be like, oh, yeah, we'll watch that one. And it's like, please don't watch that one. They cut the song short. And the other thing is this, though. If you don't like death metal, don't waste your time. But
to be honest, mate, I can listen to anything once and enjoy it once. It doesn't necessarily mean I have to listen to it again, but I can enjoy anything once,
Yeah, it's one of those things where like it takes multiple, like all music, of course, but this one is very interesting. There's another video out there called Meshuggah Bleed, Bongos Only. And that was for me was the Rosetta Stone. First of all, I thought that the prime pattern of the song were Swiss triplets, which are like, it's a flam, and then a single. They're instead what they're called hertas, which are like, wow, very, very, very like military. I mean, it's all military, of course, but like hertas are still like, it's almost like they're not a rudiment, I don't think. And a herta is 1, 2, 3, da, 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 da. That's the double bass pattern of this song.
Yeah.
For the first section. Then it goes to. That's the second section. The third section, well, here I could barely do the first section, okay? The second section, nope. Third section, I can't even like play what they do.
The drummer's chest must be knackered by the end of a gig.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Right. Oh yeah. I mean, I should just do a me solo sometime.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
should be Bobby McFerrin doing death metal,
right? Well, that's
great.
Here's the drums, though. I mean, here's what the hands are doing the whole time in the song. It's just 4/4.
Yeah.
Right. So this is 1, 2 with on the backbeat on the 3, 2, 3, 4, 1. Just the whole and it switches up here and there. But it's true. The entire song, you can line it up and it fits in a 4/4 structure all the way to the end.
We see that. I see what Azio had saying there, Hayes. You should attach some contact mics.
Yeah, right. So, man, I get like every month, I get a barrage of comments on that video. It's just 4/4. It's just 4/4. And it's like, I mean, so who cares? It's, if you're not going to learn the song if you think about it just 4/4. I saw some other transcriptions, And the problem is that if you try to do this in 4/4, the bass drum pattern, like you'll only see one measure in just one slice of this bass drum pattern.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, you've got 5 or 6 more different ones to learn. Then you've got to stack those all together and then learn that as one. That's how you do it. You learn one, and then the next, and the next. And if you see that in 4/4, it doesn't make any sense.
No. So it's almost like a polyrhythm.
Exactly. So something's got to give. Something has to go over the bar. You see what I'm saying? Which would you rather be, the complex part or the simple part?
Personally, the complex part.
That's what I chose.
Yeah.
So that way, all of the bass drum, they all line up straight down the page.
Yeah.
And so that way you could just say like, okay, I got to learn this piece of Morse code is what it is. And then I've got to figure out how to put this over on top of it. The drummer did not write this part. He sampled his drums so that his band members could write drum parts for him whenever they wanted to, so that they could challenge him. And that this is what they challenged him with. They said, we came up with something for you. And he was like, okay, what's this? He was like, hell no, I can't play that. And he said, they're like, yes, you can. Yes, you can. You've got as long as it takes to learn it. It took him 6 months to learn this. And they held a competition, like when the album came out, and they said like, okay, whoever can play this song on drums and post it to YouTube, you win one of his drum kits. And like this 17-year-old kid won, or it's like 15, 16, 17 years old. And see, nobody had transcribed the part. Nobody even knew what was going on yet at that point.
Well, let's face it, those 50-year-old blokes haven't got time to be learning stuff like that, have we, for the competitions?
Well, that's where it came from. I was going to learn the song and videotape me learn, and I knew I was not going to be able to do it. But I had just done.
But as a 17-year-old kid, he can spend all day and all night every day for a week.
Yeah, and a professional musician who's paid he can spend 6 months and as long as he's still recording the other tracks. But I did Subdivisions by Rush. I nailed it. It's got like 500 views. It's like, but I nailed it, completely nailed it.
Yeah.
And so my next challenge was going to be like Bleed. I cracked my best cymbal as a result of trying to do this. And what I said was like, and I came up with this video instead. And I thought about maybe doing more, like there's a demand for it. People love them. Because it helps drummers. It helps drummers. Like I've helped a lot of drummers learn this song.
Yeah. But I don't play the drums, but I do watch quite a lot of drum YouTube videos, because the way I see it, as a musician, you've got to learn harmony, melody, all of these things. The drummer's just got to learn rhythm, but they spend just as much time learning as a pianist. So what do they know about rhythm that the rest of us don't? So I always find drummers quite fascinating, even though they're always the butt of the joke, and for good reason. But, I always I do like good drumming.
Yeah.
I've always strived to be a good drummer.
Wow.
Well, my first 7 years, I didn't want to learn how to play with the click track. There wasn't really a need for me to. And then finally, like when it finally hit me, I was like, okay, it's time to learn how to play with the click track. And wow.
Was that that takes some adjusting, or was it quite a quick?
Oh, it took some major adjusting.
Right.
And it's what it is you learn very quickly that human nature, that's not really human nature.
It's not, no. Well, if you listen to all of the great recordings, I'm a big fan of sort of like your prog era stuff, Timing's all over the place.
Sure.
But it doesn't matter. It actually lends itself to the journey of the piece of music, in my view. It's not a hindrance, it's not a fault, it's not a mistake. It's part of, it's just, that's how life works, isn't it?
See, that's why I didn't want to confine myself to learning to a click track so early on. Was because I knew that a lot of drummers in the 70s, they didn't really use a click track. And I also knew from reading in
I
modern.
wonder as well if you were to learn initially with a click track or a metronome from day one, whether you would struggle playing off the beat and giving a bit of like a Purdy shuffle or some sort of groove. Would that be harder then? Because you were so used to the metronome.
So shuffling, actually, I didn't learn how to shuffle until after I learned how to play along with the metronome. And you almost cannot learn how to properly shuffle until you have got that strong. See, so what I was going to say is that it's not really people get it wrong. Okay, people really.
I suppose you got to know where the beat is in order to play off it. I suppose but yeah,
well, yeah. So, but people get it wrong. Like the grid is where it's at. That's really what you're striving to adhere to when it comes to the rhythm. Hear me out though. The reason why it generally sounds so bad was because those are bad drum sounds. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like drums need to have a certain sound about them. And then they work best when they're like always there. And then once you're there, what you can do is you can either kind of go a little bit behind, but everywhere where there's that perfect tick, you're the same amount behind every time, or a little bit ahead.
Yeah, right, yeah.
And a little bit ahead is generally
consistency.
Yeah. You have to have it. Yeah. So playing to a metronome gives you that consistency. So until I learned how to play to a metronome, I could never play ahead of the beat. I could never play behind the beat. Because if I tried to play behind the beat, I would just slow down. If I tried to play ahead of the beat, I would just speed up. Now then, when it comes to swinging, one last thing, and I'll shut up on this until sorry, I'm not trying to hog the mic is what I'm saying, but I want to get this point across, is that when it comes to shuffling and swing, right? Think about it for a second. You're taking an eighth note, and you're taking the one that I'm not accenting, and you're moving it closer. Now that's what you hear when you apply swing on a drum machine or synth, and that's a false illusion of what you're really doing. Yeah. Really, what you're doing is you're playing triplets. And this, you got to be able to learn how to hear that against
Yeah.
And the only way to learn how to do that is to, in my opinion, play a paradiddle. Except it's triple it. But you're sticking with the paradiddle. And what that does is that forces one of the accents on the paradiddle to land on the second note of that triplet structure. And that's the weak spot right there. Until you learn how to fill in that space properly, and by filling up that space, literally, you can't swing. It'll always have a quirkiness to it. It won't have that circular total round, And then from there, it's a matter of learning how to play fast. And that's where you've got to learn how to bounce. And that's like a whole nother. I'm trying to get up to that level now. And I'm slowly kind of, getting there. But man, it's hard. It's like it's a weird thing where you have to let go so that you feel the pulse landing in places where your hands just don't agree with. They don't want to align with it. Hey, I wish I had a drum set right now, to sort of demonstrate. But
no, it's interesting to hear your perspective on it. To be honest, because it's easy to think, well, I know what swing feels like, but to actually categorize it in the way that you just have, that's it's insight. But you need to hear that from a drummer,
Yeah, one who's been doing this a long time, and listen to a lot of people. I got to see Vinny Colaiuta give a clinic.
Oh yeah.
And I could feel it. I walked in the room, I watched him play, and I was looking at him, and he was up there and he's just like doing all these, filling up the space. And it's, he's just playing on like a little kit. And I mean, like this is something that I still to this day that I struggle to do, and I really can't do very well. It's just so where you just this constant sound, and your hands are always moving and everything. You're always rolling and hitting the cymbals here and there. Those jazz drummers can just do that all day long.
There's a great video online. I forget the name of the track. It's quite a big ensemble. There's a horn quite a large horn section, and pianist and Vinny on the drums. And they're recording this thing, and it comes to this just short, sort of maybe 2-4 bar solo. And he does it in fives, I think. And it cuts to the guys in the control room, and they all just go and throwing the papers down.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
He might have
really brilliant trombone solo in that thing as well. Really,
he did a lot of recording here in Nashville. I'm outside of Nashville, but he did a lot of recording in Nashville. And it was really, really because he was doing country. He was playing very simple stuff. He was not doing.
He's not a snob to any particular genre, is he?
So Dave Weckl kind of is. Like I know that Dave Weckl does, jingles and whatnot here and there, but like I never see him recording for anybody that's not a pure jazz artist.
Right. A muso's drummer.
Yeah. But so Vinny's doing this clinic, and he's up there just away and everything, but he's just got this vacant look in his eye, and he's not saying anything. What I mean by that is he's not expressing, he's not talking. You know what I mean? It's call and response.
Yeah.
It's not even none of that. It's just blah 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 blah, and all of a sudden he just stops, and everybody's like, "Huh?" First of all, I mean, you look around the room and everybody's like, "Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, wow, look at that, oh yeah." And I'm like, man, he's wanking off right now, guys. What are you talking about, man? What do you think he's doing? What are you looking at? And of course, I mean, this is just what I'm thinking inside, and I'm thinking to myself, man, I'm a real dick for thinking this, because like I can't read minds, right? And then all of a sudden he stops, and he literally says, "Guys, I don't feel like playing right now. Can I just rap with y'all?" We're like, "Sure." So he like smokes a cigarette, sits down in front of the kit, and just starts, talking shop with us. That was one of the best clinics I ever saw.
Well, again, insight in it,
and the honesty, and the whole like, I'm not feeling it right now, so me trying to show you licks on the drums is pointless. And another thing that he told us was, if you're recording a song in the studio and the BPM is 118 and they want to change it to 117 or 116, don't let them. Or in other words, if you're grooving at 118 or whatever's you're grooving at, you tell them like, no, this is where the tempo is.
Right. Yeah.
Otherwise I got to pack my bags and you need to hire another drummer.
But yeah, I can definitely relate to that. Because there are some things, even just like on the piano or the guitar, there's a certain tempo. You're playing something and you know which tempo is right. And even a slightest deviation off that tempo, it loses that flavor, and it's
so that
you can't really justify it. You can't explain it, but you just know that, hang on, no, this is the tempo it needs.
Yeah. But so again, like, but if your drummer can't change the tempo,
no,
what are you going to do?
Well, the drummer is the tempo. It's really it's.
Yeah, but it's a question of, and again, it depends. Like I will say this, like what it is it's really hard to get into the pocket, and it takes a lot of like right now I'm out of the pocket. If I were to go record drums, it would be like, imagine like a yin yang cymbal, kind of broken apart.
Yeah.
My karma's not there. Like I'm not landing. Everything's not lining up where I want it to line up. It's a little off. It's off by just micro fractions, And so my drums can sound good and I can do a pretty decent job and everything, but it's like, that's not a groove, man. You know what I'm saying? if I practice for like a month, 2 months, then and certain exercises with the click track, it has to be with the click track. Then all of a sudden, you know, I can groove. I can get in the pocket, and you can feel it. You can really feel it. It's wild. It's a neat thing. And the other thing is that if there's any drummers out there for whatever reason listening to this won't know, you'll know when you're in the pocket, because it's like you feel your stick is being drawn like a magnet to the snare drum. Good dogger. Yeah.
And off she goes again.
But here's I can't play piano. I'm here to learn how to play piano. I don't want to take lessons. So, you know, what good's that going to do me?
Just play along with stuff.
Yeah, it's mostly what I do.
Yeah.
What I thought about doing, I got this book here. That's it. Yeah, I can't believe I found it that easily. I thought that I would go through this.
Yeah.
And actually start by laying down, like, you know, just the chords. And just start by that and pick a song and then just sequence it and then learn how to play with the wind controller. That's something I'm wanting to do, but I had that idea to do that like 3 years ago. But that was right before they started cracking down on intellectual property copyright laws again. They had kind of laxed the laws a little bit. And I thought, you know, I just do that on Twitch and stream on Twitch, me going through the process of creating, you know, the stuff.
I don't think it helps as well the fact that a lot of the laws surrounding that kind of thing are very vague.
Absolutely.
When they start using terms like fair use policy, and you go, all right, well, that's not a definition, is it? You know?
Yeah. I'm learning the songs, you know, this is an educational process, and that's totally fair use. But, you know, now I've got to fight YouTube or Twitch. If you don't know about it, what Twitch does is they mute that portion of the stream that has a copyright violation in the VOD. So while you're streaming live, they can't do anything, of course. I mean, somebody could report you and they shut the stream down, I guess. But, I mean, I see people streaming movies all the time. Not as much as they used to, though. But usually when they do that, it's not like they're trying to, you know, pirate a movie. It's more like, hey, I'm trying to have a party and I want to show this movie. Like we used to do, you know? And you're usually around Halloween, and they may do some kind of weird video glitch to it as well, just for fun. But anyways, I still might do this because this would be great for me to learn, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
A bunch of, what songs do we got here, by the way? Such song as All My Lovin', My Cherie Amour, My Girl, Strangers in the Night, The Sound of Music, Hey Soul Sister, Georgia on My Mind, Unchained Melody, Mr. Tambourine Man. Just a bunch of wild stuff that, you know, that I'm not invested in. So it would just be like, oh, okay. Do a total learning journey experience for me.
Yeah. Well, in terms of getting an overall view of music theory, there really is, I don't think there is anything better than the piano, really, is there?
No.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
I never really learned any of it.
No, but the thing is with you, Ken, you've got an ear for it, haven't you, though? You've learned it, but without the dots, the dashes, and the letters, and the numbers.
When I was younger, I mean, I learned by, you know, I put an album on and play along with it.
Yeah.
But it meant having to learn at the speed of playing, sort of thing. Do you know what I mean? Or you put the stylus back at the beginning and off you go again, you know? Just keep doing that. It did get easier when we got cassettes.
I know there's been a few times in the chat when I've put something like, oh, it's an E flat minor seventh, and you've like, that's no bloody good to me, you know?
Yeah, yeah. It's a
The thing
what?
is, I can relate to that because I learned backwards. I learned to play by ear and then started to figure out the theory afterwards, after the fact, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So I know what it's like. It's quite often, even now, when I'm playing and I'm just noodling, your fingers just know where to go. You're not thinking about, oh, I need a Z diminished right now. You know, you just don't think like that when you're actually playing, do you?
Yeah.
Even when you know the theory, you're not thinking of it. You just instinctively know, okay, this is the effect I want to have. This is the chord I'm playing now. In order to have the next effect, I've got to move these fingers in this way. And
I mean,
that's kind of.
I mean, a byproduct of that sort of like doesn't work in your favor is that there'll be a chord or something, and although it's almost the right chord, it's not the right chord.
Oh, yes, I know
and
that
it
one.
Stays with you for years, and you can never find that chord. You're playing, say it's 5 notes, 4 of them are right. And the fifth one's never right, or you never really notice it purely, you know, in the record or stuff like that. But it still sounds wrong. I had this with Vangelis's China. There was this one chord, and you go, yeah, it's the right chord, but it's not, it's wrong. And for years, I could never find what it was. And then one day, I just found it because I wasn't thinking about it. I was just playing. I was just sitting there, and I just started playing this on the 80. And but there it was. I went, oh, that's the chord. I've been playing it like for 12 years this way.
But
you had to add that one note, and then there it is. You know?
But when you play that chord, when you finally play that chord, it's like the voice of God, isn't it?
Yeah. And suddenly you go, yes, this is it. No, it's complete.
It's like the opening sequence of the Simpsons where the clouds part and the sun comes out. It's like,
yeah.
That's the part of theory that daunts me. Is that it's like, why can't I find this chord?
Yeah.
It's just there's only 12 notes here. What's going on?
But that's where theory can help as well, because once you've got that theoretical grounding, you can go, okay, well, here's the chord I'm playing. What other chords are actually related to what's going on, and what other options are available to me? Whereas without the theory, you're kind of taking a shot in the dark, aren't you? You'll try moving that finger to that note or that finger, you know. And there's always an element of that, even with theory, to be fair, if you're just picking something up by ear. But, you know, a bit of theory can help you narrow it down a bit. Because, I mean, if you think about like a dominant 7th chord, without the root note, it's just, what's the word? Diminished.
Diminished, okay.
It's a diminished chord, but basically you've got 2 minor 7ths. If you take the root away, whereas obviously if you keep the root of you've got your major 3rd and 2 minor 3rds. When you take that root away, it's just a diminished chord. So, like in the key of C, for instance, your B diminished kind of functions as your dominant G chord. Your ears automatically thinks it's a G.
Yeah.
So you'll often find that diminished chords, when they're being used in music, they're not the diatonic. So if you're playing in the key of C, which is all the white notes, you'll very rarely play a B diminished. It'll quite often be a C sharp diminished to get you from a C to a D, or you know, something like that. But I think the way music's taught, quite often people get so far and then they stop and they think everything has to be diatonic and has to be in key all the time. You know, and it's only takes that little extra step in your education to go, oh, actually, I can use all 12 notes whenever I want, as long as I know why I'm doing it.
That's the crazy part. What I found, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think the elephant in the room when it comes to theory and learning theory and the difficulty in learning theory it's like it's always the things that people don't talk about because we assume that you've already done the work.
Yeah.
And that work in this particular case is you've done your scales. Correct me if I'm wrong here.
Yeah.
No,
you're right.
And
That's what
kills
to be honest,
people.
like if I'm teaching anybody a musical concept, I find it easier to teach the complicated things, the deeper things, because if I'm trying to teach the basics, I assume too much.
Right, and it's up to the student to drill the scales.
Yeah,
every day.
Yeah.
And that's what kills me about these theory videos is they never mention that.
No,
it's like you've got to know your scales, otherwise, like that's your instinct to, to get from one note to the next, to the next, to the next, and then back.
Don't know
down.
them either.
Right. Here's the thing: that stuff was actually drilled into my head because I played saxophone early on, and I was in the marching band in high school. And we did I think I did every scale that they threw at us, and did complex performances in the springtime, and all of that stuff is like in one ear and out the other. Because right now I don't know my scales, even though I did know them. Right now I don't know them.
Yeah,
but I mean,
well, even like I've heard people like completely freeze at the idea or the concept of modes until you point out to them that it's just the same scale that they're used to using, but starting on a different note.
Exactly. And that's where because it builds
nothing complicated
that you need to move from one to the next.
Yeah.
See, all my playing is patterns and shapes.
Fair enough.
Well, that's all it really is, anyway, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, everything else is just a way of describing those patterns and shapes.
Yeah.
The thing about doing your scales is like you do the easy one, your C scale, but then you do the next one, and then the next one, and then as you get better and better and better, all of a sudden you're like, oh, okay, I got this, and learning everything else starts to seep in big time, quick.
Yeah. And like you say, it gets to that point where your hands instinctively know what they need to do to get to where you want to be from where you are.
And that's where I'm a primitive caveman. I just want to take these fingers and go. Piano was too hard. I was like, I love it. I want to learn this, but it's too hard. So when saxophone came along, I was like, I could have played trombone or maybe trumpet.
Yeah.
I didn't get the calling to play drums until I got into high school. And then I slowly started to kind of hear the drums.
Yeah.
And then I'm trying to think what it was. I can't remember specifically what it was, but one day, man, it just hit me. And my senior year, I quit the high school marching band, bought a drum set, got a job at Taco Bell, saved up, bought a drum set, and never looked back. Not until I, got back into this.
A few years ago, I got a clarinet. And what I really wanted the clarinet for is, that was sort of like that's New Orleans second line stuff.
Yeah.
It's just all up. I really wanted to do all that, but after a couple of evenings of dicking around with this clarinet, I managed to pump out the theme tune to Terry and June, which was a British sitcom from late 70s, 80s, something like that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one.
No, but you're not missing much, Ace, to be honest.
It was a Terry Scott. Not Terry Scott. It was Ronnie Scott composition, wasn't it?
Was it?
I think, wasn't it?
Dun, 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 dun. I don't know. I don't know who composed it, to be honest.
I think it might have been a Ronnie Scott.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I was walking around the house playing that, and then I put it down, never picked it up again. But I love all that New Orleans stuff. It's just so joyful, and just celebratory.
I've still got my dad's clarinet. He used to be able to. He was very good on it. I dug it out. I took it out a couple of years ago. I think it was. Took it out of its little case and assembled it, and went. No, not for me. I couldn't get any sound out of it.
Pretty good book.
Oh yeah, very good. Yeah.
Sorry, Kent, didn't mean to interrupt there.
No, that's cool.
A friend of mine was her dad was good mates with Akabilk.
Oh, right.
Akabilk, and who was the other fella? The one with the ukulele.
George Formby, or is that
George
going back
Formby.
to? Yeah.
Yeah. She's actually got one of his old banjolales.
Bloody hell.
Mm.
When I'm cleaning windows. Turn that nice again. Yeah.
Well, I'll go to the foot of our stairs.
A golden age, I tell you.
He had some turns of phrases, didn't he?
Man, I wish we had more access to y'all's programming over there in the 70s and 80s. We were fortunate to have a lot of Monty Python, believe it or not, the Flying Circus. We had access to that early on. Even MTV was playing the Flying Circus at one point.
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well,
so you're not really missing anything with Terry and June. You can quite happily live with.
Oh, Terry and June fell into the same sort of category that you had in the States, where you had that formulaic comedy.
Yeah,
you know the type of thing.
That's not my
But there again, what always made me laugh was there'd be shows in America, that were quite, very popular, but they were actually rewrites of shows that we had 10 years earlier. Like, what was that one? Because they even had, what was the one with George and Mildred?
Man About the House.
Man About the House. But in the States, it was called Three's Company. I think it was Three's Company was the rewrite of Man About the House.
No way. I had no idea that Three's Company was
what's the one with the
hilarious.
Guy? Oh, mate. It was another one. Sanford and Son.
Really?
Is a rewrite of Steptoe and Son.
Oh, Steptoe and Son, yeah.
I think I'd actually seen that recently, and I was wondering about that, honestly.
But it was.
I think I saw like a promo for it or something.
Yeah. But yeah, there was below because we were getting these American shows coming over much later. And we're watching these shows and going, hang on, this storyline's familiar. There's something familiar about this. What's it? And they go, wait a minute, Mr. and Mrs. Roper? That's a coincidence, isn't it? No, it can't be. It was, but they're rewritten to work in the American culture.
Yeah.
Which is probably why I don't think you ever got Dad's Army over there, because it would be so. What the hell's this? We don't get this.
Yeah,
absolutely.
No, that kind of thing,
lost in translation, even though it's the same language.
There's no home guard sort of concept.
America wasn't really having to defend itself from the Germans at any point, or the threat of invasion.
No. We the only threat of invasion we had is depicted by our movie 1941. Have you ever seen that one, Spielberg?
Yeah,
and it's a comedy.
Yeah.
So that should tell you everything.
Yeah. There wasn't much chance. But we were quite worried because we had a lot of coastline. Was it, when they say about 4,000 miles of coastline or something?
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Because it's all in and out and everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
And so, the Germans could land anywhere.
And toss anything over there.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
So basically they had all these very old guys dressed up in army uniforms, given a rifle, and just stand guard. Literally, so that's what Dad's Army was all about.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, but it was a different kind of comedy culturally.
Yeah,
some things just don't
translate
well.
Like I don't know that MASH would have a counterpart over there.
MASH was huge here. It's still one of Fiona's favorite shows.
Yeah, but it wasn't like they didn't try to. They just showed you our MASH, correct?
Yeah.
I think
because it worked.
Yeah,
it worked.
I mean,
I think my favorite US comedy is Married with Children.
Yeah,
that one's hard. That one's hard. I remember when that was coming out, I was like, I could feel the decay of my culture, my country, if you will. And it's funny, right? That's the thing.
Yeah. But you see, we always already had that kind of stinging comedy here
Yes,
already, and it was kind of established. So
we're a little bit
we
behind.
welcomed it. Yeah.
What I liked about Married with Children is no one character was the butt of the joke. Everybody got a punchline. Everybody was the butt of the joke. There was no one-sidedness, like some of the chick comedies from the 70s and stuff here, like George and Mildred and stuff like that, Terry and June. It always seemed a bit one-sided. There was always a lot of our comedy of that era was directed towards her indoors and that sort of stuff. Whereas Married with Children, it's like Peggy gave as good as she got, didn't she?
There again, though, a show like Love Thy Neighbor wouldn't have gone over well. Do you remember that?
Give a clue. I recognise the name, but I can't.
It was about the black family that had moved in next door.
Oh yeah.
Now, although it's like very
that definitely
a whole minefield today, but the point of it was,
would have been
the white guy was always the guy that loses out. He's always the butt of the joke. He's always going to be the idiot.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so it was actually promoting things the other way.
Well, that was always the Alf Garnett thing, wasn't it? It's like he was, even though he was the main character, he was always the butt of the joke.
Yeah.
I'll put it to you this way. You've seen, I forget the name of it, the Sex Pistols documentary. It's from the late 90s, I think, right? It's very well shot, and it's funny because they do the blackout or whatever. And the movie starts with some real footage of some racist dudes, screaming at, people that were not his color, and it's wild because he looked like, just some redneck bigoted dude here in this country just as well. You know what I mean? And that was that was the first time I'd ever really seen that in your country. So our perception here, for the most part, was like there was zero racism in England. No problems at all between anybody integrating. Of course, I'm sure that we didn't believe that. But what I'm trying to say is that we were never presented, like what we saw was everything was lovey-dovey over there.
Yeah.
So something like that would have been refreshingly revealing. It would have been good for us, I think. It's a shame that we didn't get to see stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think in this country, I mean, socially, we've never really been a racist country, but there are pockets of racism.
Well, there's so many different types of racism.
And I'd say
it's not necessarily, especially in the UK. There's racism that goes beyond the colour.
Yeah.
There's the family background, how much do you earn racism and that sort of thing as well. And the class system, which you don't have in America.
Well, we do, but
you do, You just don't call it class. You call it something else,
Well, we have middle class, upper class and lower class.
Yeah. Whereas, I mean, it's sort of like from the royals down and that sort of thing.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
We pretend like we don't have royals. I'll put it to you that way.
Yeah.
So for us, it's just upper class, and you're either a politician or it doesn't matter. Like you're a millionaire or a billionaire,
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. To us, we think that our politicians probably don't have that much money because they're not supposed to.
Yeah.
No.
But of course they do. And the Democrats and the Republicans are eating and dining with each other, laughing the whole way.
Yeah.
Our politicians in the past have been good at pretending they're like us, but they've got really bad at pretending they're like us now.
Yeah, they don't hide it so well now, do they?
No, do they?
No. So, but we experimented with having a moron running the country, like you did with Trump. I mean,
I wouldn't call him a moron. I call him a narcissist.
But here's the thing.
No, there's a
with-
certain
rather have a
degree of
moron.
there's a certain degree of low intelligence there. Definitely.
Ooh, I
you know.
wish he had low
Yeah,
intelligence. That's
But
the
it
problem.
comes to it comes to something when our most embarrassing prime minister is not the one that fucked a pig.
And
Yeah.
also, you know, it's let's face it, like who's the one face is not running the country. You know, it's like it's not Putin. You know what I'm saying? Have you seen all the other Russian megalomaniacs that are working with Putin right now?
Yeah.
Oh
Well,
my
birds
God!
of a
you
feather.
know?
Birds of a feather, my friend.
Oh yeah, you know. The thing is though is that we just narrow through a narrow lens and just see one figurehead, and it's kind of like we just got to stop doing that because it's a much broader spectrum than the political problems that we're having. You know, there's about in any given country, there's not just one person. There's 10 to 15 names, and they're all just as complicit as the leader.
Yeah,
if not more. What was it that the general over there in Russia? It's like, and he's got like all the medals. He gave himself half of the medals.
Yeah.
And one of the medal, I can't believe this. One of the medal is literally for participation in a parade for actual bravery for other people.
Yeah.
100-meter swimming badge.
I forget his name, but there's that image where
managed
somebody
to wipe his ass without getting shit on his fingers. But
yeah, they're like,
go.
well, is Russia going to win the war? And he's like this. We have to. It's like, oh man, I want to go fight for that man. That's a man I want to follow into battle.
Yeah, but it's
I'm
like
gonna go-
when you watch, North Korea. You go, wow.
We haven't heard about North Korea much lately.
No, I think it's one of those things where as long as he's not sticking his fingers and nose in anything else, let him get on with it kind of scenario. Because it's very reminiscent, actually, of it's like with Idi Amin, wasn't it? You know, he's just surrounded by yes men. They end up thinking they're a god or something.
I can't help thinking though. Is North Korea leadership? Is it really paranoia when you look at what the American foreign policy has done to so many other places it earmarked at the end of the Second World War? Are they isolate?
We're spreading democracy, brother.
Yeah,
freedom, man,
freedom. And I just say, okay, maybe it's a harsh reaction, but is it? People say it's paranoia, but I'm not sure that it is. I think,
paranoia. Now, for us, I'm starting to think that this journey started Prohibition, and one of the biggest countries of all, and it's not the country, but the country where this came from, and it makes sense actually. But the biggest country that sort of did us in, you ready for this? Canada. Because it was the Bronfman family that was buying moonshine during Prohibition from here, getting it across the border through various connections. Some of them were politicians, diluting it and then selling it back across the border back to us. And they were the ones who bought Seagram. Seagram is the one who bought out the entire music industry. And eventually then just kind of like sold it all off again.
Yeah,
so that's some wild connections right there.
I mean, we've had some shit in the past, I must admit.
Oh, don't get me wrong. There's a lot in between all of that. I'm not.
Oh yeah,
directly connecting those two dots.
It still makes me laugh when we think about it's like, I mean, tomorrow night is bonfire night, or firework night, or Guy Fawkes night, whatever one you call it.
Oh, is that? Yeah.
And it always.
Yeah,
and they always say, oh, I don't want to celebrate not blowing up the Houses of Parliament. I want to celebrate blowing the fucking thing up.
Yeah, we're burning the wrong effigy on top of those bonfires, aren't we, really?
Yeah.
We should be celebrating that, Gary.
Yeah. It's like, no, I want to see the bloody thing go up, mate.
I often think when I see all these fireworks going off for a whole month, I think, what a waste of gunpowder.
Yeah, we see that's another thing. You see, this is where things have changed. Like, it used to be on the 5th of November, that night, there'd be bonfires and there'd be fireworks.
Yeah.
The night before, there wasn't, and the night after, there wasn't. Now it goes on for like a fortnight.
Yeah.
People letting off fireworks every 5 bleeding minutes. Or off the front of your bike, you know.
It's how it is here for 4th of July. It's several days up until they kind of stop. You'll hear a few people on the 5th and maybe the 6th, but after that, it usually stops.
Well, it's like the trick or treat. I mean, that's your fault. We never used to have that. You didn't go around knocking on people's doors asking for sweets. On Halloween, that's all, and it came over. It came over with obviously with the films and stuff like that. You know, with there's this event going on, and people going, "Oh, we should," and it very, very slowly started to catch on. It's getting every year gets just a little bit bigger.
Really,
pumpkins are only a recent thing for us, really, aren't they? As well.
That is
yeah. The only time you ever saw a pumpkin was in a US film.
It's so ingrained into our culture, and our culture is so ingrained with your culture, right? That we take these things for granted. I mean, I would, if somebody were to ask me right now, how would they ask this question to me? You know, what do you think it's like? You know, what do you think it's like in Halloween in London? I think it's probably the same as it is in New York. Never thinking that, no, it's not what they do. You know, that's your holiday. Oh, I thought we got it from you. No, we got it from where do? Oh,
well, it's a mixture. We used to have something like it. You know, there was a celebration for Halloween, but it was something completely different. Yeah, and it was more. It was all Celtic and stuff like that. And it had there was, you know, people celebrated it or didn't. You know, whatever. There was no.
It's very dark either way you slice it.
yeah, and it's I mean, it kind of got hijacked, shall we say, and then made into something materialistic and more commercial, even.
Yes, absolutely.
And and then you know, people would see this in films and go, "Oh, why don't we try that?" Yeah.
Well, it was a blast growing up as a kid. I mean, Halloween. I will say this: I don't really remember Halloween's very much, specifically at all. Like I can't remember. Oh, I dressed up as that. No, I don't remember any year that I dressed up as anything. I was having a blast.
Oh, apple bobbing, Steve Elbows. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Used to get a bowl of water, put apples in it, and you have to try and pick the apples out of the bowl of water with your teeth.
It's like Al Murray did in one of his stand-ups where he goes, he says, "Oh, the Americans, they celebrate the 4th of July. We should celebrate that as well." Lucky escape.
Here's the thing. I once knew a Native American Indian, and they were celebrating the 4th of July. I'm like, why? Why would you be celebrating that?
Well, you got to look at history here a little, you know, more scrupulously.
Yeah.
I mean, and back me up. Don't, you know, hold me. You know, I haven't done my due diligence. I don't have my resources here with me.
Yeah.
But according to the sources that I have here, you know, more American Indians were killed after the Civil War than before.
Yeah.
Wow.
By the Union. And that's part of what The Shining is about.
Okay.
Stanley Kubrick was a smart cookie.
Because I remember reading somewhere they said, what was it? That the slave trade ended because of the British. I was going, what? What?
Well, technically, that was the First World War. We basically stopped slave trade in the Atlantic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's all like, what? Hey? Okay. Yeah. I don't know how we got involved.
So we've already had 3 world wars, really.
Well, you know,
God, yeah.
Good on you.
Yeah, we've even had a war amongst ourselves.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
They don't teach us that here.
No.
Or if they do, they gloss over it, right?
Yeah.
Well, they don't teach it here either.
Wow. No, Cromwell and all that lot. Sort of like there might be a film you can watch with who is it? Not Rex Harrison. The other one, Richard Harris.
Oh, Richard Harris.
Yeah. So
He was great in the Unforgiven.
Mm.
I mean, I hated what
Yeah.
happened
Oh
to the
yes.
character, but you know,
Yeah.
got a shit into the deal. But that movie is like, there is, I think it's Korean. I want to say, yeah, there's a Korean remake of that movie.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it worked. Worth watching. Judge for yourself, you know. But when I got to the end, I just didn't care. See what I'm saying? You get to the end and it's like with the original.
Yeah.
Wow. You know, this one, you know, it's a hard cookie to remake.
Yeah.
Everything else though was very, very interesting how they did it, because it was
in all honesty, Gene Hackman would be hard to replace. Anyway,
absolutely,
as a character actor,
because this was especially
by a Korean,
because it's a completely different culture. It's kind of like just bypass that rule.
Yeah,
but they had to nail the ending though, which I don't think they did. Some movies, the ending has got to be a home run, a 3 all bases loaded home run in the final stretch, you know. I'm trying to think of a few like right now off the top of my head that I can think of that, you know, that do that. But like when I go to see, like, you know, when I judge or critique horror movies, I always expect them to have terrible endings. You know, if I watch a stupid action flick, Sylvester Stallone or Arnold Schwarzenegger, I expect the ending to be just corny and cheeseball, you know.
10 minutes of everybody patting each other on the back and telling them,
get to the chopper.
Yeah. So it's like, you know, like Predator didn't do that.
Oh,
RoboCop
I got a photograph here. Again, got so many behind the scenes stuff from my mate Richard Flay of what the original Predator looked like. It was more like an ant. More like an ant's head.
Okay.
Yeah, just like no, it just looks so
yeah.
So like 1950s B movie kind of.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
No, yeah, it's all
right.
It just didn't look right. But they were filming this, and they must have got like nearly halfway through the film before they've gone, do you know what? This creature doesn't look right. We must refilm everything again.
I mean, that's what made Ridley Scott's Alien so good. It's what they didn't show. You know, there was a lot of it that didn't look good.
Yeah.
And, you know, they just didn't show. And there was a few things that, you know, like when now look at, I'm like, you know, I question. I was like, really? That's the shot that they passed. You know, that definitely doesn't look real.
Yeah,
it looks good, but the alien looks too stiff. You know, you can tell that it's not even anything close to the real thing. But I guess that what it was is because, I mean, you know, y'all remember when that movie came out?
For the time, it was incredible, really.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It was like having your head exploded.
Yeah.
You know, that was like, I remember I was at my aunt's house, and I think she had just gotten, no, I don't know that they were married yet, but she was with her boyfriend. They were about to be married. And they were married, and they had just gotten their first house, and I was spending the night at their house. They lived out in the country, and it was scary out there at night in the country, no electricity. And we're watching regular TV on this small little TV set, and that little teaser trailer for Alien came on, and it scared the hell out of all of us. It didn't help me any that they were just as scared as I was. And all it was just the poster that I've got over here, just the egg, and just kind of opens up, but it's not part of the movie. You know, it's just the prop by it. They shot it just for the commercial, and it's just in space. No one can hear you scream. You know?
Yeah,
that's all it was. And
I was working in a cinema in the early 90s, and when Independence Day,
I hated that movie, but yeah.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It was that hyped that we were getting posters and merch and banners for a year before that film came out.
Wow.
So we all expected something on a par with Star Wars or Alien or something like that. And it was just not, was it?
Oh God, I thought it was a shit movie. I mean,
yeah,
it's got decent.
I think for anybody that lived outside of America, some of it was quite hard to watch.
It was very hard for me to watch, honestly.
Yeah, that sort of
like,
oh, America's going to save the world again.
Yeah.
Yay for America, kind of thing, you know?
Totally. I mean, I was sick of that because I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, this is not the image I want people to see of my country. I can see past this. You know, this is not, we're not a bunch of cowboy jockeys, and everything about that movie was like, and the thing is though, is that look who produced that movie. Look who directed that movie. They're all part of a network. And that's the message that they want the world to think about this country. Maybe they're right. Maybe that is the truth. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? I mean, really what it is I think they're part of the military industrial complex that keeps this country going is what I think.
Yeah. Mind you, for balance, you then did, the US produced Mars Attack. So there's the, there's the balance. There's the balance for you.
Yeah, that one, I have a love-hate relationship with that one. That one, I love Tim Burton. I don't like Mars Attacks very much. I don't like to watch it. It's just a very mean-spirited and kind of ugly movie. But but it's not. But that's the thing. It's like I don't know. It's just I don't like it.
Yeah, it's just that it's the the parody of everything, all in one place. Just trying to see if I could find that.
You know what it is? It's like a slasher movie because everybody gets killed off in sort of horrible ways. So for me, if I'm going to watch a movie like that, I'd rather watch Hot Fuzz. That movie's incredible. Everybody complained and moaned and groaned about the Wicker Man remake. I thought Hot Fuzz was amazing. It's supposed to be a joke. I never saw the Wicker Man remake with Nicolas Cage, by the way.
No, I didn't either.
I was a bit slow on the uptake there. Hot Fuzz, yeah, Wicker Man, very good, very good.
Thank you. Dude, I finally figured out Barton Fink. Have you ever seen Barton Fink?
Yeah.
No.
I saw that back in the 90s when it came out.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, what the hell was that? And it's funny that I would say that, And I watched it again a couple of years ago because I wanted, and I did do a little jam with samples from the movie. And I said, I'm gonna figure this one out this time. I was like, what the fuck is this movie? I'm watching this. I'm like, I still can't figure this out. And I'm like, because it's John Goodman's character. It's like, what is he doing in the movie? And then it finally figured it out. I was like, okay, what if he's the devil? Faust. This movie is about Faust. So I searched Barton Fink, Faust, and all this stuff just comes up. Boom, boom. It's exactly what it is.
Oh, I've just found the original model of the Event Horizon. Christ, that's a big model.
Oh, the movie Event Horizon?
Yeah.
That's Paul Anderson's only good movie, as far as I'm concerned.
I'll show you. They deliberately
that movie was
the back of the ship.
That was it. That was
dark to give the impression of it being enormous.
Yeah.
There you go. This is.
That's cool. Yeah.
So they sprayed all the back of it black. Like
that movie is terrifying.
Yeah,
I saw that one in the theater, and I had band practice afterwards, and I came back to band practice, and I was like, guys, I feel real sick.
But there again, but this is. America did so much for science fiction in the 50s and 60s.
Oh,
yeah.
Look, yeah. I still think it's one of the best
It is.
War of the Worlds
Yeah.
films to date.
Yeah,
be honest
I
with you.
watched it again a few years ago. It still holds up really well.
I know it's nothing like the book and everything else, but do you know what? I like that film. I just like it.
Yeah, it's definitely better than the modern remake. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, that was horrible. The first half was decent.
Yeah, you'll get this one at least. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get that, but
Peppa Pig jigsaw puzzle.
I mean, I kind of get it. It's pretty funny. Put the pig back together.
Yeah. So Peppa Pig is this children's program we have here.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Oh, what's one of those? Hang on, I'll keep looking.
Have y'all seen the new Mission Impossible?
I don't know.
It's okay.
Is it all right?
Yeah.
I'm enjoying
it's
the Jack Ryan.
It's got this funny bit about it where dialogue is disseminated in a network. In other words, you'll have like 5 characters in the room, and 4 of them are explaining to one, and everybody's taking turns telling. Like it's so ridiculous. Nobody talks like that, man. Like one picks up where the other one left off, as if they're just like reading the same script. It's like, are you kidding me? So like there's a few things, and there's like some really drawn out action scenes, of course.
Yeah.
But I thought the pacing and everything, how it was like, and how the plot kept progressing. Awesome. Is the things that you would expect from a good James Bond movie, or any of those kinds of movies.
Yeah. You say what you want about Tom Thumb, but he's good at this kind of thing, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
He is good. And he works hard for it.
The first Jack Reacher film I thought was great. If you've never seen it, it's well worth watching. The second one, not so much. And as much as I figured, I was like, yeah, the second one, they're probably going to like totally screw it up. And yeah, they totally screwed it up. Like the first one thought it was an 80s movie. That's why it was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where is this fucking photo? Oh, man.
Right, excuse me a sec, guys. Going to get a brew.
All right, darling.
That sounds good. So I got a little bit more mileage. There's 2 synthesizers that I have that I got them, and I knew that it was going to take me a long time to understand how to use them, but you just kind of learn a little bit at a time. And they're both Behringers. I apologize for anybody if I offend any ears going forward, but the K2.
All right.
And the ARP 2600.
Yeah.
Wow. That ARP 2600 is in a league all by itself.
Yeah, I mean, because somebody said to me, they said, "Oh, does it sound like an ARP 2600?" And I said, "Which one?"
So people are always like, "Well, does it sound like?" And what they're asking is, "Well, like, does it have the same timbres?" And I'm looking for a certain thing. Is it going to have the same? Yeah, probably not. But what it is going to do is it's going to do the same things that any of the ARP 2600s do, namely, like. It can do some wild sign generations, modulations. Let me back up a little bit. In the 90s, when I was studying computer science, there was a program that I used called Mathematica or something like that. And anyways, that's not important. I was using it to help me learn calculus. And it would do differentials and integrals and do graphs, and it would even do 3D graphs. Then I discovered you could also generate like 3D images of the planes moving accordingly, and it could also generate audio. So I was having it generate audio where it was, of course, I didn't understand what it was doing, but it was basically generating sine waves, but it was generating them not not like a regular sine wave, but it was a function. So it was like the cosine of theta, or some degree into that, and so forth. And then what you would end up with is like this
yeah.
And that's what the ARP 2600 does. It makes similar sounds. So to me, what I say is like, being gross overstatement, the ARP 2600 does calculus.
Yeah.
It produces what you hear when it's the audio version, the audible version of a calculus function, or running, or actually a trigonomic function. It's trigonometry, not calculus. Let me back up. Yeah, it's trigonometry. I was studying calculus, but in the process, of course, to learn calculus, you've got to know trigonometry, algebra. It sucks. It's like I understand calculus, but I don't know. I never like scales. You got to, if you really want to know the theory, you've got to practice your scales. If you want to be good at math and calculus, you've got to know algebra and trigonometry and all the bags of tricks. And I didn't want to do that. But I can say, though, that I'm quite convinced that it's all the same thing. The frequency and waves, they're all the same thing.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. I'm wondering whether this thing went up onto the cloud or not, because it's not showing up on there.
Wolfram's Mathematica. Thank you, Kosh. Or Cash. No, Kosh. My eyesight's going. I got to get my eyes recheck, get some new glasses.
Yeah, not everything's gone up to the cloud. That's what it is. Yeah. Damn things.
So what's our weather here now? It warmed up on us. We get a nice roller coaster every fall and spring. All right, we're at 58. We had a high of 74 today. Pardon me. We had a high of 23 today. We're currently at 14.
You rub it in, Hayes. just seen Culture Ghost message there about the putting the heating on. Great idea. I'll just give it a blast before bedtime.
Yeah,
I'm like at risk of having to turn my air conditioner on.
Oh, thanks.
Well, it kind of sucks in a way because I'd rather like open up a door or window, which I can't really do. So all I can do is run the air conditioner. If I just try to run the fan on the air conditioner, like it still gets hot. So, and where I'm at, it stays very warm in here. The scents, help with the warmness, but I prefer winter here over the summers, very much so. My heating bill is a lot cheaper.
So which area are you in, Hayes?
I'm in Middle Tennessee.
Tennessee, right? Okay.
We say middle because we've got west, middle, and east. And they're all different.
Right.
East Tennessee is very hilly. They call them mountains. It's where the Appalachian Mountains are, but they ain't mountains. You can fall to your death in certain spots. They're very dangerous, of course, but they ain't the Rockies.
Well, yeah, it's the same. I mean, we got Scottish mountains, but really they are hills, most of them.
We've also got
wouldn't want to fall off one, right?
Yeah, just compared with everything else around.
Oh yeah,
they look like mountains.
Yeah. Well, no.
Well, compared to the others.
I mean, you've been to the Alps, yeah? Like that's what if you come out here to the States, and it's great to take a drive from the east to the west, because it's not uncommon for somebody to like, you've got a car full of people, one person will kind of look out, hey, that's a funny looking cloud. That ain't a cloud. That's a mountain.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh my God. Oh, yeah. The first time I was like, oh, holy shit. Yeah, it's mind blowing. And especially when you get out there and it's like 6 miles up, 6 miles down, 10 miles up, 10 miles down. And it's not, you're not literally going up the mountain, you're going up the mountain range, and they've plotted a path that they can build the road through. But nonetheless, man, it's when you get to Montana, especially. Wow. So I recommend going through South Dakota, west to Montana, through Idaho right there. And there's this spot where you cross over from Montana into Idaho. I don't know how many people died there. There has to be some, I don't know. Now, it's safer now, but back in the day, like in the 60s, before we had, when we had plate glass windows in our cars.
Yeah.
There's literally like a 180 degree curve where the road goes around. And of course, one lane's on the outside, one's on the inside. And right there, it says, welcome to Idaho. And it is it's a 7,000 foot drop right there. And you can see the other side where like the valley and the other mountains coming up. And it's just, it's a form. It's not a hallucination. It's a mirage.
Huh.
If you want a 7,000 foot drop in this country, you need to be in an aircraft.
Yeah. It's not. And the wild part for me is when I was driving through South Dakota, and the same thing happened to me in Montana. Everything is so spread out. Like you don't just see 2 miles; you're seeing 60 miles. And you see these rolling hills, and they look like they're small hills, but they're actually giant hills. But they're not mountain hills. Like they never have sharp inclinations. They're mountains.
Rounded off. Yeah.
And all you see is just the road that you're driving on, and cars. Hi, Robbie. And then what ends up happening?
Hey, Rob.
You know what Matchbox cars are, by the way? What we call here Matchbox Hot Wheels. Everybody turns into Matchbox and Hot Wheel cars. You literally shrink. You're driving a little tiny car with everybody, and everybody's driving these little tiny cars, and you're like driving in giant land all of a sudden. It's like your perspective is so screwed with out there because you've been driving for hours and hours, and you just start to get like loopy.
Yeah, Robbie, gonna feel old.
More old than I already did.
More old than normal, yeah.
What time is it over there for y'all?
1:10.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not so bad. You're also an hour back already. We don't change till tonight.
Jesus.
50 years, mate.
I don't get it, but I mean, I can imagine what that is.
It's from an old advert.
Directed by.
Directed by
Ridley Scott.
Oh,
Was it really?
Now.
Yeah, the original Hovis advert.
Oh, I've got Boy on a Bike. Right, I
didn't know that.
How I got it, but I somehow have it. I haven't watched it yet.
Right,
Yeah. Geez, I remember that going out.
Did you have a good night, Robbie?
I've just been watching telly.
Sounds like a good night.
We watched the latest episode of Loki, which is incredibly confusing. Daleks and Flymos. There you go. There's 1970s in a single picture. And then we finished watching Bodies on Netflix, which, if you haven't already watched that, I highly recommend it. It's an adaptation of a graphic novel. It's a DC novel, I think. It's all time travel-y, timey-wimey kind of stuff.
Timey-wimey, huh?
Timey-wimey. It's very good.
I remember. I've seen that one.
I love that one.
Yeah, I've got a picture of my wife in a Barbie box from when we went to see the film.
Yeah?
Yeah. Embarrassing.
That was a movie, wasn't it?
It was very good. I really enjoyed it.
What? It was a good movie?
The Barbie movie, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a lump of it last night, and I'm going, oh, this isn't what I thought it was going to be about.
It's absolutely not what you think it's going to be about. And
It's
it
very
actually,
clever.
That's how I felt about Speed Racer.
Yeah, it's an incredibly clever film.
I'll say this: I would probably not watch the Barbie movie.
Oh yeah, I think
unless
you should.
somebody.
I think you should.
Well, no, I mean,
would take a chance. Go on.
It's
well,
not
no, I
anything.
that's what I'm saying. I do take a chance, but on certain things like that, I'd be like, I'm not even going to bother.
No, you will. No, it's laden with subtle, and not maybe sometimes not so subtle humour. And it's very, what's the word? Very self-aware, but incredibly funny in places and quite touching in others. And yeah, it's just an all-round. I wasn't planning on enjoying it.
Interesting.
And I came out and I thought, I'll watch that again.
The only reason why I like the Speed Racer movie, I didn't even realize that it was the Wachowski siblings.
Oh yeah,
who made it, and it was the characters.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Characters. The characters were so charming.
I see you got that wonderful. Yeah, there you go. Look.
It's one for you, Robbie.
Yeah. Do you know the amount of times people post that picture and say,
Really?
Oh my God, look! Oh, fuck's sake, that one again.
Yeah, seen it.
I get people send me private messages with all these pictures. You might have already seen. Yes, 100,000 times.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, that and
that's why I'm not on Facebook.
There's, those two Fairlights that are on Vimeo on the auction.
Yes.
So I know the owner. I advised him on the pricing. I've seen those units a gazillion times, and yet as soon as that went up on Vimeo, not only do you get people send you those pictures, clamp your ham. Not only have I seen those pictures, yes, I know, I've seen it. Yes, I have seen it. No, yes, I'm fully aware of it. Thank you.
Yeah.
But then you get all the comments underneath, all these, oh my God, one of those used to cost as much as a house. Yes, we know.
Yes, because houses were cheaper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's, oh gosh, that was used on so-and-so. Yes, we know. Or that was used on such and such a record. Michael Jackson used that on Beat. No, he didn't.
Yeah, here's some trumpet blowing.
Literally. Yeah, that. Okay. Vangelis.
Thank you, sir.
Only got this to share with you. You can see it.
I had a friend of mine today getting in touch, thinking he was being really helpful with like, oh, there's this new thing you can get. It's brilliant. It's the new Rolly.
Yeah. Been there, done that.
Yeah.
Oh, and this came out recently, by the way. I haven't listened to it yet. I just got it today. The new Osric Tentacles.
Oh, Osrix. Yeah, I like a bit of Osrix.
And
they're touring at the moment with Gong, I've been told.
Yeah.
I've seen them twice. The first time was the best show I've ever seen. The second time was one of the worst shows I've ever seen.
I remember I had a friend who was massively into them, and he came round mine once. Unbeknownst to him, he didn't know that I had a synthesizer fetish, and he saw the chord Prophecy, and he says, "Oh God, yeah, they use Osric Tentacles use one of those. I've seen it on stage and stuff." And I'm like, "Who?" And he said, "Osric Tentacles." I said, never heard of them, and so my eyes were opened. Yeah.
So Brandy's back. That's his son on keyboards. They got a new drummer named Tim. I'm a wizard. My name is Tim. And Sasky on flute, and then a percussion player. And it's funny. It says in the liner notes, "real drums." So I don't know that there's any programming on this one.
Never groom your dog, or your husky, I should say. and leave the head undone.
That's what pretty much any cat looks like when they get wet.
Yeah.
I seem to recall having a conversation
It's a
with
cute dog.
somebody who played in Osric Tentacles, and I can't remember who it was. It was just like some random online conversation, and I had no idea who they were at the time. And then he mentioned something. It might have been something to do with Zub Zub.
Zub Zub.
It's just I've got all these names kind of. I can't remember now. Honestly,
I've never tried to. While you're thinking, I've never tried to recreate any of their synthesizer stuff. I don't have a clue. They've got all these little trills.
Yeah,
they're like arpeggios that are sped up like 64 times or something. I don't know what.
Bonkers. Yeah, it's bonkers shit. It really is.
Yeah, look, do your shipping, boy. God's sake.
Terrible.
Yeah, messy, isn't it?
Oh yeah, mate.
Well, I'm going to have to depart for the night. Thanks for having me.
Lightweight.
Nice speaking to you, Hayes.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Owen.
You're gonna get.
I gotta run some errands before everything closes down.
I did think that metal work at the top of your screen was a lighting rig in the background until you reached forward a moment ago and realised it was a shelf.
There you go.
I always go the wrong way. Part of my studio. Can y'all hear that, by the way?
Vaguely something.
Yeah.
Yeah, hear it now.
That's my neighbors.
Wow.
I'm lucky I don't have any at this time of night. I live in the middle of town, so everyone around me is a business.
Oh, right.
So this time of night I can make as much noise as I want.
Well, they're fixing to get all kinds of noise for the next 12 hours. This has been a war going on every Saturday night.
Oh, wow.
Until they leave.
Not good.
Anyway, thanks for having me. I will see y'all next time. Y'all have a wonderful week.
Take care, buddy.
Cheers, Hayes.
Bye-bye.
Take care, buddy.
Oh, the last time I looked, Ollie was here. What's his Longhurst was here.
Yeah.
Cresshead was here. It wasn't that long ago.
It's all filtered down. Filtered down.
Yeah, I turned up and scared everyone away.
Yeah, I think your DX1's there.
It's the one on.
I think it's the one on the. Right. Yes. Yeah. Yes, you're right.
It's a lighter.
Yeah.
Piss-stained wood.
Yeah.
But you don't get to see that very often, too, next to each other.
No, you don't see two next to each other. I was looking at it and going, oh, you don't see two next to each other. I'll take a photo of that because it's just different.
That was a pretty picture.
Yeah. Did you know that somebody not a million miles away from us knows how to fit Kenton MIDI kits into Jupiter 8s? Straight up, mate.
Look at her go.
Yeah. Enjoy it. It's the only time you ever see her work. No, she hasn't got a job, has she? So.
No, that's true. Well, other than looking after you, which I think is
a job in
full on.
itself.
Yeah.
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 I agree. Yeah. Look at that. My suits don't turn on.
Oh dear.
Oh, look, it's a pet. Oh, it's a photo of my old lot of doggies. Look, when they were pups. Oh, look at them. Stacy, Tilly, Molly, and Mouse. That was before I got Max.
Yeah.
He was the brother, but he was with another family, but they couldn't cope with him. Can't cope with him. God's sake.
Oh, bloody hell.
Go on.
Oh, I'm just tired.
Don't play anything you can't talk about. It's the law.
It's so good, though.
Oh, yeah. Is your mate?
Oh.
Sweet. Put a cushion on the floor. He's on it within about 3 seconds. Mine.
It's a mine.
Yeah, I'm adding that. Oh, here you go, Rob. It's a Yamaha picture you haven't seen, probably. It's the aftertouch system on the DX1.
Oh, look at that! Yeah.
I think I've got a close up of the sensors. Where are they? There you go. That's what's under each key. That the key actually presses on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bonkers, isn't it?
It's mad, mate. Mad.
Yeah. I'd like to know how they're doing it now.
Probably differently. Oh, here you go. I had a guy, he dropped off a CS50, I think it was. And he said, one of the keys isn't working down the bottom end. I said, yeah, okay. He says, I think it's dust or something. You know, because, you know.
He was hoping it was
I think it's intermittent. I went, oh, okay. Oh, yeah, right, it's probably dusting. So he goes, so that won't cost a lot to repair all that. I said, no, it won't. Leave it with me. He goes, okay. So I get round to opening this thing up, take the keyboard out, and Fiona, go away. Fiona, get out of the way.
Yeah.
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 Intermittent.
Permanently intermittent.
Yeah, intermittent, because the rest of the time it uses the force. Sake.
What was that on?
CS50.
Wow. Never seen key contacts like that before.
See if we've got anything. Was this the road? Yeah. No, it was a Prophet 5. We couldn't. Nobody seemed to be able to find out what this fault was. And it came to me, and I took the chips out. They never took the chips out. They just looked at them. But when you solder them in, see this one here, the power rail here, and you put the solder on it, but the leg doesn't carry the vire's not there, and all these ones don't have any vires going through, so it doesn't go to the tracks the other side. But it's never been touched. Well, where's the tracks gone then?
Yeah,
you know, just tell me you've had some, or you've been fucking around with it yourself. Then I'll know roughly what I'm looking for. I'm not going to judge. God's sake. Yeah, there's a rare.
Do you get a lot of that, Kent, where people tell you one thing and it's
yeah, all the time. Yeah, all the time.
What
it's only because they're embarrassed.
Yeah.
Well, they're just embarrassed that they've opened it up and had a crack at it themselves, and it made it worse or something like that, and then bring it to me, hoping that I will find it accidentally. You know.
But I would have thought, personally, I would have thought, they'd want to make your job as quick and easy to make it, so it doesn't cost, But
no, they just want me to get it done. That's all.
Right.
So I don't know if I've got any other abominations in the keyboard world.
I mean, you kind of expect that kind of thing when you're buying stuff off eBay, but when it's people bringing it for repair, you think they just want to be straight, really.
You know that VL1 that I bought?
Yeah.
Casio.
Yeah.
So when it arrived, one of the battery contacts was missing. So
okay.
It's not the one that's connected directly to the board. It's the one at the opposite end, which is just basically passing the current around from the top of one battery to the bottom of the other. So it's just a little piece of wire that's had a coil. It's got a spring on one end and just a little coil on the other, and it was missing. So I managed to fashion one myself, but I emailed the guy that I bought it from and said, "Oh, it all arrived and everything's fine except this was missing." And I've checked all the packaging; it's definitely not there. And he was mortified, bless him. So he said, "No, don't worry. I'll stick one straight in the post." He sends it via courier. There's this tiny little piece of metal he could have just stuck in an envelope. He sent it via courier.
Wow.
Get this. The package comes through and I'm thinking, well, this feels a little thick. And he got a plastic fork. a chromed plastic fork, nonetheless.
Yeah.
And he put the little spring on the end of the fork and then just put that in the envelope and sealed it up and then sent it via courier. It must have cost him $5 to send the bloody thing. But, credit to him, he sent it.
Well, yeah, credit to it.
Absolutely. It was just like odd packaging, but you get to see a lot of that. So yeah. I had to laugh when I got Ty with that one. That was brilliant. Hey, Ty, I've just bought a VL1. Oh, fantastic. You'll love those synths. And then send him a picture of a Casio. Oh, right, you've got me, you twat.
Oh, mate.
To be honest, last week when you mentioned you got the BL1 on the show, I had my mind.
Like, wow.
Yeah.
I couldn't resist. You can't. Yeah, you got to do it.
It had me thinking.
One day, maybe, but.
After the success of your thing with Manny at Synthfest, have you been asked to do anything next year?
Yep. That was done. I think.
That all you can say.
Yeah, well, at the moment, but that was Saturday night. I think it was. It was just like in the bar. So, what are you going to be doing next year? So,
it was brilliant, mate. It really was very good.
No. Well, there's something else that's coming. Fingers crossed. By the end of the year, that's kind of related to that. Can't say what it is at the moment, but it's being worked on.
I think Inky's talked me into going to Bristronica next year as well.
Oh right, yeah. Yeah, and there's been a couple of things that have come off of the back of that, and then next year I've got some ideas. But yeah, we shall see. We shall see. I was hoping Yamaha. I sent, because Yamaha helped out with the loan of the Modi X7, and they all said Yamaha America and Yamaha UK said, oh yes, do send us the links to the video and pictures and stuff, and we'll put it up on wherever. Not a fucking thing. Not a sausage. So
it's a bit odd, isn't it?
Well,
And is that Yamaha UK or Yamaha worldwide?
Well, it's Yamaha UK and Yamaha USA.
Right.
I mean, Yamaha UK, as Kent will tell you, is two guys smoking pipes in a shed.
Yeah.
in the middle of Milton Keynes.
Oh man, we're with you again.
Yeah. Well, no, that's probably a bit unfair, but
it's not far off that.
It's three men in a prefab. Yeah. But Yamaha USA, like Korg USA and like Roland USA, they're the tail that wags the dog.
Yeah.
When it comes to synthesizers. Exhaust port breaking. But there's the thing that we're working on at the moment is before the end of the year, that should be quite good. I'm rather excited. It's all coming together. So
it'll be interesting to see what comes of this Dexed TX816.
Well, I had an interesting
Very,
email.
very good.
The guy, or the kind of the I don't know, is he the main guy? His name online is Pro Bono, which I think is obviously quite apt for an open source project. He contacted me and said, "Oh, I saw the show on Ramsey show when he was doing his little thing with Mini DexEd, and he said." Yeah, I just wanted to answer a couple of points that you raised, because I asked about Aftertouch and performances and stuff like that, and he said we haven't implemented Aftertouch yet because nobody on the project has got a keyboard with Aftertouch on it. And I'm thinking, really? Wow, and the only thing that they'd got was a Launchpad X, which has got Poly Aftertouch pads but not keys, obviously, but. So they are working on Aftertouch. That is definitely something that they're doing.
Poly Aftertouch.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh,
I think general Aftertouch will be put that away. That's not nice. That's not nice.
Well, about to go on.
But yeah. So he said, yeah, we're making progress with the Aftertouch. And they also want to build in the capability of reading DX1 and DX5 performance patches, which will be interesting.
That would make a lot of sense, yeah.
Well, it would make more sense if they did the TX816 performance settings, because they're slightly different, although there's a lot of crossover. But not a lot of people realise the TX816 has something like 25 extra parameters over and above what the DX7 has, that are basically, they don't actually call them performances, but they're just like extra parameters. So it would make more sense for them to do those, given the nature of Mini DexEd.
Yeah, well, if the TX816 performance parameters, is there anything that the DX1 would have that the TX816 wouldn't have?
No, because essentially they are the same engines.
Yeah.
It's just that the DX1, the DX5, the TX816 have the ability to read and interpret these extra performance settings, which are basically per voice tunings or per voice, pitch bend ranges, or Aftertouch sensitivity. It's all those kind of extra things that you can't necessarily program directly on the DX7.
Yeah,
that's harsh. That's harsh, because
no, it's not.
The Timberwolf is completely shit.
Oh,
that's completely shit, but it's pretty.
It's pretty shit. Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, so they this guy reached out to me. He said, we're going to do all these things, and he said, but what we're really excited about is having somebody who's got a TX816 to do a side by side. So I said, well, yeah, I'm up for that, but I said, my main concern is that I'm not very good with a soldering iron and putting these things. I've got no experience of doing that sort of thing. So if I'm going to do it, it's going to be something I do some way down the line. And he replied and said, yeah, don't worry about that. We'll look after that. So they'll probably build a little unit and then send it out to me. So then we'll try and do a side by side and see, just to show exactly what the differences are. But then they also wanted me to supply them with a whole bunch of data and sound so that they can do comparisons to make sure they're getting as close as possible. But I don't know whether that means that they're going to actually develop the engine, because the engine in DexEd is kind of 98.5% there. But
I believe it's the envelopes that are wrong, is it?
Yeah, there's a few things it doesn't always get it right. When it does, it's it's almost indistinguishable.
There's my Mini DexEd.
Oh, blimey!
Yeah. Well, what I've got is, was it Asus or someone like that brought out a laptop a little while back that had the main screen and then it had an ultra wide behind the keyboard.
Oh yes, yeah.
Well, you can actually buy those screens, ultra high definition touch screens.
Oh, look at that! Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm hoping to build. What I want to do with this is make a platform whereby I can build a better interface for playing around with Mini DexEd and other things. Because I think actually that would be a brilliant format for the kind of display you've got on the DX1. You know, with the operators and everything like that. So see how that goes.
Yeah, that'd be good.
But what I'll probably do is have that side of things run on a separate Pi, just as a controller, like a web interface kind of idea.
Yeah.
Because obviously a single rotary encoder with a push button.
Yeah.
You know, people say the DX7 was hard to program. In terms of a paradigm shift, yeah. But in terms of navigating the operating system, they're a piece of cake, aren't they?
Yeah, they're not difficult.
Basically.
I was reading through the original DX7 manual the other day and thinking, this all makes complete sense if people actually sat down and followed it.
Yeah.
And you know, a number of people did and are quite adept at, you know, navigating the thing. But I think people just, you know, they came from a paradigm of analog synthesis with, you know, knob per function. And now
at the time, definitely.
Now they're presented with a strip of LEDs. And it's not very obvious.
It was the chap who did a YouTube video of he had the DX1, didn't he? And he explained the FM synthesis on the DX1.
Oh, is that the is it Sweetwater or one of the big
Sweetwater?
American,
Yeah,
one of those, yeah.
I thought he did a brilliant job of explaining. Basically, use it. You know, put it in the context of the second operator. You're using it like you would a filter.
Yeah.
In a sense, it's very, very well explained.
It's actually probably easy. It's probably better to say it's that second operator is an LFO, because you
that's basically what it is, isn't it?
You don't hear it, but it affects modulates the one that you do hear. So it's kind of just like a series of LFOs.
But the effect on the sound is similar to what we might try to do with a filter on it,
because it's audio rate. So
yeah. But then, like you hear the C15 and see what they do with two operators. Yeah, it was really nice to get to try that at Synthfest this year. And Stefan
really
Schmidt, such a gent.
He is, really nice. I mean, I'm sat there. I didn't recognise him at first. I'm sat there with Manny. We're in the bar. This was pre-show, and so everyone's like set up, and we'd all gone to the bar. And I'm sat there with Manny. He's talking to these two German guys, and I don't really know them. I looked at them. One looked familiar, and then Manny says, "Rob, you know Stefan?" And I said, "No, I'm afraid I don't." He said, "Oh, this is Stefan Schmidt." I go, "Oh my God, you're Stefan Schmidt!" In the presence of greatness, you know.
Yeah,
he's an incredibly clever man. So, but he was incredibly friendly, and that machine is something.
It's
else.
Beautiful, isn't it? Yeah. To be honest, I am tempted, particularly with that sort of rent to buy kind of pricing idea that they've got. I am tempted.
Yeah. It's a very good model that they've set themselves up with there. And
one thing I said to him is, it's the only synthesizer I can think of which I could sit comfortably in a room with a guy with a mandolin, another guy with a bunch of acoustic instruments, and I wouldn't feel necessarily out of place.
No, it is an instrument first.
It's lovely, yeah. Although personally, best in show for me was the Super Gemini.
That is a nice.
Putting Maximus aside, because that's just pie in the sky in it. But I thought Super Gemini was lovely. And George Hearn as well. What a very, very nice guy.
Very lovely guy. I kind of got like a face-to-face demo of that at Super Booth, where George was one side and I'm the other. I'm just going like this.
Do you reckon he'd be a good guest on PSN?
He'd be great. For sure.
Yeah, I reckon it, because
sort something out.
he's you know, and he's obviously because he's like not only the face of the company, but he's the guy behind the technology as well, which is kind of you know, it makes it all the more appealing.
Yeah. Indeed.
But yeah, it really did. It met all my expectations. I felt like I was back in that exciting time when I'd first touched a Jupiter 8. You know, and I was actually very fortunate. The keyboard teacher at our school. I didn't have keyboard lessons at school, but I got on really well with the teacher. And he went on one summer. He was going on holiday. He says, "Oh, do you want to borrow one of my synths?" Like, "Oh, what have you got?" He said, "Oh, I've got Jupiter 8." a Jupiter 8 and a reel-to-reel recorder. I'm like 15. Yeah. 2 weeks
All my music teacher gave was a Korg 700S.
Yeah.
We didn't give it to me. I could take it out of school.
You say all.
Yeah.
When he came back off holiday, I was left back with my DX27, and I was like,
yeah, I can
imagine. But I think it wasn't long after that I'd saved up some money and got myself a bit one, so that sort of scratched that itch a little bit.
That's it. Now I remember what my first comprehensive school. So I started.
Hi, David.
81. They didn't have anything. It was proper old school, you know, xylophones and maracas and shit. And I wanted to play the drums. I knew I could play the drums, and I wanted to play the drums. And there was basically a gatekeeping process with the kids in the drum club, and I couldn't get in. And anyway, so I was only there for a year because my mum left my dad. So we went to another place, and I went to the school there, and they just had a brand new music room built. And they got a drum kit, and it was a brand spanking new Premier Royale, I think it was, in gleaming white. And that was it. That was it. My drumming. That's where my drumming all kind of really started. And then we then moved again a year later when my mum remarried. And the first thing I did when I got to this new school, which is just up the road here, my kids have gone there as well. The first thing I did, this was 83. I said, "Where's your music room and where's the drum kit?" And they said, "Oh, we'll take it down to the music room. I don't know if we've got a drum kit." And I'm like, "You haven't got a drum kit? I've just come from a school that's got a brand new drum kit. You must have a drum kit." And eventually they showed me the drum kit, and it was like 50 years old. And it was horrible. And I remember going into the music store cupboard to see if there was anything else. And I found this box, and I thought, that's not a guitar. It was a flight, case. I said, that's not a guitar size box, and there's not a drum size. I wonder what's in there. Click the lid. Korg 700S. Going,
oh, nice. Yeah.
And the school teacher, my music teacher, do you remember those little aluminium door handles that you screw top and bottom that you could put onto a slidey door or something? Just those little 1970s little. He put one of those into the wood end cheeks either side so you could lift it out of the case. It looked horrible even then. I wasn't even a connoisseur at the time. But I remember seeing it and think, oh my God, it's an actual synthesizer. I just at that time I never thought I'd see one. So got it out, plugged it in, turned it on. That's not making any sound. Because I didn't know you needed to plug it into an amplifier. I just thought you'd probably have a speaker in it. Nothing. So then I had to go back in the cupboard. I found a guitar amplifier, found a jack lead, and connected it up. And then just, what the fuck is this? This is amazing. And here we are. 40 years later. Also.
Yeah. We're quite lucky, really, at our school. We had a Juno 60 and an SH101 there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So that wasn't too bad. And I remember one lad who was in the year above me, but we were in the music room having a play, and he was trying to show off, going, "I know what all of these LFOs and VCFs mean," like that. And I was like, "Oh, do you? Go on then." And he started reeling off a load of nonsense, and I just kept my mouth shut. I thought, no, I'll just let him have his moment.
Yeah, the only other keyboard they had, apart from the obligatory pianos, was a Bontempi. Horrible thing. I remember doing
Didn't
a
even
version
have
of
that.
No, I remember doing a version of Axel F with the Korg 700S and the Bond Temper. You can imagine how that sounded. I'm glad. No,
It didn't sound like Axel F.
No, it did not sound anything like Axel F. But hey, I thought it was good.
Well, that's it. So you don't care there, do you? You know, you're just doing it. I didn't care that my DX27 didn't sound like Harold Faltermeyer. You know, you just get on with it, don't you?
But
And my school had no musical instruments in it at all.
No,
not a one, not a one. Mind you, I left school in '79.
Yeah.
So the cheaper keyboard.
Oh, musical instruments hadn't been invented then, had they?
No,
music was just like
I think it was a very poor school.
Bongos, wasn't it?
Music lesson was to sit down to Rachmaninoff playing on a record.
When I went to look at my, when my kids were going to school, and we went to the middle school for my daughter, and we went to the music room, and they had got, not only they got a whole bunch of computers around the edge of the classroom, and presumably running some sort of door or something, but they got a whole bunch of Yamaha or Casio, just the PSRs or the PSSs, but big full-size key ones. Literally just like in a rack, they've got like 20 or 30 of these things.
Yeah.
And we would have killed for something like that. And then when we came back to the high school, which you remember, this is the high school I went to in the 80s, and my kids are now well, my last one's just finishing there, and we did the whole, orientation thing, and I said, right, I'm going down to the music room to see what they've got since I changed, or since I left. And IMAX all the way around the edge, all running Logic and Ableton Live, all with M-Audio controllers, loads of plugins and stuff. I mean, it was just, fucking hell, it's just a completely different world. We've killed for something. We killed just for a bunch of half-decent synthesizers and the tape recorder, but
Laughing at Wagoo's message there, trying to cover Ethnicolor on a PSS was frustrating now.
We all did.
But the thing is, there's something about that album where it was such a kind of shift sonically that you could kind of wing a lot of Jean-Michel Jarre melodies on any keyboard instrument if you wanted to, but it got to that one and suddenly it was like, this isn't going to cut it.
No. I remember, what was it? Oh, that's it. Yeah, I used to have a Commodore 64 and running a piece of software called Electrosound, which was a full-on step sequencer and allowed you to mess around with the synthesis parameters of the SID chip. So you could change, you could change the waveforms, and you could mess around with the rudimentary filters. So you could actually start shape your sounds.
Yeah.
But the sequencer, because it was a SID chip, it was only a 3-channel sequencer. So you could make that kind of chip-tuned stuff very easily. But if you wanted to incorporate drums, you had to figure out, which voice was going to make way for the kick drum, because if you had a 3-note chord on there, you couldn't do that.
Yeah.
But I just, at the time, I mean, now I'd be thinking, oh my God, that would be a nightmare. But at the time, it was like, this was 3 channels of sequencing more than I had before, which was 0. And so
you kind of made it work, didn't you?
You made it work.
Yeah, you made it work.
And I remember doing a version of Stripped by Depeche Mode on it. And I remember it took me days to just because it was a step set, you couldn't play it in live. And at the time I was using that. Do you remember the little overlay keyboard that went on top of the Commodore 64?
Yeah.
Which was just like a brown frame with the keys that then pressed the keys underneath.
Yeah.
So that's all I was working with at the time. So I was having to key every note in. I've got the cassette tape of the album, listening and then just keying it in, listening, keying it in. It took me days to do it. And when I'd done it and pressed play and I just listened to it all the way through, I remember I managed to get a sound that sounded, a bit like the beginning of Stripped. You get the end, the car engine, which obviously I couldn't do. You get that engine start up, and then it goes, which is all samples. But I managed to use the noise generator on the SID chip to get something similar. And then you could program the patch changes into the thing, and it was. I just remember sitting there thinking, that's brilliant. Obviously it wasn't, but you know, when you work with, you know, with
Yeah, but
that
it was.
it was, you know, for
Yeah.
me, aged whatever it was.
That moment in time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting point what you're saying there about having to make way for different parts when you using that SID chip, because I often wonder, you know, that ducking effect that became popular a while back, which we used to call you don't know how to use a compressor. Now we call it ducking. But I'm wondering if that kind of effect has come from people who've grown up with that kind of 8-bit computer, you know,
or DBX.
Yeah.
Huh?
Or DBX. Fucking hate it.
Or DBX, yeah. I mean, yeah, I find it quite nauseating, that ducking effect myself, right? But I'm wondering if that's, but I just wonder if that's, you know, people have grown up with that and it's a way of, you know, continuing that idea.
You could listen to that stuff. Yeah, I mean, I remember listening to, you know, the video games of the time, and you'd get soundtracks, you know, like Rob Hubbard, you know, soundtracks to the games, and I can't remember now. I used to know all the names of these guys because, you know, you'd listen to it, and you know, if you're just playing the game, the music is perfect, but then if you just stop playing the game and start listening to the music, you notice the clever bits of the program. You can hear the notes dropping out because they're trying to put something else in there, and it's dead clever, the stuff that they did with such a little thing.
It's like plate spinning, isn't it?
Yeah. Ollie sent me a Commodore 64 beginning of the year. I haven't had a chance to really sort of mess around with it, but I opened it up and the SID chip is like an emulation of the SID chip, I think. I don't know. He put something else in there that I need to learn about it. I'm so far out of that world now, but yeah, it'd be fun to. I'll probably. I remember when I went to the synthesized event in Cambridge at the Computer History Museum, and I brought my copy. I've still got Electrosound, the program, on cassette, and I brought that along. And we loaded it up into their Commodore 64, and it was just like, oh wow, you know, so straight back into 1984, 1985, I think it was. And then you start using it, and you go, oh god, this is painful. Oh yeah, it's all button pressing, isn't it? Oh, it's just But once you started sort of getting around it again, I thought, oh, actually, I'm sort of making stuff here. But I don't like that the chip tune stuff. When I hear that chip tune stuff, it just reminds me of what it used to be.
The work.
Yeah, it was. A kind of, you know, I've
slog.
been there and done that.
I'm not a fan of the sound, but there are some people doing really quite creative stuff with it. There's a lad in Europe. He's been doing bits on YouTube for God knows how long now, where he'll put those kinds of things into an organ or whatever. And then last year sometime he made an accordion out of a Commodore 64. Commodorian.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just, you know, even though it's not my thing, I really.
You got to applaud the ingenuity.
You know, just it's if anybody's got a passion for anything, it doesn't matter if it's not your thing. Just to see them doing it and living it is great.
Yeah, it's all good stuff. But every now and again, it's like you'll get synths that have patches that sort of pay homage to that sound. It's just like, no, skip. I've been there, done. There's like this thing, right? I think, see if this works. And that's that kind of chiptune sound.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I don't like that. I'll go back to the next one.
It is, but you'd have been very impressed if you got that out your Nintendo.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Especially with that reverb and delay.
Yeah, I know. Oh dear, those are the days. At least with the Commodore, you had some options. If you had a Spectrum, it was just beeps.
Yeah.
Bloody hate those things.
Yeah, I had the Spectrum. I didn't have any of the fancy computers. I had a Spectrum, but
well, it was just you had one or the other, didn't you, back then?
Well, you did, but you used to load the games in from a cassette, didn't you?
Yeah.
And obviously, once you'd load the games in, I'd quite often put music in the cassette player. And at one time, I'd left it plugged into the computer while I was playing the music. And I went into the kitchen, get myself some orange juice, come back, and my Spectrum was on fire. And I was like,
Jesus.
And you know what? I never touched a computer again until turn of millennium.
No.
I just thought, no, I prefer music.
Yeah.
Just.
I remember when I got my first. I got a PC in early 90s, I think it was, and I went and bought I'd eventually, after I'd left home and I was just doing, working at the co-op for £40 a week or something, couldn't do anything. The biggest I could stretch to is that Yamaha VSS 200, the little sampler thing. I had one of those, and that was all I had. And I got a job at Argos, and I was earning a lot more money. And Argos had this share scheme where employees were given a bunch of shares, and then after 3 or 5 years, you could cash them in and either keep the shares or sell them and take the profit and run. So that's what I did, and I ended up having about 500 or 600 quid. So I went down to Turnkey and I bought a Roland Sound Canvas SC88 and an Evolution 49 key controller that came with a piece of sequencing software. And I dabbled with Cubase on a friend's Atari, so I kind of, I'd messed around with that sort of thing, but this was the first ever time I'd had a software sequencer on a PC and a synthesizer that was 32-part multi-timbral and 64 voice polyphonic, so you can do entire compositions on the Sound Canvas. And that feeling when I plugged all of it in, eventually got it all working, and the fact that I could start building tracks up, piece by piece, was just, I've arrived. And that was probably my most productive period ever since, because for like 6 months to a year, that's all I'd go to work, I'd come home, I'd sit in the corner of the front room with my headphones on, just making music. And then by the time I started buying, I think the next synth I bought was a CS1X. Then I bought the Prophecy. And then I got the RM1X.
The Prophecy, that came out of nowhere, really, didn't it? I mean, it was such a... I wasn't a big fan. I'd kind of fallen out with synthesizers by about that time. I thought like the D50 was brilliant, then the M1 came along, and I didn't like the M1 at all.
Right.
And it just seemed to be a downhill slope from there for me for what I'd hoped synthesizers had become.
Yeah.
It's definitely turned around now. I mean, anything you want, there's something for everyone now, isn't there?
Yeah.
But turn of the millennium, I thought I'll go down the computer route. You remember when the PPG Realizer was being touted as the next big thing, and you think, oh, that's a great idea. PC's just that, really, isn't it? VSTs, it's just that. But I just can't warm to using the computer in that way. I mean, don't get me wrong, I've got some lovely, like the Cherry Audio stuff's lovely.
Oh, it's great stuff.
I've got Keyscape, Omnisphere, things like that. But what I find is I tend not to use them in the way that I would use a hardware synthesizer. I just pick a sound and I play it. Because I suppose if I had a decent, some way, like some controller that could really get into the depths of these things, it'd be a lot better. But mouse and keyboard. So hopefully, like I say, I've got good ideas for that touch screen. I'm going to obviously adorn it with some physical controls as well. Then it's just a question of, am I that good a programmer? I don't know yet.
Yeah, no, I remember because I remember when the Prophecy came out, and I was looking to buy a keyboard synth, and I was looking through Future Music or Sound on Sound, and the Prophecy had just come out. I thought, oh, that looks amazing, and everyone was raving about it. So I managed to find an article about it, because obviously this is kind of pre-internet days, and they said yes, it's an amazing modelling synth, and I didn't really fully understand what modelling was then, and it said it's 37 note keyboard and it's monophonic. I'm like, what? It's what? Because I've come from a world with a little black box that does 32 voices at a time with 64 note polyphony, and this thing does one voice, and we're in the 90s. I mean, that was like, what the hell? And it was selling for like $12.99, I think it was. Brand new. And I'm like, it looks amazing, and the sounds I've heard coming out of it are pretty amazing, but it's monophonic, and it's this little thing.
It's certainly not the instrument you're to get if you've only got one in it, but
exactly. And so then I was thinking, I need to be spending half that. That's a limit. And then Yamaha came out, just after that they came out with the CS1X, and that was promising, dance-oriented type sounds, which of course we were all after at that. And it got knobs for the filters and loads of patches, and it could be, I think it could be 10-part multi-timbral if you wanted it to be. And it had all sorts of stuff, and it was a keyboard, and it was blue, and it looked cool. And I ended up getting one of the first CS1Xs that came in the country, and loved it. I thought it was a great little thing, despite its limitations.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until the Z1 came out, and
that was fun. Z1.
Yeah, and I got invited to like a launch event in London for the Z1, and it was in it wasn't Earls Court, it was Olympia or Olympia 2, one of those places. So we all piled in there, and Korg had said, yeah, here we go, lots of fancy stuff, and they got a couple of Z1s on stage, and I can't remember who they got to demonstrate it, but it was fucking brilliant. It was just, I mean, the electric piano stuff, we all sat there and listening to these guys playing the electric pianos on there with all the effects and the Wurlitzer of patches are just brilliant. And then they were doing synthy stuff, and it was just amazing. And I came away thinking, yeah, I'd love one of those, but it was pretty expensive. So came out of there, and to the left, they'd set up like 2 or 3 of everything that they were doing else, at the time. So you had some Trinities, and they had some Z1s that you could go and play, and they had some Prophecies. I was with my missus, my first wife, and I was playing the Trinities, and there was loads of really great stuff coming out of that. And then I pointed to the Prophecy, and I sort of looked at my missus and sort of sneered at her, said, "Oh, bloody Prophecy! It's like £1,200, and it's monophonic." And she said, "Well, what does it sound like then?" So, "Oh, come and have a listen." So we put the headphones on, and I played it, and all of a sudden, my opinion just went completely the opposite, because it's amazing, and we start using like the ribbon and the log wheel and the aftertouch, and the level of expression was just insane.
And it a pretty meaty sound as well for the time as well, I thought.
So like 2 weeks later, I'm in Digital Village in Cambridge, and I said, "Have you got any Korg Prophecies?" And they said, "Yes, we've got one left. It's on the wall. It's half price. It's it's because they discontinued it, and it's half price. It was like $5.99."
Yeah.
And there it is. And that's my Cold Dead Hand synth. Literally, I would fight you for that.
Let's get it brand new for that price. Yeah, why not?
Yeah. I would say it had been played and it had been on display, but yeah, it was. Yeah, it came with a full warranty. And everything. Still got the box and everything.
Yeah. But to be honest, at Synthfest this year, there were a couple of things that struck me like that. Where you're dismissive of them until you get your hands on them. and that was the Osmos and the Yamaha finger drumming things.
Oh yeah.
I was very surprised by both of them. I'd previously been no good, not for me. I tried them both. I thought these were actually very, 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 very good.
Yeah, the Osmos is something else.
It's a lot more playable than I expected it to be as a regular keyboard, as well as the additional expression, where I don't think the Roly really does that. The Roly's got its benefits, don't get me wrong, but as a regular keyboard, you're not going to want to use it, are you?
No.
Whereas the
I
Osmos,
do find I play that Osmos though. I play it in like, you know, when you put boots on a dog, and it's sort of.
I wasn't doing that.
Yeah, it feels a bit like that sometimes, you know. But it's practice more than anything else.
Oh yeah.
I'd like one, but I don't think I'd warrant using it that much for all the things that it can do, and the things that I do with stuff. I don't think I give it the attention it deserves.
Weirdly, one of the things I've been doing with that finger drum, is using it to trigger drum samples. As opposed to using a keyboard, because you like when you're doing the taiko drums, you know, doing some sort of like film score type thing. I'm getting more complex patterns by playing it by the finger drum than I did if I played it on the keyboard. Weirdly, there's something very comfortable about playing.
It's more drum-like than playing the keyboard.
Yeah. Plus, I practice, finger drumming all the time. But not necessarily on a keyboard. So.
No.
Well, some of those wider pads that are almost like a space bar. I mean, you can do a nice drum roll just by rolling your fingers on it, which you can't really do on a keyboard, can you? Not very effectively. So it's just things like that. I just found it really intuitive and natural. To play. I thought, and at first, when it was first announced, I thought its only real unique selling point was the layout of the things. But and it wasn't until Kent said on the stream that night, it's actually it's an audio interface. It's got this, it's got that. I'm like, that's actually quite a unit, really, isn't it? But I was very impressed with how it played,
and it doesn't seem to suffer that much from not being multi-sampled with round robins and all that kind of stuff. When I've watched people play it and they're doing sort of like drum rolls, it
doesn't machine gun, does it?
It does, but not as much as you would expect something that only has one snare sample, and the only difference is the velocity. But if you program it, and that's again another thing I'm really impressed by, is that you can program the sensitivity of each pad individually. So those pads, if you're drumming, like your thumb and your forefinger and your middle finger are quite powerful compared to your ring finger and your small finger. So the amount of sort of velocity you can generate with those those three fingers is bigger than if you use just your little fingers. So you can program the pads that fall under your little fingers with a higher sensitivity, so you don't have to hit them. And the others you can, so the level of individual nuance you can get into those pads is really clever. And if you're programming them cleverly enough, then if you're doing a drum roll, if you're using one of those top buttons to do a drum roll, if you get it right and you put the pressure on, to increase the velocity, so you get that kind of range of velocity, it doesn't sound, so bad. It's not, it's never going to sound like a real thing, but it's pretty good for 279 quid. It's very
it's belted. Good.
Oh yeah. The other thing to notice is that as I've read it so far, I don't own one yet, but I've watched a lot of videos and whatever. By default, the humanization's not switched on for all the drum kits. You can humanize all the drums, and you can humanize each drum individually.
Cool.
And humanize would vary the amount of pitch and decay and all those little nuances. So all those bits are there; they're just not switched on.
It's like the was it the Roland R8 had that humanization thing because it
Yeah.
didn't have the massive range of samples, but
That was another instrument at the time. It was a shift, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's stonking, that was. The R8 is amazing. Absolutely cool. My mate had an R5 as well, which is like a cut down version. So yeah, they were like, were they early 90s, weren't they, I think? Or late 80s, early 90s is the R8.
Late 80s.
Yeah, probably late 80s.
Late
M1
80s it was, yeah.
Yeah. I'll tell you what was not very good drum machine was the Korg S3, was it? That was hideous. It's a horrible drum machine.
Don't know that one.
the only Korg I ever used drum machine was a DDD5.
Yeah, I've got a DDD1.
Yeah, it was the small.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the
Yeah.
smaller one, which wasn't too bad, to be honest.
Yeah, apart from the really, really extremely noisy, clacky keys.
Yes.
Really noisy.
Yeah.
If you want to wake your next door neighbours up, put your headphones on and play a DDD1. They'll be phoning the police up thinking something weird going on next door. So, Kent, you've had that FGDP, brilliant name, FGDP 50 for a while. What do you think? What's your overall impression so far?
Yeah, I like her. I do like it.
Love
But
it.
Fiona likes it even more.
Oh, right.
Yeah. She likes fiddling around with that. Let's play that.
It's cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love the aspect of it being self-contained. You just literally, switch it on, you're done.
Yeah.
It's got a speaker, it's got its own battery. You go. You know.
I mean, I know Ian had a few quibbles about it, but nothing that couldn't be fixed with a firmware update.
Yeah.
You know. So, but all these things have, little quibbles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I
what you
think
can do.
Yamaha's made a bit of a move on that. I think they've done a good job. That's out of the blue. wasn't it?
Yeah. It's almost like they just compared with it, because I got the Motif ES and it was nice keyboard, but it was very much of a muchness. It was like everything else previous, but this montage is this new one is just a whole new ball game. And then little things like, this finger drum thing coming along. Oh, bloody hell, they're really sitting down and having a right old think about it,
Yeah.
Instead of just going, just add more RAM and release it with a different code name on it,
Has Tig said anything about the keyboard action to you?
Loves it.
You love it?
Absolutely loves it. Yeah. He thinks it's going to be his favourite 88 weighted ever.
Right. Wow.
So it's I mean,
a resurgence, isn't it?
Yeah, whether it goes actually in front of his main screen in the main studio, don't
'Cause
know.
it's quite big, isn't it? It's not even quite.
Well,
big.
no, I mean he has the huge Studio Logic controller.
Oh, right. Okay.
And I get what he's saying is that you want a dumb controller when you're using sample libraries, ideally, and not use a sound generating keyboard.
Right.
It doesn't make any difference, but it's in the head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
you're sort of using a keyboard that has a sound source. That I've decided not to use a sound source.
Yeah, there's something sort of like wrong about that. So he'll probably stay with his Studio Logic. I mean, I probably would as well if it wasn't for the fact it broke.
Yeah. How are you doing on things remaining to work? Have you had a good week?
Yeah, everything's still working. I've been on to there's a place in the States that has replacement boards for the SL88, so I've ordered one of them, and then it's just a matter of waiting for that to turn up and I'll fit it. But I'm still having email conversations. I think it is probably best to say with Sequential.
Oh yeah, that died as well,
About-
didn't it?
Yeah, about getting the main board for her.
Yeah. Did you get the Osmos running again?
Yeah, no, she's fine. Have a banana. So yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, it was just this resistor had dry jointed, just resoldered it back on, put it all back together.
All right.
Hunky dory.
Right. Not a big deal then, really. Well, not
No, because it was like every now and again, if you turned it off, for instance, if you turned it on, nothing would happen sometimes. And you turn it off, you turn it back on again, and it'll flash, and it would go, yeah, I'm starting to load, and then go, and cut out again. And first of all, I was fiddling around with the connector, so the connector gone a bit dodgy on it. And it kept doing this thing, but it was like always sort of like the same length of time. And I go, that's something overheating. So something's not, it's either breaking down with temperature or something of that nature. And I opened it up and then noticed that this resistor was just sitting a little proud. The rest of the stuff on the board. So we soldered it and it was fine. And it's been absolutely perfect since.
Cool.
Thank God. So, but this, I think this is part of the course. When you buy something very, very quickly, you know, that pre-order, you get that first batch thing.
Yeah.
I think sometimes you will get, because the first batch tends to be the one that gets rushed out.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So, and it's silly little things like that. I mean, a big deal if it was somebody who didn't, who was not stupid enough to open it. You know, sort of like, oh, it's under warranty, you better send it back. And there's just weeks of getting it sorted out.
Yeah.
So, so I'm glad I'm stupid enough to just open these things and fix them. So,
yeah, but you can fix things. So you.
Yeah, well, there's things I can't fix. Don't worry. There's things I've failed on dismally. There's a synth at the moment I'm working on that has just got me so perplexed. I really don't know what's wrong with it.
It's annoying when things don't work, isn't it? It's like when I had to send that Akai WinSynth back. It's like I really liked it.
Yeah.
And I would like another one. You just got that. I just got that sort of seed of doubt. And thinking, is it a one-off that I got that was a bit dodgy, or is the next one going to be? You know.
Yeah.
You don't know, do you?
Yeah. 9 times out of 10, you will be all right. The second one, you get the second one, it's absolutely fine.
Yeah, well, in the meantime, I've been looking on the internet just to see if there's loads of people talking about this issue, if there's lots and lots of it turning off.
Yeah,
and
I
found like 5 posts. So I think, okay, so I'm on the 6th one that's going to say anything about it then. So hopefully it'll be okay if I go and get another one, because I do like it. It's a cool piece of kit. It just, yeah. When you get an issue, isn't it?
Yeah. So, so far anyway, the sequential people have been nice and helpful.
Right.
I'm very confident I'll get a replacement board that I can just. I mean, it's 4 screws, hold the board in. That's it. You know.
Is there like de facto way of fixing things? You send it back and they'll fix it. So the board sending it out to you is a bit of an oddball.
Not normally, but what I said is I put in the description that I repair synths for a living, and you can fry bacon on the processor after about 5 seconds of turning the thing on. It's seriously, that board has gone. Wow. And it's one of those processors where there's no legs visible. It's all pads on the underside of the processor, and then soldered on that way. And I said, obviously something's gone horribly wrong, because the power supply's kicking out all the right voltages. You have the +5 and minus, plus and minus 15. They're all present. And they got back and said, yeah, that sounds like, your processor's gone. It would be easier all round. They just send me another board, and I'd send that board back to them.
Right.
So,
cool. Yeah. Oh.
I mean, you never know. I mean, the board that they send me is one that somebody else sent in that didn't work, that they have now fixed and kick out. I mean, it doesn't matter as long as it works. I don't give a crap. Yeah. I'll be fine. So, but what was annoying about it, I've had that Pro 3. Christ, how long, Rob? 3 years?
Yeah, at least.
Right. I played it via MIDI a couple of times. Stood in front of it and played it a couple of times. So not really spent a great deal of time with it. And then, of course, because it's got the 4 CV and gates on the back, so I can use the Behringer 55 polyphonically. I'm like, yeah. And so I start getting it all set up. And it was all set up basically all ready to rock and roll. And while I was putting the rest of the cables into the 55 to try it out, turned to the Pro 3 and it's like there's no lights on. It's like, oh, what's wrong with that?
Just when you wanted to use it, it decided. Bye.
Yeah, and of course the internet is full of people going, oh yeah, it won't fire up or it locks up when you turn it on. And then you go, oh, just reload the firmware or the bootloader as they call it. And so I was there for several hours trying to reload the bootloader, where it would start loading the stuff, and then it come up with buffer overrun type of thing, which means it can't detect the Pro 3 anymore. It's disappeared. That's because the processor's on fire, essentially. So, yeah. So it took a little while to work out that it was the processor, because I was determined to not open it.
Yeah.
It's too much of a busman's holiday for me. It's like, Jesus, I've got to go down and get all my tools and bring them. I don't fancy doing it.
Yeah, it's not going to earn you any money either, is it? So.
Yeah. So, but in the end, I go, no, I've got to open this up. I've got to check the power supply and stuff like that. So I did all that and then went, that processor, fucking hell, burnt me. So that's never a good sign.
Yeah.
So
it's trying to be a microwave oven is not a good idea, is it?
Yeah. I mean, literally, it takes 8 seconds and then you can't keep your finger on it anymore.
Wow.
It will actually physically burn you. So it's very, very, very wrong. So, so it's just an inconvenience. It's not like a major catastrophe. But it was just that having so many things just fall over one after the other.
Yeah, not good.
So
what are you using with the System 55 now then? You were going to
at the moment, what I tend to do is, and this is me, is like when the Pro 3's done, I'll do it. So
right.
That's just sitting there waiting for the Pro 3.
You got this cunning plan, and your cunning plan revolves around your Pro 3 being involved, so you can hang on for a bit.
Yeah, exactly. So it was just because it's like I've got the brains and everything in there, and I haven't even tried them yet. I go, no, I'll wait until the Pro 3's here, and I'll have it in polyphonic mode, and then I'll play with it all. It's just the way I am.
Forward to.
Just a twat like that, really. So.
Maybe it's a feature. Maybe they were trying to rekindle the days of the original Prophet 10.
Oh God, yeah. Well, mind you, with the Prophet 10, all you had to do is look at it. It didn't even need to be turned on. So because like the thing I noticed in the last 2 years or so is this thing with the SSM 2044 filter chips and Poly 60s and stuff. Just
that's what you were saying the other day. You could put it in the box and it'd still die. Yeah,
so monopoly's coming in. Sort of no sound, mate. I know exactly what that is. And every time it is, this filter just goes. And if you don't turn the machine on, they still go. It's bizarre.
It's just,
like they've got a shelf life.
Well,
I'm 30 years old. Good night.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Things don't last forever, do they? So
no.
Yeah.
No.
Well, having said that, my RX-5 still is like brand new. It's absolutely perfect. That's got to be. When did that come out? 80. Not sure. 86-ish, 87 maybe.
Something like that.
So it's fucking old, and it's never had the battery upgraded or anything. It's like as new. It's like amazing. So
well, that's just a flip of a coin anyway with these batteries.
Right.
You can have. If something like I've had a Poly 6 in where it was the guys had it from new. It still has the original battery in it. It still remembers the presets.
Wow.
And yet 20 years ago I had a guy bringing in a Poly 6 and the battery's pissed all over the CPU board and eating all the tracks up and everything like that.
Right.
Just a
roll of a dice.
Coin.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Crazy.
I wonder how many of the engineers actually thought that 50 years later people would still be wanting to play these things and that they'd still be kicking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff was not designed to, to go on as long as it has.
It's even worse with newer stuff, isn't it? They sort of built-in obsolescence. So who was saying a few years ago that they thought the PlayStation 2 or 1 had a clock in it? And after a certain amount of time, it decides to die on you to make you go and get the PlayStation next.
Well, mine's already died on me. my PS5.
Has it?
The laser's gone on the Blu-ray.
No, really?
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, I just turned it on one day and there was already a disc in the thing, and it was just going.
Yeah,
then-
can't find a bootloader. Yeah.
And then it would just come up saying disc unreadable or something like that. I'm like, what? So get the disc out and check it, and it's perfect. Put it in again.
Is that
Same
GT?
thing. Yeah, I think it was, but then I tried every other disc that I've got,
And got the same result, yeah.
Same result.
Because with
So-
GT, you see, it's not a download, is it? It's not on the drive as such.
Well, even if you, even if you buy a game on the disc, you still, once you've installed it, you still have to have the disc in there to activate the game. Which is
it's like a key.
Whatever.
Yeah.
But
the other games that you download off there, it's not a problem.
Exactly. I bought GT7, so they've just done that Spec 2 update, and I haven't had a chance to play it yet.
It's
so
same here, mate.
I went on. I checked the warranty, and it seemed like it's just a 1-year warranty, and I sort of bought it last April, so it's 18 months old. It's out of that.
Yeah.
And then somebody said, "Oh no, the ones in the UK come with a 2-year warranty," and I was like, "Really?" And I was looking around, and I was finding people saying exactly the same, but also people saying it's only a 1 year. So I phoned up Sony, and they said, "No, it's definitely just a 1-year warranty." Oh, great! So they said, if you want to get it repaired, go onto our website, put in the serial number and all that kind of stuff, and then you can send it in. So I put all the information in, hit the button, and it says, "This repair will cost £240 plus VAT
and shipping."
So it's going to cost 240 quid to be able to play Gran Turismo.
Half the price of the console.
Half the price
to
of the
fix
unit,
fucking
and it's
console.
just the bloody CD
just the
mechanism, which is cheap as shit.
Yeah, I can say I'd probably put in the cheapest Blu-ray fucking drive they can find.
So I was like, oh fucking hell, this is it. I did a bit of a Google search. There's a guy just around the corner from Ipswich Hospital who does it for 85.
Yeah,
do that,
and it's warranted for a year.
Yeah, all day long, mate.
I'm actually going to the hospital.
So just count yourself lucky. Isn't it a lot of American things have a 90-day warranty?
I know. Yeah.
3 months is your warranty as usual. It's rubbish.
Had we still been in
That's
the
rotten.
EU, it would have been a 2-year warranty.
Yeah.
You should have
But
gone on holiday.
because Brexit was such a good idea.
Yeah, such a fantastic idea. So yeah, but it's the first time I've ever had a console go faulty on me ever.
Wow.
And I've had everything from like early Sega stuff to PS5.
Yeah, the PS1 still works.
I've still got my PS1 that still
PS2
working.
still works.
I've got 3 PS2s that all
Yeah.
still work. PS3 still works. PS4 still works. PS5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Were you a
Mind
early
you, touch
adopter
wood,
of
my
PS1?
PS5 is still working.
Mm. I mean, I
So
have no
were,
idea
were you
why it
early
failed.
adopter of that? Did you get it quick?
What, the PS5?
Yeah.
I got it as well, not that quick.
No, it's been out for a while, isn't
You
it?
couldn't fucking get them
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's
for
right.
ages.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I mean, I got mine in April of 2022.
Yeah, we have to get this sorted out, Rob, because we're coming up to racing season.
I know. And now I've got my steering wheel. And my
Hockenheim
phone.
calls, my friend.
I know. I can do all of that shit now.
Yeah. I tell you what, you know, when we were racing against each other, the worst thing I could have done, because I thought it'd be really funny to take out my the equivalent of the Mustang Fastback.
Oh God,
that's not very fucking fast, is it?
No.
And it don't go around bends very well either.
I've been working on. I got an Alpine A110, and I've been working on the modifications on that, and it's like a proper little roller skate. That it's fast and it sticks.
I was quite a fan of the Alfa Romeo 157.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty good with that.
Did it keep breaking down by the side of the road?
Yeah, but women kept whistling at me as I drove by.
Yeah.
And I'm glad they brought that old track back in 7. The was it Rocky Mountain? Was it Rocky Mountain? The one with the lined with trees and that, and you've got a couple of the.
Oh, yeah, I know the one.
You know the one I mean?
Yeah, I know the one. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that track really, really well.
Spec 2 has got this new snow track.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
We're going rallying, are we?
I tend to avoid the rally stuff. I don't know why.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You know, you said the Hockenheim chat. Hang on, am I muted? Not sure.
No, you're right.
Is the Hockenheim track the old one? When you go into the forest and back again, or is it the new one?
Yeah, no, you can have the big one and the little one.
No, that's Nürburgring, not Hockenheim.
Yeah.
No, Hockenheim used to go into the trees, didn't it?
Yeah, but no, this is the current Hockenheim F1.
Right.
But the Nürburgring.
Yeah, the Nürburgring's 14 miles.
Was it Frankenschamps or something?
Spa-Francorchamps. That's the Belgian one.
Yeah, that's the Belgian one. Yeah. I like Spa.
Yeah, it's one of the driver's favourites, isn't it?
Yeah, it's getting the bottom of that S.
Yeah,
at the bottom of the hill. You've just got to get that fucking right.
Yeah, I do like Interlagos.
Into the wall.
I think Interlagos is a really good track.
Yeah.
So, I used to love racing games.
Still do.
Well,
that's pretty much all I play now.
Well, I've got have you seen the new steering wheel?
No.
They're doing a new one to R1.
I just got this one,
which is apparently more realistic. So you actually have to turn the wheel. It's not this. You have to turn the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so the steering's supposed to fight depending on what speed you're going at.
It's got what do they call it? Force feedback.
Yeah, it's force feedback, but this is some sort of AI thing they built into it, so it's even more realistic, apparently.
All right.
But I'm not going to buy it for that.
No.
I bought the VR, so.
I've got a VR headset.
Yeah, it's got the VR steering wheel, the whole shebang.
I'll be no good with that. I'll get dizzy watching Formula One occasionally because I'll yeah, not good. My balance is a bit shit. So when I was recovering in the hospital, I used to watch the Formula One in their day room, and it's like you're being completely drunk. Because I want to watch it, but your head's going whoosh all the time. It's like, I don't know. So, yeah, I'd love to get back into doing racing games, but I don't think VR would be a good idea for me.
It's really good because it feels incredibly natural.
Yeah.
I always put it in cockpit mode, and so it feels like you're actually sat in the car and you're looking around and up and down, left and right, and I need to get the VR 2 because my VR 1's getting a bit tired now.
You need the VR when you're doing open wheel racing anyway, because you don't want to try to get your line on the bend and there's somebody just to the side of you. Next thing you're in the sand trap.
Yeah.
Because you didn't see the guy caught up with you. So.
Yes. We shall see.
But that's for some of those scary games that Fiona wants to play. Those adventure games with the VR headset on. And some of you hear her screaming at the top of her voice from downstairs. Going, shut up, woman. Just because some giant robot vulture has just landed in front of her or something.
I remember when I first got the VR, and there's a game, I forget what it's called now, but basically you sit on, it's like you sit on a ghost train,
right.
a fun fair, but it's quite and you go round and there's a few dips and things, and that's quite fun. But then you have guns, and you're in your little thing, and you've got to shoot the things as they're coming towards you, and it's proper, it's like zombie clowns and all that kind of stuff. And it's all very dark and it's very atmospheric, and you because it's in 3D, you're sort of looking around, and then all of a sudden something just pops up in front of your face. Fuck.
Yeah.
It was very good. My wife didn't like that one.
No, I don't mind using VR if it's a driving game and stuff like that. You sat down, you've got a steering wheel in front of you and pedals and everything. Because yes, I've watched YouTube. I've watched people punching three $3,000 fucking plasma TVs, sort of like
Yeah.
that. No, mate.
I fucked my hand up for weeks. I was doing it, and in the old house, we the fire, the mantelpiece around the fire, the top thing was metal, like a black steel or iron thing, and I just kind of just shifted on. I didn't realize how close I was to this thing, and I just went like this and just whacked my knuckle on this metal fire, and it was just like, straight away. It was just like, oh, yeah, nasty.
Of course, this winter, Ty's joining us.
Yes.
He's got all the gear and the time this month.
Well, I should be back up and running in about 3 weeks. That's when I'm.
That sounds.
In.
Yeah.
So.
That'll be the time. Anyway.
I used to have one of those Vive VR headsets.
Oh yeah.
And the thing I really liked, they had like it's like a medieval thing, and you were shooting arrows and you're seeing cannonballs coming towards you. That was really good. Because you actually pulled the string of your bow back and you were aiming it through your virtual eye, and you see it fly off. It's really cool.
There were some games that made me just feel really. There's one where it's like you're in robot. You know, like in Aliens, they get into those kind of robot things.
Mechanoid.
Yeah, mechanoid things. And you're sort of going around this arena, and it just after about 2 minutes of that, I just wanted to heave.
You get motion sickness, won't you?
Yeah, but other games, like there's one called Blood or Truth, which was made by the same people who did The Getaway on PS2, which is like a London gangster type game, and that was done really well because you all the while you're going through, you've got obviously there's lots of guns involved in "Oi, you slag" and all this kind of stuff, but there's other action scenes like you jumping across things and zip wire stuff and that, and perfectly fine, absolutely fine. I didn't feel at all sick doing that one, but there are some that just don't get, or it's just even if they put a little dot in the middle that's supposed to make you feel a little bit better, it doesn't work.
I don't know if your phone can do it, but Google VR is brilliant. Google Maps VR, you can go anywhere and just drop yourself in on a Google map.
Yeah,
and you can either be normal size or you can increase your size to be like 50 feet tall. And just walk around Google Maps. It's hilariously funny.
Yeah.
I spent hours doing that. This is like 2017 when I was doing that. But yeah, it was really cool. You waste hours doing it. Or just nip over to France and have a look around Paris. It's like nuts.
Yeah, I was doing one when I was flying around New York City.
Yeah.
And you can just you can raise or lower your elevation wherever you just fly around the buildings and through the streets. That was quite fun.
Yeah, it's got some good bits.
I'd like it to work on games that it doesn't work on.
Okay.
So because you can't get Half-Life on PlayStation, can you?
No.
Oh right.
Or Portal for that matter.
Yeah.
I don't think any of the Valve stuff ported across to that.
Wouldn't mind having a go like Call of Duty or something like that in VR.
That would be mad, wouldn't it?
Crysis would have been good as well, but that's not ported across either.
Well,
GTA could be problematic.
Yeah.
I mean, Red Dead Redemption is if you put it on VR, but because it's not a proper VR game, but if you put it on your headset and then set the screen size to massive, so it pretty much fills your field of vision. That's quite good. What's the other one?
Is that like a cinema mode sort of thing?
Well, yeah. I mean, with the VR, the PlayStation VR, you can just set the screen size. Because when you're not playing a dedicated VR game, you're just basically seeing a screen that's floating in space.
Right. Yeah.
So it's like what you see on the TV, but it's just there, and you can set it at like small, medium, large. But if you set it to the large version, so the screen is virtually huge, and it just pretty much fills your sort of field of vision. I used to play, games that weren't VR like that, and it kind of gives you like a semi sort of experience. But there's one of my all-time favourite games is Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, which some people bill as they call it a walking simulator, but you're walking around this English village where you are the only person. Something has happened, you're not quite sure what it is, and as you explore the village, you encounter, for want of a better phrase, memories of things that have happened. You see sort of, there's sort of like, and it's all very mysterious, and but the graphics are stunning. It's proper English countryside village. The detail is incredible, and you're walking around and you can go into the buildings. It's completely like free roaming, so you can just go into a field and just carry on walking and carry on walking, and but you can go into the churches and you can go into the pubs and you can go into the houses and you go upstairs and downstairs, and all that in VR would just be amazing. So unfortunately, they're doing a new game. The same company, Chinese Room, the developers. I forget what it's called, but it's set in the late 1970s on a North Sea oil rig, and something mysterious happens, and you've got to go and figure it out. There's lots. If you look at the demo, there's lots of very weird and sinister and sort of quite frightening things going on. It looks really, really good.
Because they were working on a Miss Marple one.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about wandering out of village. But with this, there's no clues. You really got to think it out.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same with Everybody's
absolutely
Gone
no
to the
clues at
Rapture,
all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All you know is that when you start the game, you're outside an observatory that's on the outskirts of this little village, and that's all. That's it. You just drop there. So you then walk around, and as you go down the hill, you hear a phone ringing. So you go and have a look, and you pick up the phone, and there's a voice, and it's it's recounting something. You're hearing a conversation that's happened in the past.
Yeah. And
then it's your job to just walk around and find these kind of clues. It's almost like a Radio 4 drama, but you're walking around inside it. It's hard to explain. The music is incredible. It's really, really. It's just it's a real experience. A lot of people slated it because there's no guns, there's no action or anything. It's a very
well, not everything has to be all guns, actions, and broadswords, does it?
You can be walking around this village, and you get to the centre of the village where there's a little stream, and there's a slide and a set of swings.
Yeah.
And if you go over to the swings, all of a sudden you start hearing the children's voices, but there's no children there. And then you turn around and you see this outline of a couple of mums that are just talking, and what they're talking about feeds into the narrative of the story. And you have to go around and just find these things. There's no clues. There's no map to sort of say, go over here and you'll find this. And every now and again you'll encounter a particular dramatic scene that plays out, but you don't see it. You hear it, and you see little sparkly outlines of where the people were.
Yeah.
But they're not actually there.
Weird.
And so you've got to figure out, where did everybody go? That's why it's called Everyone's Gone to the Rapture.
Yeah.
And it's amazing.
Talking about VR, do you think there'll ever be? Well, there might have already been. I might have missed it. Do you think there'll be like VR music concerts where you could be virtually on the stage with?
There have been VR concerts.
Have they?
I think there has. Yeah.
Where I've never been, but I'm sure I've seen.
Didn't
VR
Meta
movies.
do something?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, the difficulty is, where do you put the cameras, and do you flick? Because you can't flick between different views.
Yeah, you want to be able to move spots, wouldn't you? You want to say, I want to be next to the drummer, or I want to go.
Yeah.
You know,
So how do you do that? It's
A cool idea, though, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Well, yeah, I'm sure there's plans afoot for that sort of thing as VR becomes, more popular.
Yeah.
So, it's just not cheap to get into at the moment because, VR2 is about 500 and something quid, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not pocket changes.
I can't remember.
Even the Meta, the one that Andrew's got. I mean, that's still 300 quid. But then you have to have a really decent PC.
Yeah, the Vive that I had was like 800 quid. Well, I didn't have it. The company I worked for had it. So, yeah. And that was ages ago.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, because that Oculus one was...
The Rift.
Yeah, it was quite pricey to start with. It
Yeah.
didn't have a lot of issues, really, to start with. It was problems with compatibilities and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think the Oculus didn't have as many... The one that I had, the Vive, had a couple of cameras that were looking at your headset you had to set up.
Mm.
And then you got... I think that the two hand things you've got as well were quite good. I think the Oculus were sort of behind the curve, either behind the curve because they were the first ones to do it, or whatever, or could do it cheap or whatever. But the Vive was pretty good.
They all sort of outdo each other every time. They do something a little extra. I like the PSVR 2, the PS1. Sorry, the PSVR 1. You have to have a camera facing you. And then that picks up the lights on your headset and the lights on your Move controllers or the thing. But the 2 doesn't have to have any of that. So it knows exactly where it is. Its cameras are all built in. It knows exactly where it is. And you can even do augmented reality because you've got have you got front-facing cameras on the VR2? Sure,
Right.
you have. But yeah, I mean,
I think there is, because when you're setting it up where it does that grid for the room,
yeah,
you see where everything is.
You can see the room, yeah.
Yeah, so
Oh,
must
that was the other thing. The Vive had a bigger room, a bigger virtual space for you to work around in than the Rift at the time. Yeah, that was mad.
Of course, I suppose
You
the
don't
next best thing
accidentally
is
walk
no
into
headset at all.
Yeah.
When it's just lasers writing directly onto your eyes.
Yeah.
That's happening.
Cure the glaucoma.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. There's that new Apple thing.
Turn up the trimmer on the back.
Yeah. Well, the Apple one will take it even further, but that'll be interesting. Expensive, but interesting.
Yeah, it's a growing medium, isn't it?
Yeah, but didn't you say Apple?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apple, expensive.
Automatic.
Apple.
Yeah.
Although their computers are pretty good these days. When you try and compare them to a PC, what they can deliver is pretty good.
I tell you what, I've got a laptop that takes, I'm not kidding you here, about 20 minutes to get to its desktop from turn on. Because it's running 11. There's nothing on the computer yet. I haven't been able to stand around long enough to get around to putting anything on it. And the fan is just constantly on. I go, how can they sell these?
Can you imagine trying to run that on a live situation for like running Ableton Live and it goes down? Hang on, audience. It'll be about 20 minutes and then we'll be back up and running.
It's just bad.
You take a joke book with you, aren't you? Fill the time.
So, because I was basically what it was, I thought, oh no, I just have a little lappy just so I can call up schematics and stuff like that. 9 times out of 10, I can get the fucking keyboard repaired in the time it takes the laptop to actually fire up. It's unbelievable.
Well, it's a new game for you, isn't it? It's like, can I fix this keyboard before we get to, your home page of your computer? Ready, steady, go.
It clearly wasn't designed to have the 11 on, but it shipped brand new with the 11 on it.
Oh yeah. 11 ready. Yeah.
It's just like it's useless, absolutely useless.
Oh well.
I have to wipe it and put an old 10 on the wall.
It's probably got something like a really old potato as a CPU.
Yeah, I think it's running i2 or something like that.
Yeah, i1 probably.
Yeah. So I know it was cheap, but bloody hell, you know. I mean, this thing is what, just over a year old. You know.
Yeah. Well, if you was a computer company and you got a whole warehouse full of laptops that ain't moving, you're thinking, well, they're not gonna move with Windows fucking 10, are they?
Yeah.
We're gonna have to put 11 on to get them to move.
Yeah.
And that's what they've done.
Honest to God, if my Acer 17-inch one hadn't packed up, I'd still be using it now, even though it's like 15 years old. It's still bloody quick.
I had two Acer laptops, and the one with the really nice graphics in it died, it overheated, and the one that didn't have the nice graphics still works.
Okay.
So sometimes having the latest thing in
This
it.
one had a heatsink. The back of the case was just a metal heatsink, the whole length, and it had like 3 fans.
Right.
It was a lovely 17-inch screen. I did loads of designing and gaming and Christ knows what else on that thing. And I think it packed up beginning of last year. That's why I bought this cheapo thing.
Right.
And it's like, and I can't even use that. I might as well say it's fucking ridiculous. 20 minutes to get to the desktop. Fucking hell.
Yeah,
No.
not good.
Because when I first got it, I turned it on and it goes, installing updates. 2 days later, still installing updates. It's that slow.
Probably the way to use it is like when you start your day of repairing Sims, switch it on. At some point, you might want to use it.
Yeah, might get there.
Yeah.
They'll probably load up a schematic on it and run out of memory.
Oh dear.
Yeah, cannot install the reader. Yeah, Acrobat Reader is too large. Shut them down.
Weird, isn't it?
Right, I think I'm going to go to bed.
Well, we're hitting 3 o'clock in the morning.
It is, yeah.
So
yeah.
pretty good.
Strange enough, we're not American, so yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And they get an extra hour in bed.
Oh, lucky them.
Oh,
Their
this
clocks
weekend,
go back,
isn't it?
Yeah, their clocks go back tonight.
Yeah. Don't know why, because they're the same distance away from the sun as we are.
Hello, Dr. Synth, by the way. He just said, hey.
Hey.
Extra hour tonight. Oh, okay. There you go then.
Yeah.
Have at it.
Yeah. I mean, America's in the same part of the orbit as we are. Why is there a week difference?
They're American.
What's going on?
I've often thought that about dog years as well. Like, they're on the same planet we're on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dog years.
I think that comes from when you go down the road for 5 minutes and when you come back, they acted like they haven't seen you for a week.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've aged 15 years.
Yeah.
That just proves Einstein's theory of relativity, doesn't it? You know?
Yeah.
Oh, that's deep, isn't it? There you go.
Well,
It's
not
relative to way. I was watching a video. I forget the lady's name. She's like a German professor, and it was just the title of the video.
Sabine Hossenfelder.
That's the one. And the title of the video was "Does the Past Still Exist?" And I thought, I like that sound of that. So I watched that, and she's going on about time, space, and Einstein's theory of relativity. And
at what point did she lose you?
About 5 minutes in, but the rest of it was just fascinating because she's a quite unique character. No, it was very interesting because she was using this diagram with mirror. She said if you like travel in a spaceship and you've got a mirror here and a mirror there, and you're in between the two mirrors.
Mm-hmm.
The point at which things happen is different depending on your point of view, but your point of view doesn't matter if you're observing from over here or observing over there. Your point of views are valid, but they're different. But they're still valid. And it was just like, how? No, and it was fascinating stuff.
Yeah,
it's like I was watching this thing, Bodies, on Netflix, and it's all about things happening in different time zone. So there's something that happens in the 1890s, and then 1941, and 2023, and then 2053, and there's bits of time travel going in there, and I'm just sat there. There's one bit, because the way they explain that time travel works is that it splits the entity, and one bit goes forward and one bit goes backwards, and that's how they kind of solve something. But then it didn't happen to one person, but it happened to another, and I'm sat scratching my head thinking, how the fuck have I missed something, or is that just a gaping plot hole?
Yeah, it's probably a plot hole. Yeah.
But it was when somebody showed me that graphic about how time travel cannot work, because if you go back in time, you've also got to go back physically where the Earth was in its travels
its
around
orbit.
the sun.
Yeah. We're not
So-
standing still, are we?
We're not
We're going around the
So,
sun.
Yeah. So there's this kind of concept of time travel that we have in films and TV is all based on the fact that we are stuck to this planet and can't move off it. But of course, that's not the case.
You got to, if you're doing time, you've got to really plan it, because even our orbit has a variance. So you can't say that we're going to be at this point. You might be at this point, but you might be off to the left by like 50,000 miles. So don't just arrive there, because you'll have a hard day trying to breathe. So yeah.
No. And on that note, I'm going to go to bed.
On that bombshell, people.
Yeah. Sheep.
Welcome to Sunday.
Indeed.
Oh yes.
All right, guys.
Sunday's headache.
Yeah. New Zoom.
I'll see you all later.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Cheers,
Take
all.
care, all.
Cheers, everybody.
Look after yourselves.
Bye bye.
Good night.
Bye.